Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the resumed 2023 City Council budget hearings for today, which is December 1st of 2022. First day of winter is December 16?
21st.
21?
Today's the first day of meteorological winter.
Wow. So there.
Yeah.
But it feels like it's the dead of winter out there right now. It was freezing this morning. We are joined this morning. I'm Councilman Kraus. I will be chairing the public safety hearings that we have today. We're joined by Council President Teresa Cale Smith, and we're joined by Councilman Bobby Wilson. It's been a while, and it feels good to be back in it. I like being in this chair a lot. But anyway, thank you. We are going to begin with the Department of Public Safety, the Bureau of Administration. We are joined by Director Schmidt and his invited guests. But first, we are going to start with our budget director reading a brief synopsis of what is suggested in the budget for the Department of Public Safety Administration.
Thank you.
Thank you, Peter.
The mission for the Department of Public Safety is to provide for the security and safety of all residents and patrons of the City of Pittsburgh through the oversight and execution of the public safety operational strategies through the planned and coordinated efforts of the Bureaus of Police, Fire, Emergency Medical Services, and Animal Care and Control. The mission includes the creation of a command team with representatives from each bureau acting in conjunction with the Office of Emergency Management. They strive to improve community and first responder safety through integrated response, training, technology, fleet upgrades, and increased community visibility, as well as enhancing and enforcing team collaboration across all public safety bureaus. They attempt to further their mission through the streamlining of administrative positions to provide cross-training support and improve oversight on resources, spending, and hiring practices. A brief overview of the department. It is made up into several general service areas, which include administration, community outreach, nighttime economy, group violence intervention, the Office of Emergency Management, Office of Film and Event Management, Public Information and Media, Public Safety and Technology, Special Interbureau Operations, and Public Safety Facilities. The Bureau of Public Safety Administration is made up of 129 full-time employees, which is actually a decrease of 8 positions in the 2023 budget. And that comes from the administration moving some special events positions to the Department of Parks and Recreation. And other changes include upgrades of administrative specialists to senior administrative specialists, swap of department business administrator for an executive assistant, swapping a coordinator for specialist accounting, and adding an executive assistant for public safety, 1 film and event manager, and 1 film and event permit coordinator. And some summary of non-personnel changes. Overall, a $550,000 increase in non-personnel expenses, $339,245 in increase in professional and technical services, mainly due to increases in protective and investigative services, and $215,000 increase in property due to increase in vehicles. Some capital budget numbers for the administration. There's $5,887,122 in PAYGO for the Fire Bureau, coming for the breathing air compressors, chemical personnel protection equipment, gear extractors, SCBAs, supply hoses, and thermal imaging system. And EMS has mannequin training simulators. Fire and EMS are sharing high-pressure rescue airbag replacement, and the administration has interoperable communications and radio systems. And there is about $14.5 million in ARPA and grant funding for the Fire Bureau SCBAs and the interoperable communications and radio systems. And that's what I have for the Bureau of Administration.
Thanks, Peter. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Good morning, Director. Welcome. Nice to have you here. Charles, good morning. Nice to have you here. I'm sure you have a brief presentation for the members, and then we'll open it up to some questions, of which I'm sure we're going to have a whole bunch of.
Sure. A couple changes we've made to the budget. One is moving, as Mr. McDevitt stated, we've moved, the special events office was under public safety, and some version of it will still be under public safety, but what we're doing is taking the programming portion, so the folks that do the farmers markets and the concerts in the park, movies in the park, that sort of thing, and they're getting moved under Parks and Recreation where we felt was more appropriate. The side that we are keeping is the event permitting and coordination aspect, just because that is typically a very public safety heavy coordination effort that needs to be made with event organizers, closing streets, making sure everybody's safe and secure. So that's the big change with the administration, public safety administration this year. Some of the other small changes is the senior administrative specialists. That's just due to folks being here for a little longer and supporting them because they've been loyal to the city. The swap of the business administrator was for the executive assistant. That was just a return a change that was made previously. And then the administrative coordinator to an accounting specialist was just to fill the needs of the department to have a little more finance support. The addition of an executive assistant is to return a position that was vacant and has been asked for a while, and as well as the film and event manager and film and event permit coordinator. Those are actual positions that exist, just being retitled from the special events office into the new permitting for the special events. We're calling that the film and event management office. Other than that, we have, I'll just kind of open it up for questions. It's public safety. You know, we obviously have interactions with the community every day, and we're here about coordinating with all of our bureaus to provide the best services we can.
Thank you, Director. I have a bunch of questions, but of course I'm going to save mine to the end. Charles, do you have opening remarks as well, too, or is that solely up to the Director? Okay. All right, sounds good. So I'm going to begin with Council President Kell Smith, and then we'll go to Councilman Wilson. No, I'm just having fun with him, and then of course other members I'm sure will join as time goes on. But this is one of the more, not that they're not all important, but this one is one of the really important meetings where I'm sure members are going to be very interested and engaged in talking our public safety administration. So, Council President, if you would.
Thank you. Thank you, Director. First, I want to thank you for taking the position. I know that it's a extremely challenging job, especially in the environment we're in now, and you've been so great to work with. So I want to thank you for that. And thank you. And then I do have some questions. I want to first talk a little bit about the numbers of policing. Obviously, that's I think that's going to be an issue and concern that many of us have, because we're hearing the increase in violence in the city of Pittsburgh, shootings, and we're seeing, also experiencing a decline in the number of police officers. So I obviously want to know what the plan is. We hear about this class coming on. I've heard that there were only a few people that applied or went through the process that made it through to go to the academy. So could you talk a little bit about the strategy around that, and if there's something different that we're going to try to recruit additional police officers? Because I'm getting concerned that the numbers are getting dangerously low.
Yeah, so we have, we'll probably talk a little more this afternoon when the police have their budget hearing as well, but we do have at least 2 classes planned. The first class is going to be a certified class. Unfortunately, by the time people made it through that process, we have an extensive background check to make sure they're the right people for the city as well. We don't just want just anyone. Policing here is different than it might be in the suburbs, so we don't want to always just accept people. We don't want bodies, we want the right people. So that class is going to be smaller than we had originally anticipated. The next class that we'll be starting mid-year will be a basic class. That class does have a large amount of applicants. There's over 200 people on that list. We're very confident we'll have a full class from that list. There's a good possibility if we can work it within the budget, which we're hopeful we can, and as the numbers go, we will also have a third class potentially towards the end of next year. Obviously, with the hiring freeze for almost 2 years or over 2 years. That didn't allow the Bureau to maintain their staffing levels like they did because of attrition, people resigning and retiring. So we need to bring that back again. It's going to take a little time. Policing has changed significantly in the past 2 or 3 years, or at least overall. And how we look at that is, that's part of why we're doing the staffing study, which should be completed by the end of the year. We're reviewing how our officers are best utilized, where they're best utilized, and looking at positions, which, we talk to the union on this regularly as well, as where it makes sense to have civilians and where it makes sense to have officers, because it's sometimes easier to hire civilians than it is police officers for different positions. And police have a very specific job and specialized thing. So we're working through to do what we can as far as recruitment. As you all are probably aware, we did eliminate the need to have 60 credits upon entry. As we researched that and talked to HR, we found out that anyone who was already Act 120 certified, so they went through an academy somewhere, automatically had 45 credits waived anyhow. So that left 15 credits that they had to earn. We felt that's not an unsurmountable task, so our thought was if we hire them, essentially our academy will get them the same level, and then from there we want to support them to go for further education that makes sense. So that way we can say we will support your education if it's focused on policing and public safety efforts versus just any random credits.
Okay, so I will save most of my questions about the policing for later today. But overall, the Stop the Violence funds, the grants, I think first of all, special events is going back to city parks where it actually originated. So while I think that's a good idea, I'm glad to hear that you're going to continue to work and be involved with the safety of those events. But the Stop the Violence grants, my concern is that we need to have somebody, a compliance officer, with with all of our grants. But I specifically, when we're giving money to community groups that we're not overseeing directly, we have no direct control over them. I want to make sure that the money, and I told Councilwoman Gross the same thing about the food grants. I said, or the food policy groups. I said, I know that there's groups that did a lot for the city, and there are a lot of groups that do a lot to help prevent the violence. But there's a lot of groups claiming to do those things and already in the process of doing things that I haven't seen a lot of results from. Actually, if anything, our crime is increasing. So, I'm concerned that who's going to watch to make sure that when we give these funds to people, I know the controller was here the other day and I talked to him about it a little bit. And, any kind of trust fund I'm concerned with. As a matter of fact, to the point where we have our budget office working to reduce the number of trust funds because it's just too much, and it's too much money going out. The city council has no direct control over, and constantly watching and making sure that they are in compliance. So with the Stop the Violence grants, is there any plans to make sure that there's some kind of compliance, some kind of, that we're making sure that the money's being spent the way that we allocated and intended for it to be spent?
Can I ask you a question, and members? We do have the Office of Community Services and Violence Prevention and Stop the Violence Trust Fund. Is it better for you to have everyone here collectively now? I was going to take the Bureau first and then take them separately. Whatever you would
Well, I
like.
just thought the director was here for all of them. I didn't know.
Whatever you.
Be here for all of them, but I have some
Okay.
team members that can come up.
Yeah, there are, for this morning, it is the Bureau, and then it is the Office of Community Service, Violence Prevention, and Stop the Violence Trust Fund. I was going to take those two collectively after we did the Bureau, but I'll do whatever
I'm
you guys
good.
want.
I'm good either way. But what I really would like to know is what the Bureau intends on doing to make sure that Stop the Violence grants are
Yeah, I
spent
can-
the way we intend.
I mean, I can address that now, and I wholeheartedly agree with you, councilperson. I think we need, we need to support entities within the community that are doing the work, but we need to make sure they have the proper oversight. And I know that's my staff, my assistant director, David Jones, he oversees the Office of Community Services and Violence Prevention and the Stop the Violence team and initiatives. So we've had many discussions. We recently released the first round of grants. With it being a new program, as with any new program, we learn as sometimes learn some lessons as we go, and we plan to tweak things for next time. We're also working, you'll see an RFP
Can I say the
soon.
one tweak I would like to know is that the public safety director is directly involved in that, and that it comes back to city council for approval. So those are two things I'm going to make sure that we have, because we can't be expected to allocate funds and then not know what happens with them. So it's
So part of that
unfair.
is reporting, and you'll see an RFP is going out soon to work with an entity that will help all these organizations to make sure they're complying with the reports that I'm looking for, that council's looking for, and everyone else is. If they're unsure how to do it because they might not have those skills, they'll support them on that effort to ensure that everyone understands. You know, you need to come to monthly meetings with the public safety director in the department. You need to come with the proper reporting and proper documentation to show that you are utilizing those monies appropriately.
And I think that, I just want to say, I know that there's some groups that are doing amazing work. And so it's good to see that they're finally being recognized in that way. But there are some groups that we all know claim to do some things that we know they're not really doing. And so it'd be good to know that, that we're at least allocating funds to the people that are doing this stuff. So that's all. Animal care and control, I'm just wondering what the Bureau sees, the vision for animal care and control. Is it going to remain as it is? And because, you know, we have a lot of complaints we get about, well, the deer, the animals, you know, in people's yards. I mean, there's rodents, and I know that that contract comes from, you know, public safety. So I really would hope that we look into the contract a little bit and make it more something that actually helps the community and the residents, more beneficial to our residents, because what we're seeing now is there's a lot of complaints and it's just escalating. So do you see any changes in either of those?
I think we're talking through some things. We're getting some new reporting system for them. I think they're scheduled for this afternoon. So David Madden, the supervisor there, will be able to speak a little more to some of those plans.
Okay. And then the, you know, we talked, well, do you want me to wait for my questions for community health and safety?
It's however you
Yeah.
wish.
So, you know, I talked to you a little bit. I have some concerns about what we're doing. I think that there's a lot of people doing a lot of work. But what my concerns are, you know, we still see a lot of homeless people. We still don't have a real solution in terms of housing. I mean, there is the one building that opened, which is great, but there's so many more people, and I think that, you know, I just want to see more done in that area, but I also want to know when the social workers are going to be going along with the police officers on calls, because that's what they were actually hired to do. So I want to know some of those things, and if there's any plan for that to happen.
Yeah, we're going to take them separately. We'll call you up when we're ready, okay? Thank you so much.
Yeah, so we are, as you're aware, we're moving, the Office of Community Health and Safety is moving under Public Safety.
Right.
Just provide some support and coordination on those fronts, just for that reason. You know, Public Safety works very well as a team between police, fire, EMS, animal care and control, EMA, and we're bringing OCHS into that fold so that we can get some good coordination. We already have started a lot of that with some of the programs, but we need to expand that and support those administrative functions as well in that office. So I look forward over to the next year to progress forward. We've had a lot of movement in the past 6 months with that, having developed the academies that the civilian social workers are going to go through to ensure they understand what the officers are looking at, what they're going to do. So, because we don't want a social worker who's doesn't have the knowledge or experience of a police officer to go out with a police officer and not realize the police officer is doing something intentionally, whatever that might be. So we want both
Vice
sides
versa.
to understand, you know, it's a very new program, new across the country, learning best practices. We want to make sure everybody understands what one another's doing so there's no safety or security concerns there. So.
And you don't have any increases for social workers, right? In this-
I'd have to look at the OCHS budget.
Charles Showers, Public Safety. You know, the current proposal does not include an increase in the salary for the social workers.
One additional position, I think.
One additional position. And I do have, I know that's a challenge to find social workers, a diverse group of social workers, but I would like to see an increase in diversity in that effort. Okay. That's all. That's it for me. I'll probably come back second round. Thank you. Thank you, Councilman.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. Councilman Wilson.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Kraus. Appreciate it.
You know that, though.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. What's that?
You know that, though.
What?
That you're my favorite.
Oh,
You always were.
yeah. I'm the newest until, a few days.
Wait till you see how those years fly, Councilwoman Gross,
Yeah.
huh?
Yeah.
From the time we first sit at the table and realize how many other people join after we join. Yeah, but Councilman Wilson, the floor is yours. And
Thank
we're
you,
also
Miss-
joined by Councilman Coghill.
Your other favorite.
My other favorite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, Director, thanks for coming today and appreciate the work that we've done together. And also being there during challenging times. You've always been very responsive, so I really appreciate that. And any director that's very responsive. So this isn't a secret, that people are, their fears are heightened because of certain things they see that's happening across the city. So what would you say that you could point to in the way you've I wouldn't say edited, but the way you've reorganized some stuff, the way you're adding positions, taking away positions, filling one position, like what would you point to in the public safety plan in terms of the budget that would lead them to feel more secure?
Well, I think it's, for one, we are, looking to return the police force to what the budget allotment. In addition, we are rearranging some things to ensure better coordination and collaboration. Everybody's doing work together, but we want to ensure that we're all going in the same direction, both administratively and operationally. We want to ensure that there's good communication between us and the county, which we have improved that significantly and work towards that. We actually meet with them right now every morning around homelessness concerns and some other, violence concerns. We want to ensure that they're doing the things they're tasked to do, because as you all know, human services is not a function of the city, but it is a function of the county. So it's the city's, from our perspective, it's the city's job to coordinate with them and make sure we're all moving forward together in a cohesive unit to solve some of these problems and to not have everything become a law enforcement issue, but make sure law enforcement is there to support and maintain safety, and other providers are there to provide those safety and services that are needed by the community members.
So along the lines of that coordinated effort, and you believe that that's, I believe too, that that's a way to not only help people, that would make a call to 911, that would need help. There's different types of help that people need. So that said, the next police chief that would be put in front of us, during the search and everything, can you assure us that the candidates that are being looked at and also would be considered and ultimately the one that would be chosen, would be on board with that coordinated effort? And I believe you're referring to different types of responses in some way. You're talking about co-response, alternative response. Would that, can you guarantee us that?
Yeah, I think, as I mentioned earlier, policing has changed. I think a lot of folks that are in police chief positions throughout the country in major cities understand a lot of those changes. I think any time we're looking for a candidate, we're going to look for someone who will work not only with Office of Community Health and Safety and social workers, but also with fire and EMS. And everybody kind of understands, in order for us to all succeed, we all have to work together.
Mm-hmm. So we're not going to get there without
The right person.
the right person, but also the police as well. So
Right.
I'm interested in, you said the class with 200 would start when?
Well, there's not 200 in the
Well,
class.
200
There's
applicants.
over 200
Yeah,
applicants.
that one.
That one will start mid-year
Okay.
next year.
And is there going to be, I know there's a study going on, but is there going to be a concerted effort to analyze calls and to do a real call study to understand how we get there with the current calls to 911?
Yeah, that's actually the current staffing study. We'll touch on that a little bit, and I've been actually communicating with the firm that's doing that. They're going to make some suggestions on how we can potentially dive a little deeper into that
Okay.
to ensure we're providing the right.
Will we be able to get a report of that?
Yeah, once the report's complete, everybody will. They don't even have a draft quite
Okay.
done yet, so.
All right. Yeah, I just had some overall just overview questions. I think just what's on my mind and what's on others' mind. So in terms of, I wouldn't say, getting the guns off the street. What is our approach?
So, I mean, we currently have, and we can talk more this afternoon when the chief's here, but we currently do have a gun task force in the Bureau of Police.
I just bring this up because we're talking
includes-
also a coordinated effort. So
Yeah,
I know
yeah.
I know that we have.
That it includes ATF, 2 ATF agents, as well as some analysts. The ATF agents are physically at police headquarters every day, just working the same shifts as our officers. The analysts work with our crime analysts, and we also have an additional analyst that just focuses on gun violence. To date, last I knew, they had over 800 guns. Illegal weapons they've seized this year alone. We've seen a significant increase in weapons over the past 3 years, as anyone across the country will tell you that, the number of weapons sold over the past 3 years are significant. The number of permits that were given were a lot. But we continue to work towards getting the illegal guns off the streets and out of the hands of the people that are
How do we
violent.
increase how's the effort increased? Is that increased by funding, or is it increased by just making sure that the whether it's officers, detectives, individuals that work on those cases or on that subject, is that a money issue, or is that just strictly time?
Right
Or
now it's a lot of
those go hand
time
in
and
hand?
personnel resources.
Yeah.
We have to dedicate people to that. We have other things that need to get done as well, but having the ATF agents has definitely helped support that, because then we can utilize their resources as well. But yeah, everything, it's resources, whether those resources are financial or personnel or technology. It's all about coordination, communication, as well as education too, and make sure people that do own weapons are securing them appropriately, not letting them get stolen as easily, and reporting them when they're stolen. So.
Okay. Well, thanks. I don't have any further questions. I just appreciate the partnership and your willingness to, always hear me out. Take care.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Gross.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been over here with my piles of paper, transcribing numbers. I'm taking everybody's space. And looking at last year's budget file from the police hearing last year, or the public safety hearing last year. And I'm trying to kind of just get on paper for each of the departments in the org chart, kind of like what is the budget, because it's just it's harder to see. It's not really easy to pick out either in the printed budget, which I'm scrolling through on PDF, or in our packet for today. And I want to say, Peter, this is in our packet is the org chart from last year. And so it's not this year's
From last
org
year,
chart.
Councilwoman?
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, so it doesn't match the
Where is
mayor's
it?
2023 November proposed budget org chart for public safety. So I'm wondering if anyone at the table kind of
Yeah,
has
right
a
here.
copy of that. Because I've got it on, it still has the kind of ... line out to OCHS. So it's not the director's org chart that is in the 2020. Oh, thank you, thank you. So this one, yes, this one is the one that is this year's, just remember, so the one that your packet is not. So it clearly has animal control under here, it has the park rangers and responsible hospitality and OCHS and Community Affairs here, and it's got Office of Film and Event. It's arranged a lot differently than last year's. And so that was my main question, so that's why I was confused.
Can I get that copied for members?
That'd be so helpful. I'll try to go through it here. So, what I was scribbling on last year, or the one that's in our packet, is kind of the top line budget numbers. And forgive me if you went over this while I was kind of like, I was listening to the TV in my office, but kind of like as we were walking down the hall to come in, I might have missed it. But so the top line numbers I'm pulling out of the proposed budget are the kind of like Office of Public Safety budgeted at nearly 12 million. I have EMS at 29.5 million. And again, it's not really, it's hard, like I had to like scroll through the department pages and go to the very bottom line. And so I'm kind of putting those numbers onto the org chart for myself. Bureau of Fire at 94.6 million. Bureau of Police at 118.5 million. Am I reading from the right budget pages? And then I've got Bureau of Animal Care and Control at 2 million. So each of them are down like a little bit from the September budget. And again, those are the lines at the bottom of each section. So there'll be like 2 pages on the police operating budget, but then when you scroll down to the bottom line, that's the number there. So 118.5 is what I'm reading there. And again, just for the public, these are the numbers. These are the numbers that are paying for payroll, paying for like current health benefits, and kind of keeping on the lights at the departments. Thank you, sir. But they're not the vehicles. They're not the facilities costs. They're not the pension contributions. Those are all on other parts of the budget. And I don't kind of have those in front of me. So those are all operating budget costs. They're just not on the pages of the budget under the departments. And that's true across all the departments, right? But if you look elsewhere, there are costs that could be added to that bottom line. So am I looking at the right pages of the budget? Since you're here and you've got your current budget in print and I'm looking on my phone, did those sound like I got them in the ballpark? I was kind of stalling a little bit till you found the right page.
I apologize. And good morning, by the way, to everyone. Thank you for having us. Yes, I believe those are the correct pages that you're referring to.
Great.
The 94 for fire and 2 for animal control, yes, and so on.
That's great. So while I was scrolling under Department of Public Safety in the budget, I didn't see all of the other offices that are under you, right? And so those were the big ones. But then, so like, I don't see park rangers, and so where are they housed? I don't see the special events office, which I'm assuming is Office of Film and Event Management. It's a different name now. So could you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, so budgetarily, those are all kind of just listed
Under the 12, under the
all the positions within the Department
of Public Safety.
which has been that way since as long as I've worked with the city.
So now that I have the
'cause we
correct
don't-
org chart, I'm going to say, so that's 11.9 million. I'm sorry, I just cut you off, I know. That 11.9 million is really this part of these 2 columns, or all 3 columns here?
So it would be all 3 of the columns. Yeah.
Got it. Got
Under
it.
there.
That's really helpful.
Anything that's not within a bureau, other than Office of Community Health and Safety and the Office of Violence Prevention, because those are both funded through the Stop the Violence Trust Fund. So all of those positions are
Except, all right,
in that,
except
in that page. Sorry.
Office of Violence Prevent, oh, that's Office,
Office of
Okay.
Community Services and Violence Prevention, and then the
Okay.
Office of Community Health and Safety.
I'm noticing since I have the new org chart, that the Office of Community Health and Safety is under a different branch than the Office of Community Services and Violence Prevention.
As of right now, sorry.
I mean, like a branch of the actual chart. So Yeah, so what is, so those, the one farthest on the right kind of reports directly to you?
Correct.
And then the one that the Office of Community Services and Violence Prevention is under an Assistant Director of Community Affairs. And who is the Assistant Director of Community Affairs?
David Jones.
David Jones, thank you. But they're all kind of housed in the same budget. So I think I have some of the same kind of interests as Councilwoman Smith in kind of, I don't think it's been explained to us or to the public, kind of what are the reporting mechanisms for outcomes. We talked about it almost a year ago. It was earlier, much earlier this year, I think, about like, you know, is there an app? What are the measures? What are the metrics? Where is it reported? Who's seeing it? And it was all kind of like, well, we haven't developed it yet. And so I know I'm kind of skipping ahead, but I think that's one of the things that we're going to want to hear today or on another day soon. And then with this net kind of, oops, I don't want to keep looking at the wrong one. With this kind of new arrangement, since they're either reporting directly to you in your office or under your assistant director, that means all the coordination is in your hands. So I don't think we heard that yet today. So could you speak to that? So how do these parts all fit together?
So as you are aware, the Office of Community Health and Safety previously was its own office that did not report to, they reported to the mayor's office, they reported to the Director of Public Safety, just sort of for financial reasons because the Stop the Violence Trust Fund falls under the Department of Public Safety. The Office of Community Services and Violence Prevention has existed in this organization, in that same org chart for a number of years. The Office of Community Health and Safety does have a manager, Laura Dragowski. She will report directly to me. But we do work very closely. Obviously, I work very closely with my assistant director every day. I work very closely with Laura every day. So we coordinate together on initiatives, just like we do with the Bureau of Police and EMS working together. And fire, you know, all of those different bureaus have chiefs, just like all of the offices, not all of the offices, but the Office of Community Health and Safety specifically has a manager that reports directly to me. So then their staff under them reports to them. So they're, it's not too much to coordinate. It's just a matter of getting everybody in meetings together and making sure we're all moving in the same direction. So that was a big reason for moving the Office of Community Health and Safety under Public Safety. So it's a very clear reporting structure that comes up through Public Safety versus kind of on an island of their own sometimes.
It just occurs to me that it's a little curious for the Assistant Director of Community Affairs to have park rangers, nighttime hospitality, or responsible hospitality, which maybe has something to do with each other, but maybe not, right? And then also the Office of Community Service and Violence Prevention, which are the street workers that were mostly street
and it's
outreach.
also our Safer Together coordinators that all, they all manage our zone safety councils, as well as they're the main contacts for the community for public safety concerns.
And then the Assistant Director of Operations and Policy has both kind of all performance accountability and development for all bureaus,
Yeah, it's more of an overall strategy.
but also the film office.
Correct.
Okay. It just seems to me like there's a lack of, I'm not understanding an integration of kind of subject area expertise. Do you have any thoughts on that?
No, I think the Assistant Director of Community Affairs has been in a position, you know, that's a position that has existed for a while. Their main focus are the folks that do the community work for the department. So park rangers at one point were under Parks and Recreation. A number of years ago, they got moved under Public Safety. Responsible hospitality is our nighttime economy. Again, they're the folks that work with the community to do trainings and other programs. Remember, the Department of Public Safety is an overall administrative function that the main focus is coordination of efforts amongst all the bureaus and all the offices within the department. As far as the Assistant Director of Operations and Policy, that is more of a long-term strategy to improve leadership training, development of employees, so ensuring the people in all the bureaus and in the entire department have the tools to succeed in their positions. So when someone is a police officer that then gets promoted to a sergeant, we want to make sure they have the right leadership trainings and the right information. Same with a paramedic that moves up to a crew chief or to a district chief. We want to ensure that they have the tools and knowledge that they need to make them succeed in a job, because as you know, moving from a position of a field provider up to a supervisor position, there's a lot of things that change when that happens. So those positions, again, are to coordinate with all the bureaus to ensure those efforts happen. There still may be some changes, every year. I think at least every year I've been here, the org chart changes slightly, make tweaks as we go, but we don't want to revamp the entire department without making sure we're making the right changes.
I've asked these kinds of questions before. I feel like most recently at the URA, it's like, well, have we put too much, have we thrown everything with the kitchen sink at you, right? I think I said to the URA, and maybe it's here too, right? Do we we had a good idea, so let's stick it here in the organizational chart at council, right? So I think that's part of our responsibility too, is to make sure that we're not tasking a department with too much or putting things together that don't belong together. And if it's really important to the public and to us, and we've created and budgeted for it, are we housing it in the right place? And that's just part of what I think that is important when we're talking about the budget. So it's not your fault, really, that we put these things there. It's because it's our decision. It's the authority of council to put these things there. So I think that's just this is the appropriate moment to ask ourselves reflectively, gosh, do these things fit together or do they fit somewhere else? We had a very similar discussion with the mayor's office the other day. And it looks like we've assumed that if the police have a role or need to be communicated with, or any of the city departments need to be communicated with, then we have put that and those payrolls and the oversight within the public safety organizational chart. And now I'm just looking at it and I think it looks a little odd, frankly. So I don't know. It's just a reflection.
I'm just waiting my turn.
Yeah, it's just a reflection there. So I guess I'll hold my other questions because we're going to have more presentations and other people at the table. So appreciate that, and thank you for helping me figure out which numbers belong where. Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Councilwoman. Councilman Coghill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, Director. Charles, right? Okay, Charles. My concerns are with the police department, okay? And I just want to go over some bare numbers with you to begin with. We lost 70 police officers this year. Half were hired by other municipalities. The other half were retired, okay? We're going to be putting on a new class of how many? 200? No, okay, 200 applied. How many will go through that?
Typical class that the academy can handle right now at one time is about 35.
35, okay, so I'm just going to judge this by the numbers. So at this rate, we won't have them, we're not starting until August of next year. And at that rate, they won't be actually on the street until, August or January of 25, considering 18 months from the start, from when the class graduates to the time we get them on the street.
11 months from the time they start until they're on the street.
11 months.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
about 18. The 18-month is from the time that we say we're having a class and we tell HR to start the class, because that's about a 6-month process to get them on
We're
board.
talking new recruits.
Correct.
Okay. So we're at 830 now, roughly. I'm just going to assume we're going to lose the same amount next year, which will put us at 725. What's a dangerously low level for you as far as having?
I mean, I think we're definitely getting into low numbers. The numbers we're getting close to the Bureau was at those numbers a number of years ago whenever Act 47 came in and they had major layoffs. Unfortunately, we're in a situation we can't just create officers out of nowhere. We have to make sure they're well-trained and appropriate for our city. So we're going to have to come up with some solutions, some stopgaps to make sure we're providing the services we need to provide. As I said earlier, there's a lot of need to look into civilianization of certain positions, as well as what we need to do to ensure we're maintaining a good roster of recruits and a good consistent flow of new folks coming on to maintain the numbers that we need to keep. It's going to take some effort and some new ideas and new thinking, I think, to get us through while we're working some of that out. But yeah, we're definitely in a position. The hiring freeze for 2 years is making it challenging.
Right. So I got us below 700 by the time we actually get a new class graduated, ready to be on the street. And of those, say we have 700, how many actual officers are on the streets patrolling, responding to calls?
There's
350?
actual 911, that's probably about accurate, yes.
Yep. So 350 people responding, and we're asking them to cover football games, baseball games, any events that come to town, which takes 50 officers, I think, about approximately for a Steelers game.
Yeah, that's
Right. So you see why I'm concerned about these numbers, obviously, and I know you are too. And I'm just wondering, is the recruitment class that we're putting on, the new recruitment class, and hopefully we get 30, is what your guess?
yeah. We normally get about 35 to
30,
40 to start. And
So we might get 30 out of a new recruitment class, but we're losing 70 per year. So even if our recruitment classes aren't keeping up with the pace that we're losing officers, and I'm assuming that we're going to lose more. We lost 70 this year with a whole new crop coming up for retirement come January. And other police departments around the area are all short too. They all have the same problem. So they look to the city of Pittsburgh and say, who wants a job with us? Because they pay more. And that's a challenge. What is an advantage of being a Pittsburgh police officer versus a Bethel Park police officer? Other than, I hope our benefits are as well, or as good as theirs. But the pay scale, I know, is not even close.
we do have officers that leave. We also have officers that come back. I know when I've talked to officers, there's good and bad to any job. The one thing I think the city provides that the suburban departments don't is the ability to learn a lot more and engage, and also have a lot of different paths to choose from. Where other than the county, we're the only ones that have SWAT. Other than the county, we're the only ones that have a bomb squad. We have intel, detectives, investigations. Most suburban departments are just one small department.
Right.
So.
And I think one of the things with the Pittsburgh Police Department that we do have is ability to be promoted. You can go to a sergeant, to a captain, to, the police chief, possibly. So that's an attraction. The pay scale is not. We know that. The benefits, I hope, match up with other municipalities where I hope our benefits are better. I don't know personally. Do you know in general if our benefits match the suburban one?
I think just like any position in the city, it depends on who you're going to compare it to.
Right.
Some,
Yeah, sure. Right.
Some suburbanites or some suburban departments have more, some have less.
Right. So we'll be lucky to gain 30 new police recruits within a year and a half, but chances are we're going to lose 100. So that's minus 70. We're going to be down. And that's with the new recruitment class, providing that goes well and on time and we get them out in the street. So, at that pace, we're just going to be in a lot of trouble, I believe. I don't know how we're going to do it, to be honest with you. We have to do an aggressive recruiting campaign, I believe. Hopefully with inner city, kids. I think, they're good jobs, and hopefully we'll attract people to, want to be a police officer. So now we're looking to hopefully subsidize what the police officers do. Say, for instance, they get a call for somebody under a bridge with mental illness. We send police officers now because somebody calls and we have to respond. We're hoping that the Department of Health and Safety can hopefully alleviate some of that, right? Once we get...
Yeah, so under the Office of Community Health and Safety, there is the Roots team, and there's also the co-response team that is being developed.
Right.
So the co-response team will respond with an officer to help address mental health needs, and then potentially refer them to the Roots team, which is reaching out on the streets to get them services they need.
Right. And the experienced officers class, I understand there's only 8 applicants?
That have made it through the final
Oh, okay.
stages, yes.
So they've made it through the final, meaning will they eventually be Pittsburgh police officers, or do they still have to be
No,
pass
they have to go through the academy, which is 12 weeks for a certified
12
officer.
weeks?
And as we continue to recruit, we will put on another certified class once we have enough to do a class. So when we get, and we have had since removing the credits, I will say, I don't have the numbers, I'd have to check with HR, but I know they have said we've had an increase in applicants to the position,
Yeah, I
both
think
from
that was-
inside and
yeah,
from outside the
That was a
city.
wise decision to remove those, and then just to have them gain the credits when they're on. So my point is this, I guess. At the clip that we're going, in 10 years from now, we'll have 100 police officers, okay? So I don't know how and what we're going to change, but I do plan to have a post agenda on this in early January, and I hope we can, I'll sit with you. Councilwoman Kill Smith and I have been talking on a regular basis about this, but I just want the public to know what pace we're on and what we're going to do to solve it. The new recruitment class, it sounds great, but as you can see, we're losing twice as many as we're putting on, and it takes a year to put them on the street. So, and these are inexperienced officers as well, and I worry about losing our experienced officers to the county, to suburbs, and that happens on a regular basis. I get every recruit or every police officer we have, I get notices to, here's another one left. And we're at 70 now, I think, and I think by the end of the year, we're going to lose at least 3 or 4 more. That's just in a month's time. So, yeah, I want to, we'll sit together and we'll try to figure out. I just want the public to know, at this clip, in 5 years, we're not going to have a police department, basically. In 10 years, we're not going to have a police department. It's going to be so low if these numbers can continue to do the same. Whether we have to pay them more, whether we have to put on 2 recruitment classes, I just have real concerns about the entire population of our police department. So we'll sit with you and we'll talk about it, and hopefully we can come up with some solutions to make the public feel more at ease for the future. So that's it for me, Mr.
Thanks,
Chair.
Councilman. Thank you. I don't even know, I'm not sure where to begin because this has been a really healthy conversation. Councilman.
Also, I thought of more questions, so I can
Yeah,
go
but
after
don't I
you,
get
but-
first round?
No, I just wanted to let you know.
Oh, yeah, of course, yeah. But, Councilman, I'll start my 16th year sitting at this table in January, and these are the discussions that we've had for the 16 years that I've sat at this table. The focus, as I recall, was always to place a priority on, I don't want to just say public safety, it's too broad a term, but to understand that our police department, make certain that we had adequate staffing within that department and how best to accomplish that. Then it became a bad thing to do that. This whole idea of defund police and police are bad and you can't do that mentality permeated the culture 3 years or so ago, and it affected, we sat at this table for years and we were incredibly proud of the efforts that we made to make certain that we had adequate staffing, that they were properly trained, that they had the resources and equipment that they needed. We led this nation on a number of initiatives. The cameras, we're in our third or fourth generation of cameras now for our police department. That was unheard of at the time that we were supplying that kind of equipment to our departments. The tough books, the computers in the cars, God, there's so many different kinds of equipments that we had passed, but we held that out as a moniker of pride, that we were investing in our public safety resources that way. And then all of a sudden, it became a bad thing to do that, right? Or was perceived to be a bad thing to do. Not that it ever was a bad thing to do that, but it was perceived to be so. And mix that in with global pandemic and the events of George Floyd and Black Lives Matter and everything that happened globally, we find ourselves where we are today. And so you are not alone in the tough questions that you are asking. Not that, I want to get down this road, but I'm not 100% sure there are answers to the questions that you're asking. That's the difficulty. And so, I'm sorry, I do this all the time. I apologize. Because I'm not convinced there are really answers to the questions that we are asking out there, right? And what is the future of policing going to look like in not just in Pittsburgh, but in this nation alone? And how do we recruit people into those positions that, unfortunately, not largely, but too often are viewed in such negative light, right? It's why I've been such a curmudgeon around the training facility. It's not the brick and mortar, and we can make it through the brick and mortar. We can figure that out. It's the obligation that we have to ensure that our department is an attractive department, that people want, not that we have to go out and beg people to do it, but that people come here because they want to be part of our department and that they have pride and integrity in it and know that they'll be well cared for, they'll be well trained, they'll be well equipped, they'll be safe while they're out there doing the jobs that we ask them to do. Those are the tough questions that are before us. And the funding, which we'll talk a lot about, and the funding to be able to make those things come to a fruition. In the 90s, when Clinton was president and we had the COPS program, Community Orienting Policing, we had a department of 1,700 officers. 1,700 officers. When you talk about the numbers now, we're down 1,000 officers, and we're asking 700 incredibly brave men and women to go out there and do the job of what we used to ask 1,700 officers to do. So I don't want to get down this road right now because we're going to have a very fulsome discussion about funding and where and how we need to prioritize our funding to make certain that our department is as healthy as it can be. But I remember sitting here and then Councilman Peduto was chair of finance and law, and he told the story about the lamplighters and how police departments were formed and why governments form. Governments form for the basic services of providing for the safety of the public at large. That's what our primary goal is here. That's what we come here to do. And he told stories about the lamplighters, and the first police officers were lamplighters. They were the men that went out at night and lit the gas lamps in the streets to light the streets to create the air of safety, and that's how the departments were formed. And so it is a huge responsibility that we carry here to make certain that our department, as I said, is healthy and functional, has the equipment that it needs, has the numbers that it needs, has the training, especially the training to send women and men out there to do these incredibly difficult jobs and not train them to be. I can't tell you the number of times I've spoken with an officer on East Carson Street that is like, I don't have a clue what I'm doing here. I don't have a clue. This place is pandemonium. It's utter chaos, and I truly don't know what I should be doing here. What do you mean? What, we have not trained you to understand the complexities of being in a nightlife district, how to de-escalate as opposed to escalate, how to understand the complexities of the community, who's out there, why they're there, the drugs that are involved, that are not, all those kinds of things, so that you can be out there and do the job that you need to do. But these are the kinds of questions that we need to be asking ourselves. And Bill always said our budgets are reflective of our priorities, right? What do we believe in? We can tell what our priorities are by our budget. So now that I'm done with that, I have some questions I would like to ask, if I may. I was really fascinated by you bringing out the new organizational chart and sort of drawing some attention to it. So I too would Director, like to kind of ask you some questions about the breakdown. So the responsible hospitality, of which you know is going to be an especially important one for me. In the organizational chart, sort of appears to be a stepchild, and I don't mean to be difficult that way. But when we understand, if nothing brought to light the importance of food, beverage, socializing, and entertainment business and what it brings to us in terms of community and revenue and desire to locate in a city. If we haven't learned that through global pandemic, we will never learn it, because nobody took a bigger hit than that industry, right? Socializing businesses, movie theaters, arts and culture, food and beverage decimated. But yet and I would argue, and I wish Allison were here, because I think she would know this. I'd love to know how many tens of millions of dollars of tax revenue are generated, not just from the industry itself, but all of the supplemental industries that support that industry. I went out and bought a pair of shoes for tonight. I had my hair done. I went to the gym first. I bought makeup. I needed a new suit. And all of those supplemental businesses that support that nighttime economy and the revenues that they generate. And yet in the organizational chart, we list it as not really having the kinds of priorities that I think it needs to have. Just a suggestion. And you know how I am about this. Was responsible for bringing responsible hospitality to the city of Pittsburgh, and I've never really been convinced that it should exist in the Department of Public Safety, although I have been grateful that it has been there the years it's been here, because it has found a home and support system, it's found a home and a support system, and I'm very grateful for that. But it really is more around economic development, really, than what it is around public safety. Public safety means, oh boy, this situation's disintegrated, we better send police in to fix it, as opposed to, what do we do to have a thriving social economy, a thriving food and beverage economy, a thriving arts and culture economy, the things that that make people want to live in a city. I've always believed that's where it should be. But I am, I'll repeat it again, very grateful that it has found a home in public safety, because you, Director Hisrich, and both administrations have been very kind and very helpful and supportive of it, and I'm truly grateful for it. I'd like to talk a little bit about equipment, if we could, please. We have $20 million allocated in terms of capital expenditure in 2023 to spend on capital investment. But we have nothing in the 4 out years after that. I'm just curious about how that plays out that way.
So the main reason we have such a significant amount for next year is twofold. One is the SCBAs, which are the self-contained breathing apparatus for fire and EMS. We did receive some grant funds for some of them, but But as you know,
So what we
these are,
did just recently, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to overspeak you, but what we just did recently was to receive the grant fundings. This is about our match for the grant fundings.
it's the match and then the additional, because the grants, so we're capped on a grant, we can only get $2 million total as a municipality from that grant. That's not enough to replace all of our SCBA for fire and EMS. Sorry, not police, but fire and EMS. So this is the ask for the additional SCBA's for fire and EMS. There's also some mannequins for EMS. So most of this is equipment that will last through a capital cycle, at least 10 years or so. The other big portion are the radios. So the county is in the process. Allegheny County provides our radio system. They're in the process of upgrading their radio system.
Yeah, tell me
We need to
more
get new
about
radios.
that, please. Because is it a frequency thing? There's a need for us to upgrade our radios for all public safety departments, police, fire, EMS.
Yeah.
And it is because of if I understand this correctly, is it because of a new frequency in the county that we need to align with or something?
Yeah, so it's a new system, newer technology. So radios are just like cell phones or any other technology. They're constantly evolving. The county is switching to a newer system that provides more reliable radios and a radio system that will go a little. We'll have less areas that we have poor coverage, that sort of thing. So this is for us to replace our current radios, which are all about 10 years old. Some are a little older, some are a little newer, but so they're all towards their end of life as far as the manufacturer is concerned as well. So this is actually a county-wide effort. The county is providing the infrastructure. We just have to provide what they call the subscriber units, which are the radios themselves.
Okay.
So that's a significant, that's the big ask there, which the 14 million.
It's 14 million?
Yes. Wow. Yeah, because so every police officer, every EMS worker has their own individual radios. The fire units have their own radios when they're on shift. Then we have crossing guards, park rangers, animal care and control, EMA, so all public safety staff, and then we have additional radios as backup, as well as radios in case there was a major disaster that we can provide them to all. Like if we have to bring every firefighter in, they each get a radio. And radios are obviously the key component in a disaster, because if cell towers go down and other standard communication goes down,
That makes sense. That makes perfect sense. Now I understand. We have become so dependent on cellular technology, and God forbid it ever did go down, we would be screwed. Yeah, big time. Yeah.
This also includes radios for DPW and some other.
And what's the shelf life of this system? Do you think it?
Normally they're at least 10 years.
Yeah. What about our cameras for officers right now? I'm trying to think of the last time we upgraded. I know we've done 3 upgrades since I've been here. I think are we about at the life expectancy for for body cams for officers?
So the package we currently have for the body camera system, which I think we renewed 2 years ago, maybe 3. No, 2019, I think it was, right at the end of 2019, beginning of 2020. The package we have actually provides us continuous upgrades from the manufacturer. So every time they bring out a new generation, we get
I forgot
the new
that.
cameras.
That's right. I forgot that. That was part of that agreement. And is that the just the how do I want to say it, I can't think of the word I want, the system upgrade, or is it the actual material camera itself?
It's the camera itself.
Yeah.
So I think they're in they are just finishing up the release of the new ones, and they'll be getting those.
Is there anything that we didn't ask you that you kind of wish we had, or that you'd like to get out there?
Not at this moment. I mean, I appreciate everyone's questions and happy to answer anything further. I mean, I'm here all
we'll
day,
have
so.
more, I'm sure, because we're just sort of scratching the surface here, and as we bring in the other departments, are you planning to spend the day with us? Is that kind of how that's
Yep,
going to be? Yeah.
as long as I can.
Yeah, yeah, I kind of figured I'd be here for the day
Praying
too.
for
We
an
will find
emergency.
time to have lunch though. We will figure out a lunch and then, but we'll come back and do the other one. So I do genuinely appreciate everything you do. We ask very difficult, very, very difficult things of you to do. And I can't imagine having to hold down the kind of schedule that you hold down.
I couldn't do it without the team of people I have.
Yeah.
The providers and the, the field providers, officers, medics, firefighters, everybody.
Yeah.
And the chiefs make my job
No.
much easier as long as they're all doing their job.
Yeah.
So.
No, it's a hell of a workforce we have here, and we don't recognize it and say it enough. And the way people dedicate their lives to service to the city and the people that live here. Do we want to go a second round? I'm happy to do this, so, but because we have other people we're ringing up as well, okay?
Yep.
All right, Council President and then Councilwoman Killsmith.
Just briefly, I just want to ask, one of the reasons we were successful in getting through COVID was because the previous director had the foresight to order a lot of equipment in advance and prepare us so that we had stuff. And, we keep hearing about additional pandemics, additional emergencies, and I just want to know, are you, keeping an eye on those supplies and making sure that we're ready in the event of any of those things happening, and if so, is that in this budget?
Yeah, so we have standard allowances for that. We purchase those throughout the years. As our stock depletes, we increase it, or, replenish it. We make very good connections with a lot of vendors to ensure we were able to access equipment throughout the pandemic as well as now to replenish our stocks. We believe we're prepared again if something would happen. We do have masks and things again. We did have some grant money to help replenish the stocks as well during COVID using some of the ARPA funds, as well as some grant monies that came out from the EFG, which is, the fires general, fire grant program. So.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all your work. I'm going to have a lot of questions for the policing.
We're going to do police and fire this afternoon. We'll make sure we get a bite. Right? Are we doing police this
We're
morning?
supposed to be this morning?
No, it's a
It's at
misprint.
1:30.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so
sorry.
confused.
Yeah.
So what is right now then? What is this
Next,
morning's
we're
session?
bringing up Office of Community Service and Violence Prevention and Stop the Violence Trust Fund. And police is this afternoon, Peter informed me. And we'll take a break so everybody gets a bite, and then we'll come back and we'll do the 4 bureaus this afternoon.
Okay, I appreciate it. I'll hold my second round questions. I figured out, I'll be asking, just to give a heads up, last year's packet had a list of
But you
the
could if you want to.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 trust funds under Bureau of Police. So I'll hold those questions for
Okay.
this afternoon. Thank you.
So, I'm sorry, sure, Councilman?
Yeah, okay, I just did some simple math, I just wanted to verify. And I hate to harp on this, but this is truly my biggest concern as a council person. This is the biggest concern to my district. At the current rate, when we put that new class on the street, we'll be at roughly 700 police officers, okay? That's a year and a half down the road, okay? Say we continue to put a new recruitment class on every year, which I'm sure we're going to have to, so we gain 30 per year, but we're losing roughly 100 per year, and that number is going to go up, I think. So in 10 years, we will have 0 police officers at this rate. That's just simple math, right? And that's being conservative. It's more likely going to be 7 or 8 years because many are going to retire, I believe. We have 240 that can retire tomorrow. Come January, I want to say 300 and some, that can retire. I was talking, I see Ralphie Sikora here, he was here, last night. He has a firefighter class graduating tomorrow. And I'm recruiting myself out there. So I don't know what kind of plan we're going to come up with, but I told Ralph, I said, anybody who doesn't make the cut with the fire department, ask them if they want to be a cop, please. So I hate to dwell on this. I really do, but it's very concerning to me. It's very concerning to the public. And even in 5 years, we're going to be down to 350 police officers. You can't function. We can't function as a city. So we'll put our heads together. We need to come up with an aggressive recruiting strategy other than just recruitment classes.
Yeah, I mean, I think we just have to determine how many classes we want to have to sustain the number that we need, and what that looks like.
Can we put more
When
than
I
one?
started in 2015, or 2017, 5 years ago, the Bureau had about 800 officers. Between 2017 and the end of 2019, we were over 1,000 officers, and that was by putting 3 classes on per year.
Oh, so
Which
we
puts
could
a
put
lot
more than
of-
one class on per year.
Yeah, it's just a matter of making sure we have the resources, both financially and
Okay,
staffing-wise at the academy. Three classes is a lot for them, but we
Sure.
were able to do about 3 a year,
Okay, I didn't know we can do multiple
but
classes.
trying to
year.
return that.
We have.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thanks, Councilman. So I want to thank those representatives that are here for the Office of Community Service and Violence Prevention and Stop the Violence Trust Fund for your patience. Would you like to join us at the table now? Yep. You see, Councilman, it's one of the reasons that I am such a stickler about where are we going to train our public safety people. When I came on 16 years ago and was chairing public safety then, is the first time I went to the academy on Washington Boulevard, and I went there because it was flooded. And that was 16 years ago, Councilman. Yes, please come up and join us. Hi, yep. Hi, thank you. Peter, forgive me. I think what I need to do is have you first read a brief introduction. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, we'll
and
do that, and then we'll be happy to welcome your comments. okay?
Apologies on the misprint of the org chart. That was from last year's budget, as Councilwoman Gross printed out, and that was just a case of us getting ahead of ourselves with these sheets before the new budget dropped and not updating it. So, the Office of Community Health. Yeah.
Yes, yes, I'd like to do, yes, collectively, if we could, please. Yeah, together.
The budgets are tied together, so that
Yes. Okay. I think.
Do you want to come over here? After I give my spiel, I can slide over. I can slide over after I give.
I think I can handle the table arrangement, thank you. Hi, welcome. Okay, thank you, and thanks for your patience. Budget hearings often take on a life of their own. Peter, thank you. If you would please read the overview.
Yes, thank you. I'll start with the Office of Community Health and Safety and then go over the Stop the Violence Trust Fund. The mission of the Office of Community Health and Safety is to improve community safety and well-being and support public safety personnel by building a public health-informed response continuum. Quick overview, the Office of Community Health and Safety focuses on developing a continuum of support, implementation of public health-informed practices, and consistent community engagement and partnership. There are no full-time employees funded in the Community Health and Safety, the Office of Community Health and Safety. They do have a budget slightly over $5 million, and the vast majority of that is going to the AGH diversion program. And the Stop the Violence Trust Fund was created to support services and programs that prevent violence and criminal activities, and also to support community health and safety programs. The revenues in 2022 are an amount equivalent of 6% of the Bureau of Police's budget and shall be transferred into the fund. The matching amount is required to increase until it is at 10% in 2026. Expenditures include salaries, supplies, materials, professional services, equipment, and other services in connection with the programs that prevent violence and criminal activity in the city of Pittsburgh. A quick position summary. In the 2023 budget, it is proposed to have 32 full-time employees, which is an increase of 15. The new positions include those in community health and safety, which is 1 community social worker, going from 6 to 7, a trauma specialist, a senior project manager for diversion and evaluation, division outreach coordinator, victim assistance and trauma coordinator, victim assistance coordinator, continuum of support program coordinator, And the Community Services and Violence Prevention team has a swap of Deputy Director of Community Affairs for an Assistant Director of Community Affairs. The addition of 2 Safer Together PGH project coordinators going from 3 to 5. 2 public safety ambassadors, 1 administrative specialist, 1 Safer Together PGH project coordinator, 2 violence prevention analysts, and a summary of non-personnel changes, over $1 million more for community spending in 2023.
Thank you very much. Can we begin, Laura, can we begin with you? We'll start with your comments from the Office of Community Health and Safety, and then we'll take Stop the Violence Trust Fund, and then we'll open it to members for questions, okay? Thanks.
Doing this right. Okay, thank you. Council members, thank you all so much for giving us the opportunity today to speak to you about the work that our office is doing and our proposed budget for the upcoming 2023 year. I think that this is always a confusing point that I know that the budget director said we don't have any full-time positions in the operating budget. That's because we are Stop the Violence Trust Fund funded. So we do have full-time positions in the office, but those are not coming out of the general fund. What you see, and I have some documents that I hope might be helpful to clarify, which I'll also send along for your review.
Sorry.
Peter. We got one. Okay. All right. Great. He's got one. In case it's helpful. We, as I mentioned, we are funded by the Stop the Violence Trust Fund. The operating budget, which you will see in the third page, is what I think we usually end up getting stuck on or confused about. As Peter said, our budget for 2023 in the general fund is $5,063,200. $63,200 is for tuition reimbursement, training, professional services agreement for Big Berg, prevention services, training for social workers around harm reduction, office supplies, operational supplies, and then machinery and equipment, which refers to AEDs. So we're using $63,000 of that money. The rest will be under contract with the Allegheny Health Network Roots program, and will also be part of funding that will go to the Department of Public Safety to build out the alternative response program. That's why we have Dan Palka here today, the director of the homelessness and urban, sorry, that's not the right title, Urban Health and Street Medicine program at Allegheny Health Network. So he can speak to both the allocation to Allegheny Health Network as well as what we'll be investing in the Department of Public Safety regarding alternative response, and those will both be in his purview. The first 2 pages detail the positions that Peter indicated that are coming from the Stop the Violence Trust Fund. I know that we're going to be kind of floating in and out of the discussion of Stop the Violence, but to clarify, there will be an additional social worker, which is not reflected here, so that would be a total of 7. The Continuum of Support Program Manager role is moving from a part-time to a full-time role much later in the year. The Community Engagement Coordinator position will be vacated. We're very proud to say that Eric Williams was promoted to a new role in the mayor's office, so we'll be revisiting that program. The 3 trauma positions are something that we have been focused on to respond to the mayor's emphasis on ensuring that our community members are not living with trauma and unattached to resources that are necessary. And the other position that is new is from a BJA funding opportunity. It will be a data analyst. We're working with Dr. Johnson in the Bureau of Police Crime Statistics, Crime Analysis Division, to make sure that that's a position that can help us to rectify and align police, fire, and EMS information. The last page just gives you a summary of some additional funding that we either were awarded, which is that first point, or 3 areas that we are hoping to be funded, which would allow us to build out the overdose outreach and support team and law enforcement assisted diversion, and also assist the Pittsburgh Bureau of Police with wellness initiatives, because we know, I'll second what Councilperson Coghill said. We you know, we really, really rely on our law enforcement partners for all of the programs that we're doing. Sometimes they're going to be involved in the response and sometimes they're not, but we need them to help us to be safe, and we need them to be empowered to do their job so that we can take on the elements of the programs that, the response that could more appropriately be dealt with by others. Dan, I don't know if you want to share a bit about the Allegheny Health Network allocation and is that appropriate? Okay, all right. I asked Director if we wanted to have any additional comments from Dan, but we'll hold off.
At the end of the table, I don't believe we've met. How are you?
Good morning, David Jones.
Hi, David.
pleasure,
Nice to meet you.
Councilman. Nice to
Does
meet you as well.
David, do you have a comment at this time?
Yeah, sure, yes. So if we're talking specifically about the Stop the Violence Trust Fund, as we know, we did a post agenda with council just a couple weeks ago. Excuse my voice. We're at the money distribution part of the fund, the first round.
Started yesterday.
Yes, and we are, I think Councilman Gross talked about building the ecosystems. We're in the process of doing that now, the accountability that President Kel Smith is talking about. And so we're working through those systems now. We're putting the people in place so that whenever there is a second round, that the things will work a little bit more smoothly, and we'll be making sure that hopefully our partners are doing everything that they're stating that they would do. Thank you.
Up to members for questions. We'll begin with our council president.
Thank you. And David, did you state your title for the public?
Director. Thank you, Councilman. Assistant Director of Community Affairs, Department of Public Safety.
And welcome on board.
Thank you.
And I have been working with you a lot, and appreciate the work that you're doing.
Thank you.
And I do believe that some of the groups will be held accountable. But I'm going to continue to say that we need to watch those dollars. But I'll come to that in a second, because I also want to make sure I mention that when we talk about these funds in the second round, I absolutely want to make sure the director is involved in the selection process, because I think he holds. I know you do a lot with funding for the budget. I mean, for your department previously. So I think that you would make sure people are being held accountable. And then I want to thank the Office of Community Health and Safety for the work that you do in the community. And I know I give you a hard time, and I'm going to give you a hard time again. So, but I think that if somebody has to, because we want to make sure there are an increasing number of homeless people in the city of Pittsburgh on our own doorstep out here. And I know that you're working with those people. And Ricky Moody in our office made sure that he contacted you to talk about it. And through the somehow we found out that you are aware and working on that issue. But that's just one person, and there's just a lot going on. And I'm just, Councilwoman Gross and I continue to ask for additional housing and affordable housing. And I think it's great to give, and I told a reporter that it's great to give someone a blanket. When the blanket gets wet and it gets cold and it's frozen, it's not so great anymore. So we have to do more to get people off the streets and into safe housing and put them in safer places for people that want to help. And I think there's a lot of people that want help. And if there weren't a lot of people, the line wouldn't be around the bend for the Commons that just opened. So I think we need to do more, and we need to stop talking, and we need to do it faster than what we're doing now, because and what we see in my side of town, the homeless population, not necessarily on the streets, but they're squatting in homes, and it's creating safety concerns for the people in the neighborhood, especially when we had one incident where somebody went into a duplex, and they were squatting on one side, and a young family owned the other side with young children. And the squatters were burning something to stay warm, and it created carbon monoxide in the building. And so both families had to be evicted, and both were homeless then, and trying to find some space to live. So I think that we can do better. We need to do better, and I'm not going to stop until we do better. And I think Councilwoman Gross feels the same way. I'll let her address that. But I also want to talk about the contract between AHN and us. And is that the only provider we have working with us is AHN? under contract for the homeless outreach. So,
Yeah, they are going to be the primary professional provider.
how was that determined?
We had an RFP that went out in April of 2020. During the pandemic, we proposed, then Mayor Peduto proposed a program that would combine proactive homeless outreach, hub development of sites in each of the zones to make sure that people had a place to go to receive services, and assisted response to law enforcement for what we anticipated would be a significant increase in evictions and thus people on the street holding all of their belongings with no place to go. So that RFP went out. There were 2 respondents to it, and Allegheny Health Network was the successful respondent. So that was for emergency solutions grants. And then as the ARPA allocations were approved, this was the continued provider for that work because of that. The city does also have, I know you all just approved, emergency solutions grants that go out yearly. Those include street outreach. Historically, we've had Pittsburgh Mercy as one of the applicants. I don't think that they applied this year, so I don't think you had that approval. But historically, we have also contracted with Pittsburgh Mercy's Operation Safety Net for street outreach.
Okay, and so my concern is that the agreement between AHN and the city is still not signed. And I understand it's between attorneys, and that's what the delay has been. And so I asked the administration the other day, what is the plan B? How long are we going to give before this agreement is signed? And I'm going to ask again, how long are we going to give before this agreement's signed, before we look for some different solution? Because if it's not ever going to be signed, we need to have a plan B. And if attorneys are the holdup,
No, so actually, we meet weekly about that contract currently. I had a meeting this morning also with HN folks and Lisa Frank from the mayor's office. I believe the deadline we've given now is it has to be done by the end of the year. If not, we're going to discuss and figure out talk more about what Plan B is. We already have some thoughts and ideas.
maybe we can hire Dan Pelko for the city. So, just because I know he's doing a lot of work in that area. So, and when we all appreciate everything you do, but it is very frustrating when you see so many people still homeless and a contract waiting to be signed for such a long time, and people who are waiting for help while we're trying to balance this agreement. To me, it's unbelievable that there's people homeless while people are taking their time. I mean, I would meet every day until I got that signed, every day. Because people are waiting on us and depending on, and not only the people that are homeless, but people all around that are affected by what's occurring, and it's depressing, for, to even think that there's so many people struggling, and we're so unable to help them at a time.
We can keep you updated on the status of that on a regular basis.
I wish we would keep all the council. That's one of the things I would really wish we would be better at with this office. I think that there's a lack of communication directly to city council. If it's a council member, we sometimes get a response. But we also have Ricky Moody, who's doing some work with us. It would be helpful to have him on some of these conversations. But he's doing a different direction, but it's still sometimes it would be, when we get phone calls and we ask him to get an answer for us, it'd be nice for him to get the answer for city council. And I know other members have asked him for a lot of stuff. But overall, I just want to make sure that this agreement gets signed, that we get moving and start getting some help, additional help to people that need it the most. But that's it for me. But I do want to thank you all for your work. I think it's crucial work right now, especially in the city of Pittsburgh. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilwoman. Just go in order again, if that's okay with members. Councilman, would you like next?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to everyone that's at the table. Did you go to both already?
I didn't do Stop the Violence yet, but I thought we were going to do.
Let's do it all together, just for the sake of, we've had everyone here.
Well, I think
for
everybody
2 hours
knows my
now.
thing with Stop the Violence is I want to, one, make sure that there's accountability. 2, I'd like for us to look into using some of those dollars into opening a center, north, south, east, west, and central, a place where people can go that would be safe 24 hours a day, and using some of the Stop the Violence funds in a way that we have preventive and safe places for young people that are also forced out of their homes. in the middle of the night sometimes, looking for a safe place to go. And so I just think that we need to talk about those facilities and what that looks like. But I want to consider the Stop the Violence Trust Fund to actually be using for those things. That's it for me, for that stuff. Councilman, sorry. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
As I was going to explain, the way I was going to approach it was, I'll just talk about Office of Community Health and Safety, and then go to you.
Okay.
Because I need an acronym for your office. What's the acronym? Yeah, I need one so I can remember that in the future.
The Office of Communities, yeah. Services and
I've been
Violence
saying
Prevention.
GVI, now CVI. So, and is that going to be CVI in the future?
Hopefully, yes. We're changing our language.
Fixing
Yes,
the
correct.
leak
Okay.
that damaged the.
All right.
entryway
Well,
out.
so appreciate everyone coming today. I thought it was helpful to hear the exchange about how this started, and then the concerns about what people were seeing outside. I thought that was helpful. So I wanted to kind of frame it a little bit more, because I know for me, as this moves forward, there's going to have to be. It seems like there's going to be a lot of coordinated effort again, like you were talking about. And the more and more we frame this, I think the better it will be for the public to understand. Because I know there's still some, the public still tries to understand the distinction between OCHS and how they coordinate with Roots. And then, so that dynamic there. So Laura, can you explain how, your role at OCHS and how, because it's under professional services. We look at the $5 million for this year and then next year. That's under professional service. Can you explain why it's in that bucket and how you view the role of OCHS coordinating with Roots in the future?
Yeah, thank you so much, Councilperson Wilson. And I also, please, Director chime in if there's something that I'm missing or you'd like to add. I think that there's long been a recognition that our law enforcement partners, our community, have needed supports that are outside the realm of what police can and should be doing. I've been with the city for 5 years, and it was very early in my time here that became abundantly clear through the conversations with our officers and our partners. But it wasn't until 2020, and I think the pandemic, when the money was made available, and then I think the public was reckoning with the reality of the role that police were being forced to play in our community, that we were able to move this forward. So it's a long-standing need, which you would hope means that by the time we had the money in hand, we would be able to just activate it right away. And I thank Council President Cale Smith. I agree. Like, there's no excuse for this to drag on when we have people who have unmet needs. It's something worse than devastating. It's a shame, really. But what we have found, I think, especially over the course of the last year, is that this isn't a cottage program that we, want to throw a few dollars to. Like, this actually, the work that Dan and his staff have been doing is, in fact, a vital part of public safety infrastructure. We need these to be resilient programs. We need to know that at 2 a.m. on a Tuesday or at Saturday at noon, there's going to be someone there. It's not a 9 to 5 role. As such, I think there are elements of the Roots program that will still be governed by the Urban Health and Street Medicine leadership, Dan, but that we will integrate directly into the Department of Public Safety. So the professional services piece of this will be, we'll have a very clear mandate for our partners at Allegheny Health Network to continue to excellently provide street outreach, homelessness street outreach and care, and to build up the capacity of the sites and to expand to all of the districts, or all of the zones rather. We know that inequity is really problematic, and that's something that we've been committing to for some time. And then for what we see as the natural part of the public safety continuum, you call 911 and you're going to get someone. That is our alternative response program, which will also be under the Roots, I don't even want to say branding, leadership, and I think expertise, but we will build in the city because we know how to do that. We know radios, we know vehicles, we know dispatch integration, and it makes a lot more sense for us to do that rather than to invest in that infrastructure in an organization that to date doesn't do it and would have to rebuild a lot of new things. And Dan, I don't know if there's...
So, just simply put, your Office of Community Health and Safety, OCHS, does not do homelessness outreach.
No, we have.
It's all done through AHN routes.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
In the future, we're looking to build out the alternative response, which was originally thinking that it was that in the original RFP? That was kind of explained as a
Assisted response was,
Yeah.
so we know
Okay.
it's a big leap to go from the police calling someone in for help to the dispatchers directly calling another partner. I don't know, Dan, if you want to.
I'll also say that I think in the last 2 years, we've been fortunate to learn a lot about what it really takes to do this well, not just from our staff who are out there doing the work, but also from law enforcement saying, this worked, this didn't really work, we need this to be faster, we need people to follow up with us better, we need more information. So even things that we hadn't and could not have anticipated 2 years ago, we're now sort of figuring out how to do things like data sharing. How do we ethically and equitably share information with law enforcement to a health systems provider? Those are sort of challenges that we're having to broach that initially we maybe had conceived of as at a high level, but now we're really getting into the nuts and bolts of this and working through that.
Okay. And then, I'm not sure if this is the appropriate time to do, since we're talking about numbers and budget and everything, but can you explain what we're seeing outside with people, and like specifically to the council president's comments, and really what, my residents, email, call the mayor's office, call my office about what they're seeing outside, especially during the time of the pandemic. Can you, I know it's, probably a lot of information, but could you briefly state what we're seeing?
Yeah. Like Council President said, it's truly devastating to see, and I think how to sort of simplify it, but maybe make it more clear. A lot of the individuals that we see outside, their behaviors are stemming from myriad factors: trauma, untreated psychiatric, mental, and behavioral health needs, substance use, not always, but often substance use to self-medicate, as they'll say, people to sort of use substances as a palliative measure for untreated mental illness, often as a result of a lack of accessible mental health care and behavioral health care in the county and the city. And so what we see is, those underlying conditions and then the attendant behaviors associated with those conditions criminalized, right? And so the challenge is that as we try to figure out how to assist these individuals, we need to sort of change the framework and reorient ourselves to those issues, and sort of step back from vilifying some of the behaviors that are associated with those underlying pathologies or traumas, and rather see them as what they are, which is a health issue, right? And that we should be approaching these individuals with an eye towards care rather than criminalization. And so that's what we're doing here. That's what we're attempting to do, and we're learning about how to do it well, because it is a sort of novel approach, perhaps unfortunately novel, but much needed. And I think the challenge is, as human beings, we need to be somewhere. And if our condition, as a part of our human condition, our traumas, our the measures we take to feel better or be well, are criminalized, it makes it really difficult to be just about anywhere without your very existence being criminalized. And so the priority here, and the thing that we're working very diligently with the county on, is reframing some of the more conventional service delivery models and facilities that have historically attempted to assist these individuals, and recognize that we need to adapt to the current reality and make sure that there are places where people are able to be as they are, right? So with these underlying conditions, with these behaviors, rather than making them contingent on sobriety, for example, or willingness to engage in certain programs or follow certain stipulations. many individuals are not ready for that, and those should not be preclusionary criteria that prevent people from, for example, coming inside or attaining housing or anything like that. So the challenges facing the people on the street right now are, if you have a conversation with anyone, generally you could list some really conventional services or sites where people might go to seek care. They would bring up the barriers that they're facing to access those services, or the stigma or judgment that they receive while attempting to access care. So our goal is to eliminate as many as possible of these barriers so that people can actually, with dignity, seek care. And I think the hope is, rather than putting people on life support of services, assisting them to assist themselves and do that with a dignified way. Yeah.
Thanks. So I think it is, now that I think about this, because I am going to go into the next question, which I'm realizing just how these questions are important, because this is a big investment, $5 million, 10 million in the future of where this fits in the public safety and where the, what the relationship will be with AHN in the future. So that's a big investment. And one of the criticisms is that, I don't agree, because since I've been in office, I've been faced with the challenge of what we're seeing outside. But one of the criticisms that I hear is just, people don't want help. People don't want to go inside, and they just have to move along. Can you speak to that?
Sure. Yeah. Well, I think my position on it. There are rarely individuals who actually don't want help. Sometimes people may be in a state that precludes their sort of enthusiastic cooperation with people who are attempting to provide care or assist them in some way. But my experience has been, and the experience of our team has been, that it's generally a reflection on the deficiency of the approach to provide care to people. Often people project their own sort of biases or ideas about what a person might need to be well, without incorporating their own, that individual's sort of perspective or self-knowledge, and that there are more adaptive ways to provide care for people. We see extremely harmful tactics, looking at New York this past week, involuntarily committing individuals and framing it as a sort of moral or ethical obligation. We do not agree with that position at all. Respecting people's agency as much as possible, with an eye towards, of course, safety, is our number one priority, and making sure that we recruit people to engage with us in the process of creating their own care and what that might look like for them, recognizing that everyone's different. There are certainly individuals who may decline care, but if you were to look at sort of the underlying logic there, more often, in my experience, it has to do with the deficiency of the measures that we have currently at our disposal to assist people with, not that they don't want to be better.
Okay. Thanks. Really appreciate those comments. So specifically, as Laura, you mentioned the build out, some of these positions, in the city, and specifically, Director, I was wondering, how will we be supporting that in the future? Could you explain how we're going to be supporting these different, I don't know what we call it, teams or groups of people? I know there's, we're talking about vehicles, vans. I've heard different terms like fast team, slow team. Can you explain how we're going to support that on our side?
Yeah, I think as Dan stated, because this is such a new, program and such a new approach throughout the country, everybody's still kind of in that learning phase. So we're using this opportunity with AHN and with the ARPA funding and other funding that we have to work through this pilot system. So the way I see this is, as we go through, we develop what makes sense to be here, what makes sense to be with DHS, what makes sense to be within health systems, not just one health system, but all health systems in this city have a responsibility to help the city and the county provide services to people. Right now, and this has been historic, EMS will go out and engage with someone and take them to the ED, and the ED assesses them and then says, well, there's nothing, they're intoxicated, there's nothing we can do, just let them sober up and send them back out. And then a few days later, we're doing the same thing over and over again. Same with homeless, and sometimes those folks are homeless or unhoused. So we need to make sure we're using this opportunity while we have the funding as a city to help the county and other folks see that we should be a partner in this, and we should be working together. We have the resources as far as Laura mentioned, that we have the resources, that we know how to do response, we know how to do the vehicles, we know how to do some other things. We brought Dan on board with AHN to help us learn how to engage and do some of those outreach efforts. So
Okay.
I think as we go, we will determine what makes sense to be here, what makes sense to be.
Okay. So you're committed to build us out in OCHS?
Yes, under the OCHS and the Department of Public Safety. Yeah, I think we,
Can someone explain the difference between alternative response and co-response? Since we're going to be investing in both models?
Yeah, and Laura and I can probably both speak to this. Co-response will be within Laura's sort of purview in OCHS, and she can speak to that. Alternative response is similar to programs that the folks may have heard about in Denver, the Denver Star program, for example, or Cahoots, which is a really popular model in Eugene, Oregon, that's been very successful over the last 30 years. That model is truly an alternative to a conventional public safety response. So those models are typically integrated into dispatch proper, which would enable, in circumstances where, of course, they're seen as safe and the individuals are requiring some care related to mental health, behavioral health, substance use, homelessness in general, any quality of life concerns that may have precipitated something that would have presented as a public safety concern and perhaps someone would have called 911 for. But through a sort of streamlined triage process, typically at the dispatch level, they're able to suss out that this is a situation that would benefit most from a team of social workers, a behavioral health technician, and perhaps people who have sort of a basic life support or BLS level of care. Could be post-overdose situation where a person declines transport to the emergency department. That's not uncommon. We think we've seen that 30 to 40% of individuals who experience overdoses decline transport to the emergency department, and there are a variety of reasons for that, not least of which is, again, that stigma that they may experience when they do go into a conventional healthcare setting. So this team will obviate those sort of potentially harmful interactions with conventional law enforcement, at times EMS, and the emergency department as well. It is truly designed, and our team would be a sort of self-contained model that would integrate into the continuum that we've built out with our sites and our outreach teams, so that they would sort of fold into the continuum of care that we're building out here.
It's like an IQ test to figure out how to use the microphone. Sorry, doesn't bode well for me. I think there's two important points I want to add. I think we've talked about it. I think council thinks about it a lot. We are not in the business of doing less. We think we kind of need more everywhere, which I realize you all have to be the arbiters of our budget and make sure we're fiscally responsible too. But when we look at alternative response, I think that it's going to be a very, very large case volume that's really complicated. And we're going to start, Dan and his staff are starting, I think, very thoughtfully, which is we're not going to just immediately send that team out to a situation or a scene where we don't know what they might encounter. When we think about safety, it's the person making the call. It's the person about whom the call was made. It is any responder that's part of that process. And so we're going to have to, as Dan said, we have been, and Director Schmidt, we will have to continue to learn. So there will be, I think a slow rollout or a phase in, I don't know what the right term is. But contemporaneously, we do know that there are situations that may have some safety concerns, but are very high acuity, particularly mental health calls. And that's where we see the collaborative or co-response coming into play. If we don't know the degree to which an officer may be needed in a call, that's where we see co-response. Otherwise, I think we will continue to see the higher acuity calls affecting our law enforcement partners with very little recourse for them. I know that we often hear, not just from the officers, but even from the public information officers, about situations where the officers do the due diligence to see if someone is appropriate for an involuntary commitment at the mental health facilities in this region. And within an hour, that person is back to the exact same spot. Sometimes that is in a place where they are, there's a high potential that they may harm themselves or someone else. I think as our officers and, other first responders see that over and over again, we recognize that we need to change something. We also need our mental and behavioral health systems to really come to the table and grow because the capacity is not at all sufficient for what we see in our community and what our community members need. But in those cases, that will allow us to have the safety component, but also a licensed professional or master's level professional who can then work with that person on an ongoing basis. So we're not just coming into contact with that person every time they call 911. The goal is actually to take that kind of challenge off the 911 system. Once we sort of have our colleagues respond, triage that situation, then they work on an ongoing basis with those individuals. So it's really, it's safety acuity concerns that would elevate to a co-response model.
All right, thanks. I know I've been taking up some time, and everyone's looking for the break, but I just have one more question. So, what would you need from council to make sure this is going to be a success?
Well, I think obviously you all have been supporting it financially. I think also some patience. It is going to be a learning process. We can definitely improve communications and touch base more frequently, give you updates on where things stand and what's going on. But it is definitely a learning process, and we're going to have to do a lot of pivoting and a lot of changing things around. So what we did last month might change, this month. Even now, our approach to helping some folks into the shelters changed significantly because of the delays in opening the shelter. Because when it's summertime, we have a little more time to deal with folks. When it's wintertime and now it's cold and it's 20 degrees outside, we needed to get people inside, we don't have quite the same. So just understand that it's, we'll communicate with you, and if you don't know something or need to know something, please reach out to me. I think I answer any of your phone calls anytime necessary, and we'll get you the information you need, and it's going to be a learning process for everybody.
All right, thanks. And for CVI, GVI, and the office that you oversee, Mr. Jones, I was able to be a part of that post agenda, and I got most of my questions answered there. Anything else I need, I'll ask offline. Thanks.
Microphone's not working.
You did a great job.
Thank you very much.
Are you done, Councilman? Wow. I'm kidding. Councilman Gross? Wait. Yeah. Yeah, back. Sure. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. And then we'll go to Councilman Coghill.
Thank you all. So I just wanted to acknowledge that we've assigned the Office of Community Health and Safety with the kind of double projects of doing the diversion or, the accompanying our first responders. But then also this year, you've really been doing more of the homeless outreach that we've been talking about, right? So it's kind of like we have both things under this rubric. And I just want to acknowledge that because I feel like sometimes what's urgent in front of council, we're focused on one thing, like we were 2 years ago, focused on the diversion kind of calls that you were just talking about. And then this year, we've really been focusing more on our homeless community, and, you know, honestly, the other stuff had been off my mind. So I just wanted to acknowledge that you're doing both things. So, and we've addressed both things in the hearing today, so I appreciate that. And I know that other members have touched on the $5 million contract that we had approved now more than a year ago, that there has not been any, not a penny, just to reemphasize for the public and for our minds, like none of that money has actually moved out of the budget. And Councilwoman Smith mentioned how she really wants there to be drop-in centers, but that's what that money was for. So I don't think we really kind of drilled more into that. So, for example, had we had in 2022 drop-in centers open, north, south, east, and west, let me just, thank you. How might 2022 have looked differently for our residents?
So the hubs, as we're calling them, are a really critical piece of this. And as Council President mentioned, having places to be for people, and Laura mentioned also at hours that are perhaps unconventional for normal or conventional service delivery, is real priority for us. You know, at 5 p.m., you know, you might have 5 case managers or whatever. You'd be hard pressed to get any of them to pick up their phones. Now, of course, that's not saying that there aren't some really, really devoted and caring people here, but their imperative or their charter or whatever, it doesn't really extend into those unconventional hours. And we know, and I think we all know, that the majority of the crises and the things that really sort of are exacerbated for people happen during those times. In the middle of the night, things come to a head. And so we want to make sure that there's not only a response for those people, but somewhere for them to go. So, you know, 2022, we were fortunate enough in the initial allocation through ESG that you all had approved to build out the first 3 hubs. So we do have drop-in centers in zones 1, 2, and 5. And we're working currently, our outreach teams do work out of those offices, and they have limited hours that people can.
I'm just going to interject. Yeah. I asked the officer to open the windows since we've all been in here for so many hours, Councilman. If you're wondering about why the windows open, I asked the officer to open the windows because we've been in here for a very long time, and you get a viral load if any of us have any germs. And so I apologize, but you know, the longer you're in a room, the more germs you're sharing with each other. And we've been in here all day, and we're going to be in here for a lot longer. So I apologize if anyone's uncomfortable, but I think we're okay for now. So we were saying about the drop-in centers being available for services at unconventional hours and being fully staffed. I was saying that the other day that I felt like what Councilwoman Smith and I have been talking with about transitional housing is that they're staffed 24 hours a day to address residents' mental health needs, physical health needs, addiction needs, but also job training and placement, kind of helping people get from where they are now, which is not independent, able to function independently, whatever trauma they might be experienced or have experienced, right, to getting their lives back. Like, that's the goal, like to take you from wherever you're starting. Maybe you're ready to get an apartment and get your life back under your feet in a week. Maybe you're not. But to get you to that place, that these drop-in centers would actually have those services, they just wouldn't have the living accommodations.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if we'd had that, so many of our neighbors who've been outdoors in 2022 might have actually been farther along in getting their lives back.
Yeah, I think that's correct.
You know,
yeah.
right, we're hypothesizing here, but we know that this is what we budgeted the money for, and that we haven't accomplished it. In fact, we haven't even moved any of the money yet, right? So if you want to elaborate on that. That's the way I'm understanding it right now, right?
Yeah, Councilperson Gross, I want to acknowledge the prevention work is, it doesn't always feel as critical because I think you don't know what you're preventing. And so it's, I mean, maybe even like this is something that Director Jones has to try to show, which is how do you show data on having prevented a bad thing from happening if people didn't know it was going to happen? And I think for a lot of the residents, the community members who are living outside right now, there were myriad opportunities for that experience to have been averted. You know, whether we're talking about eviction, which I know is something that you think a lot about, you work very hard on, but or you know, some sort of dispute that resulted in a landlord-tenant issue, lack of care, a financial gap, exacerbation of substance use, untreated mental health issues. There are a bunch of things that could be done before that person ends up with a tent on a trail, and you know, Dan and his staff, that's the last stop. That's the last possible option. Nobody wants that to be the reality. It's, you know, again, I agree completely with the council president. It's just an indictment of our societal priorities when we allow this to continue. So I think that the hubs that Dan, that the Roots program oversees are this critical opportunity for that prevention and the diversion from the criminal legal system that we know a lot of the residents, as Dan was describing, do end up in. So just adding to that, I think from the perspective of the contract, as Director Schmidt said, the drop dead line is the end of the year. The fortunate thing is that the Roots team is already doing a lot of the great work, but all of the expansion plans are contingent on that funding. Sorry, Dan.
I'll just add to an answer to Councilman Wilson's last question, just to double down, continue to keep this vision that you're talking about a multitude of, or a variety of options for people based on where they may begin their journey or where they may need help. Continue to apply pressure to whatever entity to continue to explore and hopefully invest in and build out a variety of different housing models and resources for people, because as you've said, it's not a one-size-fits-all thing.
Not everybody needs the same kind of housing. Yeah. And so just since we've talked about this before, just a reminder, the county government gets the federal and state funds for human services. The Department of Human Services is not at the city. I'm also going to say, and I don't want you to respond, that what it feels like we're doing is that we're having to build our own Department of Human Services, which is not a city function, but it's what we've just spent this whole hearing talking about. But let's move on. So just to wrap up for me, I also want to address that we have heard that there are, you know, people living outside that we really worry about. All of the people, but especially there's an increasing in the kind of people who have aged out of our foster system, especially LGBTQIA, as a significant portion of people who are having trouble, you know, being housed. They might be couch surfing or they might be outside. I've also heard, and our committee has heard, that there are parents with children. And I wanted to give you a chance to address that, because we really know that there are people outside that right, as Councilman Smith's already said, we need to be in more emergency mode than we are.
Yeah, I'll agree with that completely. I have multiple instances of engaging with individuals, families on the streets, even just in the recent weeks, especially as it's getting cold. And I think you're all aware, but the McKinney-Vento Act, among other things, basically mandates that we provide housing for families with minors and children. And so unlike perhaps, unfortunately, a single adult male who may find themselves homeless, there is a sense of urgency that's built into legislation, federal legislation, to ensure that those individuals do receive care. The challenge, though, is less, I think, actually we have a twofold challenge right now. Typically, it's either accessibility or availability, right? In this case, it's a little bit of both. We not only don't have sufficient space for these families to be temporarily sheltered. Currently, the family shelter options in the county or the conventional sites or facilities are full. And so, to their credit and under the federal mandate, they have expanded into providing basically hotel stays for people, just in order to accommodate this really critical need that you've mentioned. But they're taxed, very taxed, and the CYF system also extremely taxed. A lot of really unique and, as you said, heartbreaking challenges that we're seeing there. I think the other challenge is accessibility. Always accessibility. Do people know how to engage in the process of availing themselves of these resources, right? And repeatedly, the answer is no. And so I think we need to do better about how to educate people and make it just public knowledge so that, you turn anyone on the street, and it's, I think probably a public health information campaign or something along those lines that makes sure that people do know that if my neighbor gets evicted, I can say, hey, let's make the call. We know who to call. We know how to access these resources. So it's a little bit of both. It's the accessibility piece and it's also the availability piece. So it's a big challenge, but I agree with you. It's a priority.
I think there's always so much more that we could be talking about, and we are talking about it in committee, but we can't cover everything in the budget hearing. So I'll stop questioning there. But again, thank you all for your work, and this is an important part of us doing public safety. Right, so appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Coghill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief because most of my questions were already covered by the other council members.
Did you mention your task force, though?
Oh, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. First, I want to say to Stop the Violence, in seeing your group and meeting them, I have a lot of confidence in you. I think it's going to be a while before we see results, but to know that we're out there engaging with the youth, we've got to curb the violence and, the direction of the kids today, I believe. So I have a lot of confidence in you. I have a lot of confidence in your group, and I look forward to hopefully seeing you make a change for the future of Pittsburgh. Most of my questions are for you, Laura, and you, Dan. Thank you both for being here. And let me start with this. 2nd Avenue Commons has opened. What do we know about it? Is it full? Is it half full? What's the status?
So currently, 2nd Avenue Commons is really at capacity already. So
Wait, repeat that. 2nd Avenue Commons is at capacity now.
78 beds, I believe, on the high end.
Yeah, so we're the number sort of fluctuates, and it's even, and we're working really closely with the county. Every morning, we're meeting with them to discuss how to accommodate individuals on the street in the cold,
Okay.
especially. But so they're sort of opening it in, I don't want to say phased because it sounds very formal and intentional, but really, we really wanted to get it open because it was getting cold, and there were some delays that were mentioned before. They are expanding capacity, so they have an overflow space there as well, and then they also have sleeping rooms that are sort of congregate sleeping rooms. Those are full to capacity. We're now into the overflow space, which is the cafeteria that's downstairs. They've been able to clear out a room recently that it's my understanding that tonight or tomorrow we'll be able to accommodate an additional 25 more individuals there, but we are at capacity there. We're also utilizing 620 Smithfield Street downtown as an overflow space, and that space is also nearly at capacity. Every accommodation is being made to ensure no one is turned away, importantly, but we are certainly in need of more options for people, especially as it gets cold.
Okay, so 2nd Avenue is at capacity. I'm assuming we didn't get all the homeless off the street. There's plenty out there still. Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. Now let's get into Roots, okay? I remember approving this money. It was a year ago, I believe, or so. So with Roots, let me just go through what you've told me, and you can correct me if I'm wrong about anything. We're to use that $10 million. You're going to open up at least 3 new drop-in centers.
That's correct.
Okay. You were also going to put 3 vans on the streets to transport homeless, whether it be to 2nd Avenue Commons or another alternative, correct?
That's right.
Okay. Also, there was going to be a couple of people, or counselors, I want to say, or social workers that you were going to have on hand?
Mhm. Yeah, additional staff as well.
Okay.
Yep.
You have not even started planning for that. Is that right? Because I mean, I know you've been thinking about it, but you can't really plan for it without the money in hand. Is that right?
Yeah, so we've been planning
Right.
and thinking about it and learning, as Director Schmidt mentioned, and we've certainly budgeted for it. So we've built out budgets that incorporate all those staff. But insofar as we've been able to move forward on the acquisition of the vehicles or executing lease agreements with the 3 additional sites that you mentioned, no, we have not, because we don't have the contract in place currently.
So as Council President said, you could have been done with this work. You could have had these 3 sites operating, the 3 vans on the road, had you started, say, when we approved this money initially. If you'd had a year's time.
I don't know if it would have been done.
Yeah.
There's a lot of challenges, but it's fair to say that we would have at least been as far along as.
Right.
You know,
So
yeah.
so let's again, as Madam President said, we have a homeless task force. We talk with you and Laura on a regular basis, and Director Frank, and it's myself, Councilman Wilson, Councilwoman Strasburger, and Councilwoman Gross, and we've learned a lot about this situation through you, I will say, and you, Laura. Dan, you are my go-to expert when I need to find out what's actually going on in the street. How many people are out there? Well, all those questions. So I thank you for all that. I'm frustrated, though, when I hear that you have not been able to even start this alternative, meaning the drop-in centers, the vans, because here we are with 2nd Avenue's filled, and we're approaching winter. We've just started to approach winter, and we have no other alternative at this point. At least the drop-in centers would have held how many people could we have gotten out of the cold per night?
Yeah, so it's hard to say, but
Okay.
it's an option for people to get
okay.
out of the
So
street.
why is it? Do you know that you don't have these funds in your hand and we're not operating these? You haven't started this work? I mean, what's the holdup?
I don't know. Maybe I'll defer to Director Schmidt just to talk about the contracting process.
So I think, because we have been working on the contract, or some folks have been working on the contract. I've got involved a little more recently, but as the contract was developing and the scope of work was developing, we've had to shift things. As Dan mentioned, or Laura mentioned earlier, one is, initially the plan was for all of this to be completely housed in AHN. As we started to go through this, we realized some of this isn't going to work in AHN because they're not prepared for those programs, to have transportation, to have, first responders responding to emergencies, or the, so these fast teams, that sort of thing. So we've had to change a lot of the scope of work. And you'll see the detailed budget has changed. Some of that money that was originally planned to completely go to HN is now, some of that's going to be
I saw that.
city.
Yeah, I think 1.8 million of it.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Dan and Laura have been working a lot on that budget and figuring out where those pieces best fit to make them succeed. Because what we were seeing is if we try to do this, we're throwing something at a wall, it's just going to fall off. So we want it to stick.
Are we assured that these funds will be, this contract, as Madam President started with, are we assured this is going to take place? I mean, is it?
Yeah, we definitely are. I meet with Chief Frank from the mayor's office
Got it.
on a regular basis. Her and I actually had a discussion yesterday and this morning again. This is going to happen.
Good. Okay.
With or without, whatever those blockades that we're having now, we're going to break through them.
Okay.
And as I said earlier, we're going to figure out what comes into the city, what goes with HN, or do we need to bring in some other partner?
Got it. Okay, I understand the complications of it. I guess we're behind the 8 ball right now. We're going to be, I don't know how many months it's set us back, but it's going to be a rough winter if we still have people on the streets and 2nd Avenue Commons is overflowing. So I'll leave it with that. Dan, I hope you get the funds you need sooner than later so we can start this critical work. Thank you for the work you do. Laura, thank you. Mr. Jones, thank you. And Director Schmidt, thank you. We'll be talking about those other issues, I'm sure. I did one more question for you.
No, Councilman.
How much is a recruitment class cost? Does anybody here at the table know? Peter, Director? What's it cost the city of
implement-
Pittsburgh? Yeah.
To implement a
Yeah.
class, that's a good question. We could get that.
Okay.
I'm sure
Yeah,
we could.
last night, I want to, I mean, this is a fairly broad figure, but I
Yeah.
believe it's between 300,000 to 400,000.
Okay. Okay. Well, that's not too bad. Okay.
Oh, good.
I mean, yeah.
Well,
yeah.
you can write
I
us
think
a
we're gonna have
check,
to put 14
okay?
classes on next year. That's why I'm
Yeah,
asking.
write us a check. So we all say this, but I am going to make my remarks brief because I'm going to make sure everybody has an opportunity to at least have a bite to eat. We have a lot to get done this afternoon. But as I was listening to Councilman Coghill ask his questions and other members, what you hear from us is frustration. And the frustration is rooted in we come here through a democratic process. We are elected officials. We sit at this table in a democratic process to make what we believe is in the best interest of the citizens we represent. We legislate accordingly, which is our primary function is budgetary. That's what we do. That's why we meet every Tuesday and Wednesday to approve the funds that need to be sent to the administrative or executive branch of government to supply the efforts that we hear from our constituency. And then when it doesn't happen, it isn't that constituency comes to you and says, why haven't you done this? They come to us and say, why haven't you done this? And to explain, well, that's not our role. We provide funding for it. We don't execute it. They say, I don't want to hear it. Next. You're out the door and somebody else is in. I got to stop. I really do. I live on a main street in the South Side. 25, 30 years ago, I would watch on a regular basis when the weather would change how rail riders would come into the city, walk past my house, head to Carson Street to Panhandle, camp out on the riverfront property. 30 years ago. I'm sitting here 30 years later, 16 years in this council, hearing the same thing. That's where the frustration comes from. Now, that has nothing to do with you sitting here because you're the newest people at the table trying to handle the problem. But it's the history of attempt after attempt after attempt after attempt after attempt after attempt after attempt that hasn't borne fruit that feeds the frustration of the people that sit at the table. It's a massive problem. It is a massive undertaking. I congratulate and condemn you for condemn you. Boy, that was a Freudian slip.
You congratulated and then condemned.
I congratulate and commend you for wanting to take it on, and at the same time, want to express the frustration that we feel at the inability to be able to bring these simple things, they're not simple, these very complex issues to some level of solution. Having said that, so David, you are the Assistant Director of Community Affairs, and so you and I have not had an opportunity to meet, and I apologize for that, but you and I are going to become very good friends because the Director Schmidt smiles as I say that. But the Office of Nighttime Economy is under your purview, and I know there's been some difficulty filling a position in there, some challenges, which I understand. Those things do happen, but I am here to strongly advocate for the department and especially the need to fill that position. In that, what we see in the disruption of nighttime economy, it tends to be largely seasonal, and so what we've seen the past two summers, coming out of global pandemic, Director, you've been in the heat of it. You see what that has happened. The fact that it's calmed down right now is due to somewhat to the efforts that we put into it, but it's largely weather dependent. It's cyclical in nature. Things are going to calm down. But I'm here to tell you, you're about to experience your first St. Patrick's Day. And it is only about 3 months away. And already I know Allison is pulling her hair out, wondering how she's going to be prepared for those kinds of celebrations. And the second St. Patrick's Day ends, we're going to be into the spring with the students returning and summer again. And we don't know what a third summer after COVID lifted restrictions is going to look like, because the last two have been hellacious. So the reason that I argue very, very strongly that we need to assist the department to be able to do the work they need to do. It's imperative that they be prepared now, at this moment in time, for what's upon us.
Councilman, you're 100% right. We've been working with Allison.
Everybody knows that.
Yes. And we want to make sure we have the right person and that they will be around and not more than just seasonal. So we're working on that. We are reposting our interview process. We're taking suggestions from whomever would have some possible candidates. So we're working towards an end. Yes, I've had to talk her down off the ledge once or twice,
yeah.
but we're working well together.
Yeah, the two words that none of us want to hear about anything is we're working toward, right? That because we're always working toward, right, something. We want to say, oh, great, that's in place, good, next, can we do whatever? And I'm really being a little bit overly dramatic, and I'm doing it on purpose, but Director, you know this. I mean, we just the industry is just so very volatile right now. We just don't know really what to expect from minute to minute. I actually there's actually a story that kind of combines both topics we're talking about here. I actually met Allison when I went to San Francisco about 17 or 18 years ago because I'd heard about this company, nonprofit, called Responsible Hospitality Institute, and they were wrestling with these issues of large alcohol-saturated districts in cities and having great success. And I'm like, I need to know about this because I'm in the middle of this. And so I go to San Francisco, and that's actually where I met Allison. So I've known her. We're coming up almost on 20 years. She is the consummate professional and the ultimate authority on these issues nationally. There is no one brighter or more informed, engaged, or understanding of the complexities of a sociable city where food, beverage, entertainment, theater, arts, culture, all of that intersect, and the importance that they have on a city, not just financially, but largely financially in the tax revenues that they generate at a time we desperately need the money to be coming in, but they also provide for a reason why people choose to live in the city. Right? Why do you choose to come and live in a city? You want to first make sure you have a place that you can live that is affordable, that you can house your family, that you can educate your kids if you choose to have children. You can further your own education if you choose to further your education. You have transportation to be able to get about and move and do the things you need to do. But if you're not at work, you're not at school, you're not at home, you want to have a place to be able to socialize and be entertained, correct? I'll wait till you're done with your phones. Thank you. Thank you. It's really important that we give the office the due that it deserves. Secondly, when I went to San Francisco to meet Allison 20 years ago, I remember wanting to go to City Hall. And I wanted to go see Harvey Milk's statue, and so I went to City Hall. And I would imagine everybody here has seen the movie Gone with the Wind. And I remember going to City Hall, and I remember reaching this arc and looking straight ahead. And there's a scene in Gone with the Wind where it is a battlefield scene where you see absolutely nothing but hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of bodies laying there. And that's what City Hall looked like in San Francisco from homeless population 30 years ago. And I remember coming back and saying, this is on our doorstep. Now is the time to address what will be our future. Of course, we don't do that in local government. We wait until it is an emergency situation. It has become untenable, and we scramble for short-term solutions instead of long-term productive strategies to prevent. We are always in this reactive frame of mind because we never have the time to take the time necessary to provide for constructive, planning that is preventative in nature so that we don't have to react in emergency. And we do it again and again and again and again and again. And again and again and again. And that's the frustration. And I don't mean to take it out on you in any way, shape, or form, because you are just the latest, of those, thankfully, that wish to provide solution and resolution. And I applaud you and commend you for wanting to be able to do that, And I wish you nothing but the best. And we want to be a resource to you to provide what is necessary to you to be able to accomplish what you're here to do, because we couldn't do it without you. We just get a little testy at times. Him especially, though. This one, Mr. Wilson, huh? No. All right, so anyway, we have time for a short break. Is the next one 1:30? 1:30. So give you an opportunity to grab a bite to eat. I know we have police, fire, EMS, and animal care and control coming up starting at 1:30. So do I need to recess? I do. Councilman, can I have a motion to recess? And I'll second, and we'll recess. Okay. Welcome back, everyone, to the reconvened budget hearings for Pittsburgh City Council for today, December 1st of 2022. I'm Councilman Kraus. I'll be chairing this afternoon's public safety budget hearings, and I'm joined by our council president, Councilwoman Teresa Kill-Smith, and I'm certain we'll be joined by members here shortly. So with that, Peter, can we please begin with the Bureau of Animal Care and Control and go through your budget synopsis for that department?
Absolutely. The mission of the Department of Public Safety Bureau of Animal Care and Control is to serve the residents of the city of Pittsburgh by providing care, control, education, and resolutions to situations dealing with domestic animals and wildlife. A quick overview, the Bureau of Animal Care and Control core services and programs include Title VI of the Pittsburgh Municipal Code enforcement, collecting stray domestic animals, assisting in the resolution of neighbor disputes regarding animals, advising residents of their rights and responsibilities in relation to pet ownership, safely releasing non-rabies vector wildlife species to approved wildlife rehabilitation centers, implementing quarantine procedures for bite cases, removing and disposing of deceased animals, assisting residents with the animals they may not be physically able to handle, managing the City of Pittsburgh's spay and neuter program, issuing citations and attend court hearings for Title VI summary offenses and or acts as a witness for cruelty or neglect cases, assisting police officers with investigation or removal of animals, and attend community meeting events to educate residents about urban wildlife. A quick summary of the 2023 budgeted positions. There are 16 total full-time positions that have an overall increase of about $37,000 or a 4.12% increase. And a summary of non-personnel changes. There's an overall $40,000 increase in non-personnel expenses coming to hire for services to hire a shelter consultant. And there are no capital expenditures.
Perfect, David, thank you. Peter, thank you. Director, welcome again. Do you wish to make opening comments before we turn to Mr. Madden?
I think, I'll just mention, that Bureau of Animal Care and Control works diligently to assist our residents every day with any issues that come up around wildlife and trying to educate folks on what we can and can't do and what's within the scope of the city. And what the animal care and control officers are permitted to do by law as well. We are limited in scope because we do not have a shelter, so we don't have actual state animal control officers. We just have the city ones that are more code enforcement related than actual law enforcement. So I'll let Dave take it from here, though.
David, welcome.
Thank you.
Anything you might like to present, you're welcome to do so, and then we'll
Okay,
turn
well,
it
we
over.
added our 15th full-time officer this year. That will really help as far as being able to increase patrols and possibly even increase officers into certain areas where and when needed. Officers that have been hired this year have pretty much all passed their training already. I do have 2 that are still in training. Hopefully they'll be ready to go by the beginning of the year, and that'll give us, like I said, 15 full-time officers on the road. So coverage will be better, and if things work out into next year, probably towards the spring and summer of next year, I'm thinking about adding a second shift on our most busy days for better overall coverage.
Appreciate it. Can I go in the order I went before? Are we good with that? Oh, hey, welcome, Councilman. I want to recognize that Councilwoman Strasburger has joined us online. We are here today with Council President Teresa Cale Smith and Councilwoman Deborah Gross. Council President, you wish to make comment?
Just briefly, thank you, Councilman. And first of all, thank you for your work. And I just mentioned briefly to Director Schmidt that we're getting a lot of phone calls about the wildlife, especially deer, residents. And I think a lot of people are hitting deer, and we're seeing them all, obviously all over the place, and it's getting really concerning. It's also really concerning what's happening, when you see in our parks and how the wildlife are, whittling away at Shenley Park, is an article I read, and that it can't be replenished, any time to save the park. So things that are going on with that. I want to know if there's any conversations about addressing some of the wildlife population that's really taking over a lot of neighborhoods, and how you can do it in a way that keeps everybody happy. The other thing I mentioned was that we're getting a lot of phone calls about rodents in the city of Pittsburgh, and I know that contract's under public safety, but is that also in your department? I don't know.
Yes, rodent baiting program is under animal care and control, yes.
And so what I'm hearing is a lot of residents just want, when they have an issue, they want somebody to come out and debate the problem. They don't want to hear, that this one has to sign off or that one has to sign. They just want something done. So could you talk just a little bit about if they're doing anything differently, and if you're buying any additional traps or anything like that for this coming budget season?
Okay, as far as the rodent baiting goes, we do have a newer vendor, Fort Pitt vendors, exterminators.
Okay.
And they run into virtually the same problems as a lot of other companies have. They have staffing issues and hiring and training techs. But overall, they're not running any further behind than anybody else the city's ever used since I've been here. Right now, they're about 2 weeks behind as far as putting out the poison traps for either mice or rats.
Okay.
They did run into a bigger problem towards the end of the summer this year, where they were actually probably almost 2.5 months behind, but they hired a bunch of new techs, and they've been able to get on top of it since then. We don't buy traps for mice or rats. That's taken care of through the rodent baiting program.
Yeah.
As far as traps themselves, I did replenish traps, live animal traps this year by buying 25 new ones.
Oh, you did? Oh, good to know. So,
Yeah.
because I heard that there was a waiting list for the
There's
traps.
always a waiting list for traps because of the reason people want traps. So we only have so many traps to begin with, and then after that, they are put on a waiting list, yes. And the
At least
waiting
you're
list,
at least you're purchasing more. That's good to know.
yeah, I did purchase 25 new small live animal traps, raccoons on down.
Okay. That's good to know. Those are some of the calls I get. Well,
Sure.
we get a lot of them. You'd be surprised in our office for complaints. So thank you very much for your work.
Sure.
Thank you. I'm going to go Councilwoman Gross, Councilwoman Strasburger, Councilman Coghill. Freudian slip. Councilwoman, please.
Thank you, I
Yeah.
appreciate it. So to follow up, I would have the exact same issues in my district as well. So, and I had the same note in front of me that there were concerns from residents that there was nearly a 3-month waiting list for rodent treatments, and that is not what you want to hear when you're a resident.
Right.
We agree, but we don't-
I made an official request to see if I could pay for them out of the city council professional services budget, and I wasn't able to figure that out. But next time, hopefully we'll try to figure that out if it ever gets to that situation again. So you're now saying it's still a 2-week
Yes.
wait list, and
Yeah.
that's because the contractor that we have is too busy?
No, not too busy. They simply don't have the staffing.
All right.
They ran
so-
they ran into the same problem. A lot of people quit during COVID, and they weren't able to hire as many as they initially thought and get them all trained in time and stuff like that. It simply was.
I will also thank the department, because when we had a real crisis, a situation where it was a house where someone had died and the body stayed there for a long time, and the townhouse was, you could see the rodents filling up in the windows. And I'll say here on the record, so as the city, we were told we could not go in. Now, mind you, our public safety broke down the door to get the body out with, a lot of thank you to all of public safety, who I think almost every branch was represented there at the time. But then in the ensuing months, because that takes 3 months to get through probate court, there was no one to cite, there was no owner of the property to give a citation to go in and treat the rodents. We tracked down, thank you to the neighbors, relatives. Because, Pittsburgh families, someone figured out who was related to whom, right? Didn't have legal standing to do it, and so they didn't want to do it, right? And so we all had to watch this very small townhouse fill up. It was 90 degrees out, it was summertime. And that public health situation in that little townhouse was unaddressed. I tried county health, right? I tried city. No one would go in there, and imagine the conditions in there, right? And so all of the neighbors of this very small shared wall townhouse row were unable to go outdoors, right? This population was that aggressive. Now, I did get our animal care controlled to respond, thank you, by basically mobilizing 30 residents to all request traps at the same time and get to the top of the list. So, because that was how many people were affected. But that's gruesome. This is a gruesome, unacceptable situation, right? And so I think it's also incumbent on all of our PLI and public safety to figure out, how do we legally enter a premises when this is a situation like this, and not just say no, we don't do that. We know we have the jurisdiction to do it, but everyone punted and didn't want to do it. And let's not let that happen again.
Well,
right?
like
I
you
was
said-
about to go do it myself. I didn't do it myself, but I probably should have.
Well, like you said, it depends on which agencies you're talking to at the time and who's willing to, I guess, take responsibility and go in there.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it does happen, not obviously to the degree that it happened in that
Right,
townhouse.
and you all did respond, but the other agencies did not, and that it was terrifying. Honestly, it was just really it was daylight, right? Just like a horror scene, and so I just take rats very seriously. And so I'll just say again that if we need to get more resources to get another contractor because of workforce limitations, we should do that. If we need to have some capacity in-house, we should do that. I don't think there's anything worse for a city than to have a significant rat problem, right? So, it's honestly, of all of the, we deal with lots and lots and lots of issues here, but that's a critical public health issue. And so I'd be in favor of that, because the other thing that maybe didn't happen for decades, and you've heard me say this now kind of for 8 years, that there's been a lot of development and construction in my district, more so than other parts of the city, is you disturb the rodents. Right? And so when you've had, at times I've had more than half of the building permits in the city of Pittsburgh just in my neighborhoods. That's a lot of rodents.
I
That
agree.
can be disturbed, right? And then they're going somewhere else. So, and wildlife and snakes. And my God, we've had all kinds of things in people's houses, right? So, I just wanted to say that, let's make sure that we're spending the resources, because it's not going to break the budget. And I want to make sure that we take it very seriously, and that all of council kind of understands that this is something that, again, I always say development and construction and all that kind of pressures may be coming to your street next. And it's a lesson we learned the hard way, that we didn't really have the response times level of service that we'd be looking for here. and it's really critical. So thank you for the work that you do.
Thank you.
But I wish we were doing more of it. So that's, I think, all I have for animal care and control. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Strasburger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all for the work that you do every day. I really appreciate it. And I wanted to follow up on the council president's question about deer. I didn't hear an answer. I'm sorry if I missed it. What is our overall strategy when it comes to handling deer overpopulation that we're experiencing in our parks, but also increasingly in neighborhoods?
Well, for anything dealing, oh, sorry, Lee Williams, sorry. Lee Schmidt will answer that.
So we are working with some different partners, Parks Conservancy around the parks areas, PA Game Commission, and other animal experts, so to speak, that are external to the city, because obviously our animal care and control officers are not equipped to handle deer populations, other than kind of knowing the behaviors and that being the subject matter experts for the city. But we are talking about different options we have and what we can do with that. And that's an ongoing discussion with the mayor's office, as well as, like I said, those other agencies that help support some of those initiatives.
Thank you. I do want to try to have a way to keep city council involved in these conversations. I look forward to having a conversation with the deputy mayor in a week or so on this and some other topics, but council members are getting asked about this, and even media are calling us and asking for the solution. And it, as we all know, it can't be a district by district solution. It has to be a citywide solution. So, I'm happy to be at the table for these conversations, or to help be a liaison, to help keep council members informed, or to have just all of council more involved in this issue, because I'm sure many of us are getting these calls. But thank you for the work so far. I look forward to getting brief from the deputy mayor as well, and being part of this conversation.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Coghill?
Thank you. Thank you for remembering, Mr. Chair.
How could I forget you?
I'll paste it on my head for you next time. Welcome. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the work you do. Boy, in District 7, it's not only the people, but the rodents are being displaced as well.
That's correct.
But to kind of piggyback off what Councilwoman Gross was saying, I had calls, many calls, private property, nobody living there. We don't know what's inside the house. In her case, unfortunately, it was a corpse. But we don't have permission. If we know that rats are coming from this house, we don't have permission to go in there and check it out and destroy them or anything in that
No,
nature.
we don't have permission for that, or even as in a lot of other cases where, raccoons have moved into the house. We're
Right.
not allowed to go into the house and set traps for them either.
Yeah. I think the way I was led was to call the health department. Was the only way we can actually get entry in there and see what's going on.
I don't know if the health department would actually give you entry or not, because normally it's only if, as Councilwoman Kraus found out that a lot of times they won't even go into it. A lot of times it may require the health department, certainly that's true, and then it may also require somebody from PLI to send an inspector over and everybody work together.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Is there a certain time of year that rats are more?
Well, they certainly are more prevalent during spring and summer. That
Right.
certainly is true.
Right.
And they do stay even pretty active. We get probably, even nowadays, we probably get between 3 and 5 rodent baiting requests per day right now even. And then we've actually even had them in January and February. So, but they're a lot more prevalent probably from about March all the way through October.
And we abate the source.
You bait the source where what happens is the poison bait in the trap doesn't kill the rats instantly, because that doesn't really do anything other than killing 1 or 2 rats. What it does is when they go to eat the bait, it gets all over them, and then they take it back to their nest and it spreads to everybody else.
Yeah, I had one homeowner hire an independent contractor just because she couldn't get any results. And he was very effective. I mean, I think he used the bait like something like you said, that
Sure.
takes it back to the nest and hopefully destroys the entire nest. Now that I know they're all coming from District 7, I don't know what to address this. Yeah. Let me ask you this. With the Mount Oliver, remember we were talking about taking over their animal control. Whatever happened with that? I can't quite remember.
We had presented the prices that it would cost and stuff like that, but at the time, the union, the Teamsters
Yeah.
Union for the officers, presented that they wanted another officer hired,
I remember that, yeah.
and they wanted another truck, another animal care and control truck, and there were a couple other things they wanted, and we couldn't match it at that time, so it kind of went by the wayside.
So Mount Oliver's on its own then still?
Still on its
Okay,
own.
got it,
But we
yeah.
do assist when they're having really bad problems with like one particular dog. This year alone, we've been there maybe 4 or 5 times
Mm-hmm.
when they've had really aggressive dogs that have already bitten somebody or tried to bite people loose and they weren't able to get them. So we did send officers over
Because
to help.
they don't have their own animal control?
No, they do everything
Okay.
through the police.
Do they sub out, or what do they do? Do you know?
As far as I know, it's pretty much police officers themselves that have to
They wait
take
for
care
them
of
to
it.
cross the city line, I guess, and we take
A lot of
care it.
times that does
Okay,
happen.
right,
That is
okay.
true.
Right. Hey, that's all from me. Thank you.
Thanks,
You're welcome.
Councilman. Just one brief question, and we'll bring our other invited guest up. Director, when we do demolition, part of it is asbestos abatement, lead abatement, one other, and then rodent as well. Is that part of the contract? Do we do the rodent abatement in a demolition, or is the contractor that is scheduled to do the demolition, is that part of their contract? Do you have that answer?
Yeah,
I'm just
that would be
curious.
the contractor's
Okay.
responsibility.
I can just imagine the burden that would put on you if you were doing that as well. I'm good. May we?
I
Yep.
just want to just say
Sure.
briefly that we had a situation where there were a lot of rodents in a house, and no one wanted to go into the building, and Commander Zet let the police go in, and then they gained access for PL&I and other things. So she thought outside the box a little bit and did some stuff. But so you can go in, and actually, it's my understanding from back when Director Huss was here, PL&I can go into a building. They need to do it. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. David, thank you for being here. Appreciate
you.
your time. We are going to move on to the Bureau of Emergency, am I correct? Yep, Emergency Medical Services. I know Chief Romano is here. I believe he has invited guests. Come up to the table, please. And Peter, I'm going to ask you if you would read us the budget briefing you have for the Department of Emergency Medical Services.
Absolutely.
Welcome.
The Bureau of Emergency Medical Services is dedicated to the reduction of morbidity and mortality of residents and visitors through the provisions of advanced and basic life support pre-hospital care, medically directed rescue, and transportation of the ill and injured. The Bureau of Emergency Medical Services is dedicated to the reduction, that's the same thing in there twice. A quick overview. The Bureau of EMS is divided into the following divisions: the Ambulance Division, Special Events Operations, the Rescue Division, Special Operations, and Training. A position summary for the 2023 budget: there's a total of 219 positions, which is an increase of 6. That's made up of 217 uniformed employees, and there's an overall increase of about $700,000, or 3.6%. Summary of non-personnel changes: there's an overall increase of $335,900, and also $490,000 added for driver training, and $129,000 less for personal protection equipment. As far as capital expenditures, all capital items under Public Safety Administration are under the Public Safety Administration, but ELA contains funds for 2 new ambulances and 3 ambulance remounts at the cost of $660,000 each. There's $150,000 in PAYGO for high-pressure rescue airbag replacement for both fire and EMS, and about $152,000 in PAYGO for mannequin training simulators. There's also a grant fund of about $16 million for radio replacements for all bureaus, which we talked a little bit about earlier this morning.
Hey, thank you, Peter. Appreciate it. Chief, welcome. Oh, I'm sorry. Director, should I go to you first, then go to the chief? How would you go right to the chief? Chief, there you go. You got the floor. Welcome.
Thank you for having us today,
Yeah.
and thank you for your support as always, Council.
Yeah.
I'd like to introduce my Deputy Chief, Mara Gilchrist, that's with me today.
Welcome.
And thanks to all the EMS personnel that are out there working today and every day. Amazing work that they've been doing. Numerous saves throughout the year, and great work. Pittsburgh EMS received the Bronze Plus Mission Lifeline Award this year for 2021. STEMI care, it's regarding getting basically a heart attack patient to the hospital and getting him to the cath lab in a record amount of time. Pandemic operations are still in progress, maybe not as in the news. Still probably well over 3,000 that we have transported confirmed cases, numerous that we don't know about, probably that we don't get feedback from. But that continues, as you know. We've had great success with our stroke project that was implemented for this year, as we addressed last year. Great results. We continue to make strides with our crib program. That's leaving cribs behind when one of our crews sees that maybe an infant doesn't have the proper sleeping area to, so an infant doesn't suffocate, not sleeping in a proper, bed. We've had a 95 to 97% survival rate for penetrating trauma, which we've through the last year. As we talked about, the chassis are ordered also. So once again, thank you for your support, Council.
Great, thank you.
Just wanted to add, with the initiatives that we have accomplished, we've also been working very hard with the Pittsburgh Public Schools to help diversify the Bureau of EMS, along with other pre-hospital care programs around the city. So that's one good thing that we're really proud of as well. Thanks.
I'm going to open it up to council members who will have their questions. If it's okay with members, I'll go in the same order we went before. I'll begin with Council President Cale Smith.
Well, first of all, thank you to EMS. You're one of the, you're just an amazing group of people, and we appreciate all the work that you do. And I really appreciate that you didn't move out of the city, so I'll make sure I add that part, so thank you for that. But I do want to ask a little bit about the training. When you talked about training, one of the things that we keep talking about on council is having our athletic associations trained on how to handle sports emergencies. And I'd really like more of a concentrated effort that, we make sure that we're getting to every athletic association, that everyone's trained in that area. And I'm wondering if you maybe consider working with DPW on who has the permits to make sure that those, as we're issuing permits, that people have went through the training. Because we did have someone in our district who died, a young child who died on the field, and had they had that training in advance, I'm sure that would probably be here today. So I just think it's important to make sure that we're training athletic associations. And do you have the capacity to do that with, as many associations as?
We have the capacity to train a lot of the departments around the city, which we do. We give them CPR and AED training when requested. So we try to do the best that we can, as well as with our community outreach program. We have our paramedics that are working the field go out and teach basic first aid. So if that answers your question.
I think it does, but I think I think what I'm looking for is maybe more of an organized effort, that you're making sure that there's an attempt to, as we line up the permits, before we issue permits, people have their clearances, as we make sure they have their clearances, to make sure they have their rosters, we make sure that they have their training.
That part would be difficult,
That's what I wonder.
Somebody
Okay.
who basically would have, if somebody lets us know and we're able to get out to their group prior to their season.
Or maybe if you did it one day with DPW, had a meeting with all the coaches or something like they used to do.
Possibly
Yeah.
somebody, if there's an, organized.
Yeah. I think they're doing it again, having meetings like that again. I think Chris Hornstein, he's a great guy, but I think he's doing that.
Just as part of the Stop the Violence initiatives, we are, there's some athletic leagues that are receiving funds from that. We are requiring them to come in for training, and some of those trainings that we are looking at is things like Stop the Bleed, active shooter, CPR, first aid, that we're going to have them participate in.
I would love to see the council trained on all that too.
Yeah. Our EMA staff's also starting to do some of those initiatives, working closely with our bureaus and supplementing as they can to help support those initiatives. But we have some things working, and hopefully we can work to develop them. And if there are additional needs, we'll definitely come back to council and let you know.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm going to end it by saying, there wouldn't be an event in our district if it wasn't for police, fire, and EMS. That's all, because they're there for everything. So thank you all for your work.
Okay, thank you, Council President. Councilwoman Strasburger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, it always takes a second to toggle over to the unmute button. Thank you, Chief, and your crew for all that you do. You're just truly amazing work day in and day out, and I know the type of toll that it takes mentally and emotionally. So thank you for you all for the work you do every day. I really just had one quick question. I see that there's $490,000 increase in funding for workforce training, and I just was curious what that entailed.
Good afternoon, Charles Showers, Department of Public Safety. Most of that training is for diver training. I'll defer to the chief to go into more detail.
The lighter you touch it, the easier it turns on. Just very light.
Yes, we're going to, it's been a few years, we've had people that have retired and or come off of the River Rescue Program or have resigned positions. So we're going to, as part of their training is a period of months, is regarding the backfill of their overtime and then the equipment that they need to be fitted with for their training and then for their operations when they go operational.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Oh, thank you, Councilwoman. Appreciate it. Councilwoman Gross.
There we go. Thank you all for being here, for your work. I don't have any questions overall, which is wonderful. Thank you for that. But I'm going to ask everybody about the page that we have in our binder. There are a variety of trust funds throughout public safety. And my page in front of me for EMS says that there is a balance of 1.8 million in the reimbursable event trust fund. Do you want to just tell the public kind of what that is and what does it do there?
We are contracted and are paid from the venues, major professional teams, colleges and high schools, the city schools, et cetera. And that money is then paid into that trust fund so that when payroll is made, it comes out of that trust fund. Also, what we're able to do with that money is to buy additional special event units, equipment, and things like that to keep that so it's not being paid out of the normal budget.
When we have a very large event, we pay other municipalities for their services. Does it come out of that trust fund?
It does come out of that. They're invoiced, the venues are invoiced similar to, and they're paid. Then those other entities are paid, the other services are paid out of that money.
I'm going to kind of put it in my own words.
Sort of a flow through.
If we were a municipality in Allegheny County that did not have 3 large sports arenas and did not have 4 or 5 universities and did not have large hospitals where we're hosting special events, we might have a much more even-keeled operating budget that would go maybe through some cycles, but that we do have these very large public gatherings and large events, others kinds of has these swings, and so we are holding income here for when, like exceptional income to pay out for when we have exceptional expenses.
Is
that fair?
That's fair, yes.
Okay. Okay, that's good
You
to
may
know.
not need that ambulance this year, but you will have the money to buy it next year to then, to rotate into newer vehicles for the special events.
And we always, as a body,
it pays itself.
we like to remind the public that the city of Pittsburgh is paying for hosting the large events and the celebrations and the gathering spaces for the region, not really just the county. And so sometimes that's a little tough. And it's the kind of places where I can almost imagine, I'm just going to speak out of turn and you don't have to respond, that I think we don't get RAD funding for something like our public safety responses to very large events. But why not? That's just me. I'm just going to say that. I just said it. So there's that. Oh, you don't need to respond. This is not interrogatory.
It wasn't?
I'll just leave it at that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Coghill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here, Chief, Assistant Chief. Appreciate it. I just want to, I don't really have a lot of questions. I will say, I believe our public safety across the board, whether we're talking about our police department, the paramedics, the fire company, or, firefighters, really the most well-trained, best in the country, I believe. We have standard of professionalism. I see it all the time throughout the different bureaus and yours is no different. I think you guys do a fantastic job. I remember talking last year, Councilman O'Connor at the time and I were trying to fight for a ambulance that was desperately needed. Did I see that we added some in the budget for new ambulance? There are 2 new ambulances, right?
We had budgeted for this year two remounts for 2022. And then there's some adjunct vehicles that have been cut already for next year, but there's still 5 paramedic units chassis on the budget, hopefully. And the problem is that we have not gotten this year's chassis yet. They're ordered, but they're not being manufactured.
When we get the chassis, what's it take? Do our mechanics actually do the work?
No, this will happen in Iowa through Lifeline.
Okay, so it comes here ready, fitted to go on.
They'll be shipped. The chassis will be shipped right to Iowa,
and
then we would have to get, if we're doing remounts, then the arrangements would be made to get what we're sending out there shipped out there.
So the overall apparatus, good, sufficient, need some?
Always.
Right, need some. We're always good.
Yes, I'm not going to lie to you.
We don't want you
lie
to lie
to the table.
Right? Yeah, we need to know. Right.
We need to be on a schedule that rotates them in and out.
Absolutely.
So
Right.
the front line moves to the spares. The old spares get moved out.
Right. As far as personnel, do you have enough?
We are continuously. It's usually like 4 times a year we hire. I have 1 paramedic and 2 EMTs starting Monday, and the next agility test is scheduled to have about 13 paramedics and 14 EMTs come through. Now that's if they, if they show up for the testing.
Right.
So we would pretty much put us right where we are in budget if we see those people come in.
Good deal. Councilwoman Strasburger mentioned asked about the money towards the training for the divers and the equipment for the divers. I knew some of your divers since retired, Dan Capitola. I don't know if you remember Danny. Yeah. Oh, is he still with you? Oh, is that right? It's like in a soft spot now. Is that right?
Well, they find. I give them credit. They find.
Right, sure.
As they, there's some age that.
Yeah, right. So he's there for kind of teaching purposes. Experience.
Yes, he can. And it's not easy to dive in the river.
I know
it's not
that.
like diving
that's
into the
what I
Caribbean.
wanted to hit on actually, because I know from talking my many conversations with him, you cannot see your hand in front of your face when you're underwater in a river, and I know that from swimming in the river as a kid as well. But when are they dispatched out to dive? Is it always when somebody is missing? Somebody jumps off a bridge and is missing? Is it what's the most commonality that we have to go search for somebody in a river?
It is as common as somebody looks suspicious walking on the bridge.
Right.
Hanging over the, maybe they're just sightseeing.
Right.
Just
So the divers are deployed on a
the
regular
boat's
basis.
deployed,
Right.
a rescue unit, a land unit is going out to every police, et cetera. They're
Right.
going out to search that immediately.
Right, yeah, because of my conversations with Danny, I know that's a dangerous job, and it needs a lot of training and the right equipment, and it's a must to have in a city with 3 rivers, that's for sure, so. Okay, no, that's it for me, thanks, you guys do a great job, appreciate you being here.
Thank you, Councilman. Quick question, Chief, if I may. Under summary of non-personnel changes, we are budgeting $130,000, give or take, less for personal protection equipment. Is that COVID related in the reduction of calls, or?
It probably is our protective clothing regarding what we call bunker gear, for like similar to what the fire department wears for extrication and being at fire scenes, et cetera.
Is there,
It varies from year to year depending what's expiring and what needs replaced.
and you have what you need?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, all right, good. That's pretty much all I had for you. Councilman Coghill, Equipment Leasing Authority. They'll get them ambulances for you. Okay. There you go. Okay. Oh, is it ELA today? Is it? Okay. All right, good. Thank you very much. And Deputy Chief, it was a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for being here. Thanks so much.
Thank you for your work.
Yeah. Okay. I did ELA for 14 years, I think. Yeah, it's time. I'm glad he's doing it. Okay, we're going to move on to the Bureau of Fire. I know Chief Jones is here. He most likely has some invited guests as well, too. You're welcome to join us, Chief. And while we wait for the chief to come to the table, Peter, could we please have the budget overview for the Bureau of Fire?
Absolutely. It is the mission of the Pittsburgh Bureau of Fire to protect life, property, and the environment by providing effective customer and human services related to fire suppression, emergency medical services, hazard mitigation, emergency management services, and domestic preparedness. The Pittsburgh Bureau of Fire encourages all personnel to take a proactive role in reducing the impact from emergencies by providing programs related to fire prevention, public education, community relations, risk reduction, disaster planning, homeland security, and operational training. All services provided to the residents and visitors of the City of Pittsburgh, the County of Allegheny, and the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania will be delivered in the most professional manner to the best of their abilities. A quick overview of the Bureau of Fire includes 4 divisions: the administration, operations, planning and training, and risk management. A quick position summary for the 2023 budget. There's a total of 670 full-time positions, which includes a total of 667 uniformed employees. A quick summary of non-personnel changes. There's an overall increase of $173,596. And some other changes include $150,000 additional for operational supplies. And quick capital overview. All capital items are under Public Safety Administration, but the Equipment Leasing Authority contains funding for $800,000 for a mobile air compressor and $977,241 for fire truck lease. Also, capital budget includes $5,356,000 in bond funds for Fire Station 8 and Police Zone 5 construction. There's also includes $150,000 in PAYGO for a high-pressure rescue airbag replacement for both fire and EMS, as I had previously mentioned. $85,000 in PAYGO for chemical personal protection equipment, $30,000 in PAYGO for gear extractors, and $150,000 in PAYGO for breathing air compressors. There's also about $1.7 million in grant funds and $1.4 million in PAYGO for SCBAs.
Okay, Peter, thank you very much. Chief, welcome. Pleasure to have you here. How are you?
Thank you. Glad to be here. I'd like to introduce to you my Assistant Chief, Brian Kokila.
Assistant or deputy?
Assistant.
Assistant.
Yeah.
Assistant Chief, welcome. Pleasure to have you here. Director, do you wish to make comment, or do we go right to the chief? Okay, there you go, Chief. The floor is yours.
2022 has been an exciting year for us. We've made some great strides this year. We have some challenges that we're facing for in the future, but we're geared up to meet those challenges. Over this past year, we're getting ready to graduate our recruit class tomorrow morning. Excited about that. We also provide fire suppression services for Wilkinsburg and Ingram Borough. So Saturday, we're collaborating with the Red Cross for a Sound the Alarm event after the recent tragic fire in Wilkinsburg where 2 young children died. We're going to blitz that neighborhood with a smoke detector program on Saturday. This past year, we also, after the barrier study, which gave us some insight into why we're having such a hard time with diversity as far as women firefighters. We did the Girls Fire Camp this past summer, which was a huge success. We're gearing up to do 2 of those in 2023. And We've also, working with Local 1 of IAFF, received licensure for the CPAT, which is the physical agility test that's been proven to be gender neutral. And so we're hoping that the Human Resources will be able to fund that for us. And that's a collaboration between the city, Local 1, and Allegheny County for that. So we're making some progress, and I'll turn it over to Brian to talk about our apparatus for me.
Lighter you touch it, there you go. I don't know why, but.
Good afternoon. Thank you. As we currently have 2 aerial apparatus under contract that are in process of being constructed, and we were working with the ELA for the final execution of a contract on 4 pumper apparatus. And in addition, there are some small vehicles that we're working to get under contract in cooperation with the ELA.
Okay, I'm going to open it up to members for question, comment. I'll go in the order we've been going. Council President Cale Smith.
Thank you, sir.
Councilwoman Strasburger, Councilwoman Gross, Councilman Coghill, Councilman Wilson.
Thank you so much.
Madam President, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. First of all, thank you for your work. You know, I appreciate you. I call you chief all the time, and director for fire trucks and firefighters for different events across our district, and you never fail. And especially Lisa Epps, she's been amazing. I just want to say that Lisa Epps has been amazing. I think she's going to be difficult to replace when she ever decides to leave. But and she started the girls' camps as well, correct? And City Council helped. We contributed to that program as well, because we do value it and do understand the need. And I think it was amazing. So I just want to say that. And the smoke detector program, I heard you mention that. That's still occurring? You still have that going on?
Yes, if for everyone in the city, you dial 311 and tell them you need a smoke detector. We will contact you, and we will set up an appointment where our crews will go out and install the smoke detectors for you.
Thank you very much. No, I have used that many times for our district, but I didn't know it was still going on, so that's good to know. Thank you. And Brian, it's my understanding you might be leaving. Is that correct? Are you leaving?
Well, Madam President, I'll be straight with you and tell you that I have a very significant offer to leave for the private sector. It would be my desire to stay with the city.
Mine too, and in the city, District 2, I might add, but go ahead.
And I think that's a conversation that is occurring actively with the administration.
So my concern is, so you're an assistant chief, and there's another assistant chief position that's vacant currently still, is that right? And it's been vacant for about 6-7 months, is that right? Okay. Do you have any idea when that will be filled, that position?
So I'm hoping to fill that position by the beginning of the year. I have narrowed down the candidate pool to 4 candidates who will be scheduled for their second interview beginning next week. And after that, I will make my decision, recommendation to the director.
Okay. And that's it. That's basically it for me. Thank you. Thank you all very much for your work.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Strasburger, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all for being here, for the work that you do every day. And I wanted to build on the successes that you mentioned as a result of the barrier study, and really wanted to find out what you think the vision could be in future years. I mean, the camp is wonderful. The new certification, the gender neutral certification, is wonderful. Out of that study, out of that report, what do you think could be future either small or large efforts that could help bring gender parity and more diversity in all regards to the Bureau?
So the barrier study identified 3 main barriers. One was just a lack of understanding or knowledge about the fire service and what we do. The second one was the physical agility test. And the third one was the residency requirement. We kind of hard to recruit someone to come to the city of Pittsburgh on the hope that they might get a job. So according to previous rules and regulations, you had to be a resident of the city 1 year prior to application. So all three of those things have been addressed. The Girls Camp, along with Pittsburgh Public Schools CTE program at Westinghouse, is addressing the idea of, hey, this is a great job. It's not just about you seeing us coming out of the building with black stuff coming out of our noses and we've risked life and limb. There's so much more to it than that. The part about the physical agility test is being addressed with the CPAT. The CPAT has been challenged all the way up to the Supreme Court and has survived those challenges as being a fit and proper exam for firefighter recruits. And the last one is the residency requirement. That's been lifted now. And so we can actively go out and recruit people to come to Pittsburgh, show them what a great city we are, what a great fire bureau we have, shameless plug there, and entice them to come and be a part of our team.
And I'll echo that. We do have an amazing fire bureau, and one that I think anyone would be proud to work for. Do you see any future capital requests coming through to help make the buildings more friendly to everybody?
Yes. Do you want that
I know that was
list?
a
Do you want
softball
that
question,
list
I'm
now,
sure.
or should we put that? So for starters, if you're going to have a more diverse bureau, we're going to need separate comfort quarters for females, whether it be showers, sleeping quarters, things like that that need to be done. We have some very old stations. Some of our fire stations still have the trap doors in the roof where they kept the hay for the horses. We have stations older than some states in this country, so that's going to take some capital to bring those up to a more modern standard.
Well, I look forward to seeing some of those proposals in the future too, because I can only imagine, being someone who is excited to join the bureau and ready to go and feeling welcomed, and then getting to a station and realizing that I'm sort of like a second-class citizen within the confines of that building, right? So I think that'll be a hugely important piece of it. Not all of it, obviously, but something that I'm willing to support in the future. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Gross.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chief. I think I'm going to follow up on the question that Councilwoman Strasburger was just asking, because I feel like we've talked about this before, right? So we know the engine houses and the stations have been in bad shape. Council's allocated significant funds. Some stations have been worked on. And so maybe if you could give us a high level, this is, not operating budget, but it's capital budget for fire. What is the facilities, like the status of the comfort stations, as you call them, I think was the right terms, bathrooms, and more in each of the station. And just for clarification, you all spent 48 hours, or is it 3 days
24.
straight? 24 hours at a time at the stations?
Or more.
Or more at the stations. So just a reminder to the public, this isn't some place where you're spending an hour a day. We're expecting our workforce to live there while they're on duty.
We have not made the progress that I hoped. Well, we have had several stations that these accommodations have been made, but
Can you just, I'm curious, because I know we've seen work, I've seen work at some stations,
I
but
believe
I'm not sure.
13, 12, 34, I don't have them all off the top of my head right now, but we have 30 stations. I know 16, which is actually in Wilkinsburg, that's been done, but we have 30 stations and we don't have nearly enough of them ready to go.
So we think out of 30 stations, 4 have adequate kind of gender.
Maybe 6 at the high end.
Maybe 6 at the high end. That's not good enough, is it?
No, it's not.
Right. So is DPW doing the work for us?
That's who has our capital. We don't have a capital budget. So.
Right. So DPW, let's get this all straight, because we want to do better than that, right? So if DPW has the capital budget, we need to ask DPW kind of what is the work schedule to getting to all 30 stations, because that's certainly going to help with your recruiting. It's certainly going to help because I know it's not only gender kind of responsive comfort stations, but as you say, there's actually other health and safety issues at the engine houses, which we've talked about before. And we want to make sure that our employees are not unsafe, and we certainly want to make sure that they're in a comfortable situation, especially when we're asking them to live someplace on duty. So we need to make sure there's progress. So if it's a DPW kind of work schedule, what does that look like on your end? How do you work with DPW to prioritize which of the work gets done and what stations get done?
We usually go by where we find complaints or some safety concerns, because aside from these making additional facilities for different for females, we also have safety concerns. There may be uneven sidewalks or driveways. We had a serious problem with drainage and sewage in Station 13 that took a while. Station 20 is actually in a flood zone, and we're looking, and I know there's been plans and drawings set up for a new station out in the Hayes area, Lincoln Place area, to get them out of there. So I work with DPW when I get an opportunity, and we sit down and we talk and we tell them the needs, and they kind of tell us that, where the limits are, and we try to come to some happy medium in the middle.
I mean, it's tough, right? We're having the same kind of workforce issues, but we're lucky. I think we're grateful to see additional employees in DPW. I've argued before that when we're doing kind of reconstruction of the city or of our own city facilities, that we, isn't just regular maintenance, because God knows we didn't do the maintenance for 30 years, and I was really like rebuilding, that you can't have this kind of skeleton staff and do it all with subcontractors. You really need to we're building things. We need to have our own staff to build it, and it's actually more cost effective. But, so I'll ask Director Hornstein about that, but I think what I'll add in my own 2 cents is that the complaint-driven system, of course, has merits, because when there's something critical happening that we need to respond to it. But if we don't have female firefighters to make the complaints about gender-adequate comfort stations, then maybe that shouldn't be a complaint-based prioritization. So that should just have its own work schedule.
Answering your question, you were saying, what do we do when we're dealing with DPW? They know about those things. So that's 40,000 foot view. That's overarching. They know that has to be done. The immediate things that we're working on is what I meant by when I said complaint problems, boilers, garage doors. There's a plethora of things out there that we need to worry about. But yes, the living quarters for females, and that's something that's been on everybody's radar for at least 20 years. So.
Oh gosh, and we only got to 4 out of 30 in 20 years. I think we need to pick up the pace. So I'll just go ahead.
If I could just add something. I did have a meeting with Director Hornstein, myself, Chief Frank, and Local 1 to discuss the concern about the female facilities. And one initiative they've started, I have to check with DPW, with Director Hornstein on the status of it, but I know about a month ago they were convening with a group of female firefighters, so they would have input on what those facilities would look like, what they would be comfortable with, and how we can kind of, essentially, because we can't build 30 new fire stations, what can we realistically do that makes everyone feel comfortable, acceptable? We have folks that are male, female, and various, orientations as well. That everyone in that firehouse should feel comfortable being in there.
Great. That's what I think like to hear. And if we can be helpful on figuring out how to get there, we need to have that conversation. We can have that conversation with DPW too. I'm just going to note that I just flipped to my pages of trust funds, and fire does not have a trust fund. Not in front of me. All right, just checking. All right. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you all for your work. And I also really appreciated being invited to Fire Ops this last year. And it was a really intense experience. and I did all of the things, and I actually was able to walk the next day, and I was surprised because I actually was really scared that I was going to hurt myself. But thank you all to staffing us really well. I did not actually hurt myself, but it was very intense. It was a really good experience. So thank you for inviting me.
Glad you enjoyed it.
Thanks, Councilwoman. Councilman Coghill.
Yes, thank you. Going back to the 4, 6 stations, whatever we have to accommodate, both genders. Was Carrick one of them? Do you know? I know because I had gotten complaints about Carrick Fire Station. I don't know the number there. But
That's station 23.
It's 23. Right?
And I don't believe that was done yet.
Well, maybe I guess they did have a female there, and maybe she's not there anymore. I would think because I can't imagine this was a year and a half ago.
So I believe that
2
was
years ago.
firefighter Putup. I believe
Okay.
she is still there. She's a driver operator.
Wow, she's still there waiting
I
for
believe
that.
she's
Oh,
still
my
there.
goodness.
She was also one of the counselors in the girls' camp.
I
this
feel like I
summer.
let her down. How many female firefighters do we have?
4.
4. Okay.
And only one of those
So we
is
got
African
4
American.
female fighters, and we have one in Carrick that didn't get the renovations that they need. So we have 3. Are the other 3 in
No.
Oh, can we transfer them? I mean, what are we going to do?
No. Again, no. So Lieutenant
it's a shame
Carey
to have,
I'm not
you know.
sure exactly where Lieutenant Carey Burnham is.
Fire
Station 8. Okay, and then I believe Lieutenant Beeler is at 19. Carey, firefighter Putup is at 23, and the 4th one is Lisa Epps, and she's at Fire HQ.
Now, when we pick to do these in order, Public Works, I guess, does that. Do we not look and say, well, there's 2, 3, or a female at this
Yes, at the
one?
time when it was
Okay,
done,
at the time,
13.
they did take that in
Yes,
consideration.
13 was
Okay.
where Lisa Epps was stationed,
Got it.
and that was one of the first ones on the top. of
Oh,
the
so
list.
then she comes to 23, and so we
Then there was
renovated
also
17.
another
Got it. Okay.
firefighter, female firefighter, who since
Understood.
retired was at 34, and that one got done as well.
Understood. And if, say, that female firefighter wanted to be transferred over to, say, 17 that has the renovation, can we not just do that? Is that not
We
so simple?
cannot just do that,
Is that
no,
right?
sir. The
Yeah.
collective bargaining
That's
agreements,
what I was
it would have to
thinking,
be
right.
a spot open, and she would
Understood.
have to bid on it, and that spot would be issued according to seniority.
I understood. Maybe we could change that bid with the collective bargaining unit to be by gender, at least in this case, because, it just makes sense. Okay, enough about that. Recruitment class, I'll be there tomorrow. How many
31.
31, okay. Did we have for instance, with the police, we went, under the Peduto administration, I think we went 2 or 3 years without a recruitment class. Have we gone without a recruitment class through COVID or anything like that?
No, we have not.
Okay, so yeah.
we've
Well,
been
that explains
going
why
on.
you're to par as far as.
We are always just maintaining what we have with a recruit class each year. If we skip a year, then we're
a lot
going
of
to fall
trouble.
below.
Right, which explains a lot as far as what's going on in the police department, let me tell you. So, okay, so 670 is kind of the level that we feel we're comfortable at.
Yes.
Yep. Tell me about, as a member of the Equipment Leasing Authority Board, tell me about the entire apparatus. I know, Brian, you alluded to 4 pumpers, but overall, just give me an assessment.
We're doing better. we just like we need more, okay? We understand how tight the money is. We get that. But we're working hard to standardize the fleet. We're almost there. I've been working on that since the 15 years I've been here, to standardize the fleet so that First Vehicle Services can keep one set of parts for everything, whereas before we had a hodgepodge, and everybody wanted to, if it was cheap, then it was for us. And that's not necessarily the way it should work. It has to meet the qualifications and requirements for us to do our mission. So our rigs are custom built. They're, the specifications, they are very rugged. The manufacturer, the vendor we're using now, has been very good about that. We actually have rigs that's been on the road now 12, 15 years, still frontline. That's not the way we want to do it. That's not ideal, but it is what it is. And so we're doing okay with that. But do we need, could we use more? Yes.
Sure.
Yes, we're always running out and not having spares. And there's been times when we've actually had to put an engine crew in a pickup truck or something like that because we just didn't have any spares to put anybody in. That caused from some high anxiety whenever you have that problem.
Sure. I know probably across the board, but I feel like your department, being first responders, you need to have the necessary vehicles, whether they be smaller or the pumper trucks or whatever. So I'll do my best as far as, Equipment Leasing Authority Board goes. I know that you had some issues with some former pumper trucks. Again, this goes back to the former administration who made a deal with a company that we weren't happy with because it didn't meet your standards. That has all been corrected.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Good. I remember that meeting. That's good. So no issues with the current vehicles that we have on the street?
Just waiting. I believe that Ms. Olzinger told me on Monday that the contract was signed.
Yep.
And so we're good to go.
Good. And I believe this administration will be taking your lead and Ralphie Sikura's lead, I believe, in these things because you know better than somebody that's sitting at this table what kind of equipment you need. So that's what I rely on. So thank you for that. Just one last thing. I had a couple folks tell me that they had in the budget, I believe, originally, or you had a request, I should say, for the budget for a person in inventory.
Yes. Yeah, Brian, you want to speak to that?
Yes, Chief. We did have a request for an inventory assistant to support the work of our public safety warehouse. Our folks really do a phenomenal job of supporting not only the Bureau of Fire, but also the Department of Public Safety and our sister bureaus. We've encountered some workplace injuries, some out-of-workplace injuries, and some illnesses that have really just strapped our staffing at the warehouse and our ability to serve the Bureau. The inventory assistant is a semi-management role that would permit, it would lighten the load on our current warehouse manager to allow him to see a little more globally and help manage those some of those projects, specifically right-sizing our inventory so that we can make sure that we have what we need on hand and the ability to have that readily distributed.
Brian, I'm glad you brought that up. So inventory, what they do in inventory is making sure you have the right amount of every piece of equipment you carry.
Correct.
And that way we know what you need and we know what we need to fund, right? We need this assistant inventory worker. Is that, Director Schmidt, I'm sorry, I don't mean to leave you out of this conversation, but I should ask you, I know that they had put in for a request. I believe it was not approved for this budget, and do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, that staff's actually in the Public Safety Administration budget. And it is definitely a needed position. But as we all know, we all make requests, and some requests are fulfilled and some are not.
I do know that, yeah. I do know that, unfortunately.
Right,
So what was the salary of that person? Do we know? Starting salary?
I don't recall. But
And I also think there was a labor position that was not granted as well.
Anticipated budget impact 2023 was $39,044.
Wow, we couldn't get that in there. That's a shame. It really is. It's a small amount for somebody that's for a job that's really important. So, okay, not too late, I guess. We could try to work on that, right? All right. So if you're telling us that we need that position, we could try to work that into the program here. Thank you. I appreciate you being here. Appreciate all the work you do. Thanks.
Thanks, Councilman. Councilman Wilson.
Thank you, Chief, for being here, and thanks. Sorry, I missed the introduction. You're Assistant Chief? All right. So if we go back to the purchase that had to be reordered in terms of the trucks that had to be reordered that Councilman was mentioning, how do we make sure that doesn't happen again?
So basically is you should have people who are subject matter experts making a suggestion on what is needed. In that particular case, the previous administration was sold basically a bill of goods. They were told that this is just as good and look how much cheaper it is. And oh, by the way, in order to get this deal, you have to sign by tomorrow. So I was actually on vacation when that happened and was notified that, hey, we got your new trucks, this is what you're getting. No one consulted me on our needs or anything, and when I asked for the specifications on the truck, I was given what that was called a stripper sheet, which kind of looks like a window sticker at the car dealership, which didn't go into any detail. By the time I was able to finally get the specifications and review the specs, I rejected this wholeheartedly that, okay, they're cheaper, but that's about it. So, and I was beat up pretty good about I should accept these because they were cheaper. I said, well, thank you. You bought me a spoon, but I need a hammer. And this is just not going to work. So that's basically how it happened. So,
How much money are we talking about?
I think that original one, they were coming out at $600,000 a piece.
That's right.
Or something like that. And the reason they were so cheap is you get what you pay for. The metals that they were built out of was thinner. There was components not missing. There was things that we've already deemed to be unsafe that weren't, safety issues that weren't included in them. And then it just went downhill from there.
So what's been done to correct the
prevent
a
ELA
situation like that happening again?
Well, I can't promise you that it won't happen again. I'm hoping that there's people who are listening to this right now loud and clear that will understand that what I'm saying is firefighters should be the one who determine what we need.
Yeah, I guess do we have a policy in place that specifies, who sits on that committee that makes that decision?
Through the Equipment Leasing Authority Board, there are policies in place and how those specs are put together.
You mind
Maybe
if
I could work
jump
with
in?
you on
Yeah,
getting that
would you mind if
policy
I
in
jumped
place.
in? Just
Yeah.
for a second, interrogatory permitted there, sir? I forget, what's your name?
Just go ahead. Just go ahead.
No, okay, Councilman Wilson, to answer your question, my very first vote on the ELA was over these pumper trucks, right? So I'm sitting there and we're going back and forth. The chief's just explaining, these are just not equipped with what they need. Not only that, it doesn't give them the right, everything on it that they needed. Much to my surprise, I was the breaking tie vote, which I couldn't believe. I still can't believe it this time. And I'm thankful that I was there. But going forward, I had said, and I talked to Ralph Sicuro on this, is absolutely, they need to be in on the conversation. They need to tell us what is sufficient and what is not us tell them.
Yeah.
And I know this administration is going to follow that policy. They know they're.
Well, I'd be interested to see if there's a written policy because
maybe
you
there
might
should
not
be.
be there.
That's a
You
good-
might not be there next time.
No, that's right. That's a good question.
Chief might not be here, but I think something.
Yeah,
written.
I don't think
Okay,
we
good.
came up
But we
with.
make sure we get a copy of it, that's all.
Like they
Obviously,
rewrote
the
it.
spiral's
Yeah,
out of
the
control,
ELA
you allow
has
it.
policies and procedures written for all of the purchasing and all of the financial aspects.
A new policy.
I'm not sure if it's new, but
Well, let's look at- we'll look into that.
Certainly,
We'll
if
look
it
into
was
that. Okay.
followed
I don't think we have
appropriately.
one, but I think we need one. I think it's a
Okay.
good point.
Councilman Wilson, you have the floor.
I like everyone
Do you-
chiming in.
Do you
It's
remember
good.
what happened at one
Yes.
budget hearing?
Yes, I'll be Darlene and I'll throw this at you.
And the other, back to the facilities for both genders. Is this going to be? So DPW would make that decision. Are you seeing any investment in that currently?
Well, we've been talking about it.
I mean, I know you mentioned the ones, previously, but
they're,
what's the
as
path?
far as I know, they're saying that there's plans to do it. And as the director just said, they did meet with the 4 females or is scheduled to meet with them to get input. So which stations are next, I don't know, but maybe.
You don't know?
No, I would have to ask Director Hornstein and his team. Once, we included the female firefighters, I felt comfortable that, they were represented and they could speak for themselves. I don't want to speak for them, so.
So what would
that's
you
why
do?
we have the meeting
So if we
with
had, I'm not sure what the class looks like, but if people were onboarded, you would just position people at certain
Can't do that.
locations.
We can't do that. That's why we have to kind of work with, and I know in other cities, they've started to kind of essentially make single room bunks and single restroom, that sort of thing. So that way everyone feels comfortable. But again, it's a space thing, and trying to rework plumbing, that sort of thing is not always easy. So I would have to follow up with Director Hornstein as to
Okay,
where
yeah,
we
because
are
I
with
was
that.
interested in putting together a resolution to, just direct or empower
I think there is
the.
already some sort
So
of.
there is like a 10-year plan.
No, I think there's some sort of a
Yeah.
directive that we're supposed to be following that we're not compliant with.
Yeah. All right. Well, I think similar comments as to Councilperson Gross. I'll follow up with DPW on that. Thanks. All right. I have no further questions.
Good, great, thank you. For the sake of brevity and the fact that we do have our chief here and want to make sure everybody gets up and gets ample time, we have ample opportunity to meet offline if it becomes necessary to do so. And I would be happy to do that. I did want to recognize Engine 24. We had a retirement this week. Captain Abbott, after 38 years of service to the Bureau, retired. And it was quite a moment. Many of you know I live right by, we're neighbors with the station, and I always thought of him as a neighbor, and just such a perfect gentleman, and it was such a pleasure to have he and 24 there. And I was really sorry to see him go, but he earned it. I have a question about the fire alarm. What am I trying to say? No, the
Smoke detector?
Smoke detectors. So it relates to fire extinguishers. I had a friend, very good friend, long story short, set his house on fire, burning candles, falling asleep. This had to happen 10 or 15 years ago. That year he bought everybody he knew fire extinguishers as a Christmas present. And I've never been without a fire extinguisher from that moment on. Have them in basement, first floor, second floor, attic, always. But they expire, and I don't know if people really understand that the compression, it leaves after a certain period of time, and it will say on the gauge. Now, there was a time I actually used to take it to 24 and ask them to recycle or to recharge. Now, this was years ago, and they were able to do it, but they're not anymore. They're not rechargeable, and you have to replace them, but I also don't believe they're recyclable, and that's the real question. Would you even know that if there's if you have an expired fire extinguisher, where we as a city, you can take it for?
There is nowhere to take it. Right now, they're just basically disposable. You go to Walmart, you buy it, it's good for about a year. Like you stated, and you can look at the gauge and maybe get a good idea, and you throw them away. That's the end of it, and you go get another one.
And it ends up in a landfill. Yeah.
Ends up in my garbage can, Councilman. That's as far as I could track it.
I'm just really, it's not your fault by any means, but I'm just really discouraged to hear that because of the importance that every home should have multiple fire extinguishers. And when you think about it, and the lifespan of it and where it ultimately ends up when it's no longer usable, I'm just wondering if there is and I'm not suggesting this for a minute, but I'm just wondering if that might be part of the smoke detector program as well at some point in time, if someone wished to ask for a fire extinguisher. If we were, and I'm not suggesting that we go out there and do this right away, but that we might consider that also being a possibility. So
Everything will be considered, yes, sir.
Everything. And let me ask you this, Chief, how many years now? 12?
15.
Is it, so you've been here, you came here right as I came here then?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. It's been a pleasure serving with you. It
thank
truly
you.
has been. It has. And we're in good hands.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Are we good, members? Can we? Great. Okay, then we will let you go. Thank you for being here, and we will bring up the Bureau of Fire. I know our acting chief has been here patiently waiting.
Police.
Yeah, what did I say? Oh, did I? I'm sorry. Yeah. It's been a long day. It has been a long day. Yes, it has. 15 years. Yeah, I didn't think Chief Jones had been here quite that long, but I think he came when
He was
I
here
came
right before
on.
I came.
Yeah. And I start 16. In January. Okay, I gotta
And Matt, why
find
don't
you.
they collect the fire extinguishers?
They do?
They're fire.
We really should find some way of doing that. Okay, Bureau of Police, we can't talk now. Bureau of Police, we have our acting chief, Tom Stangrecki, with us, invited guests as well. Chief, we're going to start with our budget director reading a brief synopsis, and then we'll take a presentation and open it to members for the comments, okay? You've done this before. You're an old hat.
I think so.
Yeah, thank you. Please, Director.
Of course. Through the commitment to professional service to all, the Bureau of Police is a source of pride for our city and a benchmark for policing excellence. The Bureau of Police stands ready to protect human life, serve without reservation or favor, stand as partners with all, and help all communities live free from fear. The Bureau of Police is divided into the Chief's Office in 3 branches: administrative, investigations, and operations. There's a total of 953 full-time employees included in the 2023 operating budget, which includes a total of 900 uniformed employees budgeted for the 2023 year. And a quick summary of non-personnel changes. There's an overall $150,553 increase. Some minor decreases, but $209,000 was added in machinery and equipment to account for 37 fleet cameras. As far as capital goes, all capital projects, like the other bureaus, fall under the Department of Public Safety. However, there is $5,356,000 in bond funds, as we noted with fire, for the Fire Station 8 and Zone 5 construction, and about $16 million in grant funds for radios for all bureaus.
Okay, Director, thank you very much. Director Schmidt, do you wish to begin? We go straight to our acting chief, so there you go. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Councilman. It's a pleasure to be here. On behalf of the Pittsburgh Bureau of Police, it's been a challenging year. However, our officers and supervisors are working very hard and diligently to keep the city safe. They have gone the extra effort to respond to calls, investigate crimes, and resolve some high-profile crimes very quickly. Our focus is on the reduction in violence. We're working on a number of initiatives, and I am hopeful that with the hiring classes in 2023 that we can hopefully get up to our budgeted strength and provide better service to the residents. Thank you.
Yep, thank you, Chief. Appreciate it. Hi. Hi, how are you? I'm sorry. Would you like to, just for the sake of the public, introduce yourself?
Sure. Whitney Nicholson, Department Business Administrator.
Okay, great. Thank you. And nice to have you with us today. Thank you. So with that, here we go. There'll be all kinds of fulsome discussion here, but this is what we do. So, Council President Cale Smith, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank you again for all your work. Chief, I know it's been a challenging year, and I just want to thank you for sticking with us and for staying with the city of Pittsburgh. I think it has been a very difficult time for everyone, and you know, with all transitions, it's a challenge. But with your job in particular, leading a department, waiting for a new chief to come in, getting acclimated to new administrations, new policies, and yet protecting your officers and the public. You've been doing a fantastic job. Even though I know that the crime is high, I know that you've been balancing as much as you can and doing as much. And I just want you to know that we appreciate and recognize what you're doing. And so thank you for doing it.
Thank you.
Thank you. And so obviously we want to know about the numbers of police. And, what the plan is. I'm hearing that there's the class coming on, and I felt a little bit better after I heard Director Schmidt address it. And I think Director Frank that we've been working with has been really good to work with as well. She's a great communicator. So I think that's been helpful. But overall, as we see crime spiking and, we see downtown falling apart between a lot of our lack of policy, or because of our policy, in terms of either homelessness or crime, and you're seeing we know people are working hard, but we're not seeing that result on the street. You know what I'm saying? So I think we want to know, what can we do in the interim here to protect the public, to decrease the homicides, and I think you are decreasing homicides, and I think in part because EMS is also so great at their job. But there's still a lot of shootings occurring. And so I want to hear from you what you think we should be doing or could be doing. Do you feel comfortable saying that, what you think we could be doing differently or what we should be doing?
Sure.
Okay. I don't want to put you in a position to say something you don't feel comfortable saying either. So if you do feel uncomfortable, we'll have a different conversation.
Yes, as I said, it's been a challenging year. Just to talk about the numbers, I believe at the beginning of the year we started out with 912. And we're down to about 836 as of this week. As far as the, addressing violence, each commander in operations is responsible for identifying the areas of concern where violence is most likely or has a pattern of occurring, to develop a plan to put more resources in those areas. In addition to that, we are partnering with investigations branch and other agencies to conduct investigations in those areas to investigate those who we feel are responsible for the uptick in violence and build cases and hopefully be able to prosecute them and hold them accountable. An example of one area that the Bureau has been working on has been 255 East Ohio Street, where Zone 1 committed a lot of resources to patrol. Zone 1 also worked with the investigations branch on a long-term strategy to conduct investigations in that area, and the individuals responsible for some of the violence in that area. And over the course of time, they have made arrests. They continue to try to maintain that area, but also look for other areas where crime may have been displaced, and also, start investigations in those areas, and also provide patrol. So we're trying to do that in each of the zones. We're also working with the Public Safety Director's Office and the Mayor's Office, with the Office of Community Health and Safety, the REACH teams, to try to identify people that may need resources that may be not responsible for the crime, but may be contributing to some of the disruptive or nuisance activities in those areas, so that we can get them stabilized so that they don't further contribute to the decline of those areas.
So there's just been so many changes, and a lot of things we changed in hopes that would be more protective of the Black community in a lot of cases. But when you see the increase in crime and the increase in shootings and homicides that are disproportionately affecting the Black community, I think we need to review the policies and seeing what we're doing. If it's not working, we need to rethink what we are doing. And so it's concerning to me that there's so many young people. Kids are getting younger and younger. They're shooters. And I mean, honestly, I'm at the point where I'm thinking we should do some of the Stop the Violence Fund, Trust Fund money and open a place. And I keep saying this, north, south, east, west, and central, have it open 24 hours a day, put a curfew in place, and the police can have some place to take kids that's local. And when they arrive there, there's somebody there to help them with either social services, make sure the police is there, some kind of safety there so that it doesn't become a place where people were shot. And just any kind of resources that we think that would be helpful to people coming in at all hours of the day. And I just think we need to rethink something here, or to add something in here a little bit different.
That would be a great idea, because without a truancy center, or
there's no place to take the kids.
Even juveniles that get into trouble, that there's no place to put them other than to return them home, and hopefully that they, have some type of supervision until they await their case to come up in juvenile court.
I just think that it would be just good to. So I am working on that and looking into that with the administration, with others, to see what we can do to make that happen. What's actually needed. And Director, I'll work with you on that. As I just brought it up a few weeks ago. Well, I brought it up initially when the mayor first ran, and then I brought it up again recently. So I think it's a conversation we have to have. Police numbers, I'm worried because they're getting so dangerously low. And we heard somebody was shot at the other day. One of the officers, was that right? Accurate?
I believe there's an incident downtown. There's a fight with juveniles. When the officers were doing that, some of the juveniles got confrontational and aggressive with the officers, and assaultive. And during that arrest, I believe that there's another individual that may have fled and dropped a gun, which discharged. And officers were able to make an arrest on that.
And my concerns are that the numbers are getting so low that either an incident's going to happen because officers are being forced to work overtime, and an incident's going to happen where, maybe they use their gun at a time that they shouldn't, or maybe would have resisted a little bit. Maybe the timing may not be, maybe they just didn't calculate it right or something. I don't know.
I think
but I'm also worried that an officer's going to be injured.
I think that once our numbers get up to budgeted strength, I'd like to have a academy class similar to what Chief Jones had mentioned, to be in training, so that when people do retire, resign, or move on, that we're always able to keep a full allotment of officers. Hopefully minimize the amount of hours officers have to work, whether that's voluntary overtime or forced overtime. And by keeping a full complement of officers, then we can have more officers on the street. We also need to examine how we do things, how we've done things in the past, and can we reallocate trained officers from maybe administrative positions to out in patrol or investigations.
So also, we did a lot in terms of community policing over the years. And now where are those officers? Are they still on the streets? Are they still doing that type of work, or are they somewhere else now?
Yes, so we still have a community engagement office. It consists of a sergeant and 5 officers. And each zone also has 2 community resource officers in the field to focus in on community engagement, and also maybe long-term issues. I know that many of them have deployed to the areas where schools let out, try to keep a lid on what goes on after school, make sure that things are calm and reduce fights and things like that. But
that's where a center would be helpful. I saw something called the chilling van, or chilling something. Did you see that? Chillmobile. Did you see that?
No, I did not.
It's AHN. It's a chillmobile, and it's where kids can come in and chill out a little bit.
Okay.
So that it calms them down before something escalates.
Yes.
So I just wondered if we're working at all with them with that, because I just saw it maybe 2 weeks ago.
I think maybe there was some mention that maybe our officers did participate with that.
Okay, good.
But,
and then I want to just put a shout out to the Specialty Deployment Division with Chief or Commander Ripple and his officers. They have been everywhere. I mean, everywhere, and they've done a great job. But they also have the mounted patrol, and I know that mounted patrol facility, I think it's in the north side.
It is.
Yeah, and it needs some work there. And
Yes.
is that in this budget?
I think it was requested but not approved. I'm
Okay.
not sure.
Yeah,
Tell me.
so we need some work on the turnout there. It's at Riverview Park essentially, or abuts
Okay.
Riverview Park. The stables are private. The turnout is actually on city property, but we need about $125,000 to repair that space. So we're
So
looking at all the different options with the administration.
So we had people donate the horses, correct? In some of the cases.
Correct. All the horses were
A
donated.
lot from Pittsburgh Steelers, right?
Yeah, some were Pittsburgh Steelers, some were private. There were a couple corporations as well, but there are 8 horses that all of them were donated.
I wonder if we can get those people to pitch in and help take care of the place that houses the horses. And that program's still staying, correct?
Currently, it's still there, although we do need personnel. I mean, hopefully when we have the academy classes, the mounted patrol, I believe, started the year with 6, and I think
I'm
they're
going to just
down
advocate this
I think they're down to 3 right now.
Okay. So I'm going to say this because I go out and I'm in the community a lot. When I see community policing, I think that they do a good job, but they're usually working with a lot of adults. But when I see the horses, they're usually with a lot of kids. So, I mean, you got to decide, do you want to please the kids or you want to help work with the kids? Or do you want to work with I think that, to me, that would be it. That there's a lot. And I would just say both are probably worth it. You have to do both. But if funding is an issue, then I would hope that you would reach out to some of the people that help donate some of the stuff and keep that program going. But I'm hearing what you're saying, that it's a staffing issue. But anyway, that's it for me. I'm just going to keep continuing to talk about the numbers of police officers. I think we need to do as much as we can to get people on. I hear that you're saying down the road, but we need something done now. We needed something done yesterday, obviously, and this is something you inherited. So I know that it's a challenge for you too. So, but I also want to add real quickly, the commander for Zone 6 she took a job too, and
Yes.
that's my understanding, as
Yes.
a chief somewhere else. And she did a great job of keeping the lid down on Sheridan when things were starting to happen down there. So I'm concerned about what's going to happen there, and when, because this would be how many? I think it's probably the 5th commander we've had since I've been there, if not more.
So a couple of things. One is we put out a solicitation for commanders, so that process is ongoing. So hopefully in early, maybe January or February, we can complete that process. We have a couple of commander vacancies. However, we can re-examine where our current commanders are deployed and, look at filling Zone 6 since Commander Zed is retiring, and get someone there permanently as soon as possible.
And then I know you're doing a lot on the south side, and I know Councilman Kraus is leading that and very happy that that's happening. But we share Zone 3, which means sometimes the officers are being pulled from Mount Washington, Duquesne Heights, which is now seeing an increase in crime. So I know it's a balancing act everywhere, but I want to make sure that that's on your radar a little bit.
Yes.
That residents up there are getting a little bit disgruntled too.
Yes. I know Commander Ragland mentioned that area the other day.
Yeah,
as
and
an
the
area
shooting's
of
happening in
concern.
Sheridan. We're going to have a meeting with the mayor, I think, sometime in January with the public to address some of the issues going on there. So thank you very much for your work, and I'm sorry that you're going through so much, all of you at the same time. It's a challenge for everybody across the board here. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm not sure if Councilwoman Strasburger remains with us because I can't see the screen. Nope. Okay, so then I'm going to go straight to Councilwoman Gross.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all for being here. I'm going to ask the same questions I think I asked last year, and I think I asked the year before. So I don't know if any of us remember it. We talked about your organizational chart, and I have a lot of the scribbled papers from last year and the year before in front of me, but I didn't actually find my scribbles on the org chart. And I was asking for L members, really, when we talk about the size of the police, the Bureau of Police, that's a different question than talking about the number of officers. And I want us to talk about it as two different numbers, because we generally don't, and we should, right? And so in 2020, I made this chart, and it's out on the internet someplace. I got it from Governing Magazine, which compares cities on all kinds of things, right? From technology to policing to all kinds of stuff. And this data is old. It's based on 2020. But it says, how big is your police department compared to your population? So we looked not at 300 cities, but at the 14 cities we use. Pittsburgh usually compares itself to, our benchmark cities. Now, some of them have bigger police departments per population than we do, and some of them have smaller, right? So we have in Pittsburgh about 31 people in the police department, employees, per 10,000 population. Indianapolis only has 20. So the size of their department per population, if you hold the population steady, is much smaller. Austin has 24. Charlotte has 26. Some have much, much higher. St. Louis has 55-person police department. I would like to look at that and see if they really have that many people policing, or if they've combined public safety with the department. I don't really know what's going on there. But the part that I want us to discuss as members, and we've talked about before, is that that's not the same thing as saying how many officers do we have. Because a lot of these cities, Boston, for example, at 40 police employees per 10,000 people, has only 32 officers per 10,000 people. So there's a difference, but they have civilians in their department. And we've talked about that before, and I've asked about your org chart, and I've said, so when we talk about the concern, that I don't want to discount Councilwoman Smith's concern or Councilman Coghill's concern about the number of officers that can go on patrol. In this organization chart, of all of these boxes, which again, for members of the public, if you go to the 2023 budget on the city website, you just kind of click down to the Bureau of Police, and one of these pages is an org chart. Which of these boxes are the patrols that we're worried about? Where we're concerned about retiring and having recruiting classes that would be filling the box?
So we're talking the middle of the chart, zones 1 through zone 6.
Uh-huh.
And, to some extent, the remaining boxes are Special Deployment Division, where we have specialty units that...
Bomb squad, planning?
Yes.
Your recruiting class would be staffing up planning?
No, the recruiting class would be zones 1 through 6.
1 through 6.
1 through 6.
All right, so Councilman Coghill's concern that we have to put on more recruiting classes would address basically the 6 boxes in the middle of the organization chart. And which of the other boxes need to be officers? Trained, have gone through police training that we spent, a year on, so we have to think a year out, and we spend on average, $10,000, $50,000, how much do we spend on police training per?
$10,000.
$10,000 per person, on top of payroll, I assume.
Yes.
And we don't pay our recruits very well, but how much are people paid in? $16 an hour for the recruit for the year, so that's about a $30,000, $32,000 salary. I'm sure there's some benefits, plus $10,000 training. Let's just say $50,000 per recruit. So I see some firearms tracking, some task forces, some burglary.
They're detectives.
Detectives.
They're trained
Detectives
officers
have to be trained officers.
Right, and they investigate crimes, and they file charges against defendants.
So I'm sure, for example, on the right side of the chart where I'm looking, the wellness officers I've talked to, and they're wonderful, and I'm totally supportive, and I'm not discounting the work they're doing. Or courts liaison or computer operations probably support investigations, but they're not under them in the org chart. So is investigations kind of everybody who works there in this part of the org chart need to be a trained officer?
Yes.
So there's not any administrative staffing under here that wouldn't be,
No.
like,
No.
in times long ago, the
detective-
secretary pool for investigations, we don't have
There
those
may
anymore?
be a limited number, maybe 3 or 4,
Yeah,
that support the entire investigations branch.
All right.
And there are some analysts in there as well that assist SVU and domestic violence unit. So there are civilians, but there's maybe 5 or 6.
That's what's there now. But is the job, maybe, my point is that almost all of your positions are filled by trained officers.
That's correct.
But my point is that probably a third of them don't really need to be. And so I'm asking you about individual boxes to say, like, do you really need officer training for this box? Or which of these boxes do you really need officer training for?
And because we don't have civilians, and we haven't been able to increase our budget for civilians. Police officers are a resilient bunch, and the boxes on the left are all trained officers, and for the most part need to be. So the violent crime unit investigates homicides, shootings,
Right, so I'm
death
asking not about
investigations.
those boxes,
Yeah.
about the other ones. So the other one under Assistant Chief of Administration, for example, property room,
Over here.
telephone reporting unit, warrant officer.
Some of them are
support,
civilian
record
positions.
room. Those are filled by officers currently?
Not all of them. The telephone reporting unit is civilians. Wellness is a sworn officer, but there's only one there. The record room is civilians. OMI is a combination of both civilians, and we also provide trained officers who could do the background investigations and some other investigations that OMI cannot do. And they also provide support for background candidate processing for other units such as fire, EMS, when they want to hire for their next recruit class. We assist with the backgrounds on that.
All right, so the proposal for 2023 is a total of 953 total positions, which is 5 more than in 2015 when it was 948 total positions, and 53 civilians, which is significantly down from 2015, where maybe not significantly. Let me try to do math in my head. I think there were about 980 civilians, if Governing Magazine has the information right, in 2015. So the total workforce for the police bureau seems to be at least budgeted is more, and not lower. I think sometimes we have the impression at this table among some people that there's a smaller force. It doesn't appear to be smaller to me. Last year I asked how many officers do you have on payroll? And I think I just got it covered up, but I think it was 901, maybe 910. Like literally, like how many people are, no, 903. 903 is what we're currently kind of on payroll. So, and that was officers. So on officers today, how many are on payroll?
836.
836, which is about where we were about my first year, because I remember Councilwoman Harris was really upset about it. That was so low. And so that was about 9 years ago. And we hadn't had recruiting classes in 2014. I think for a few years, something like that. Maybe it was maybe it was December 2013. I can't remember. My first budget discussions might have been 2013, might have been 2014. So we're adding officers, but we're also concerned that we don't have enough officers on patrol. So what is the ratio of kind of like officers on your payroll that you need to cover all of the patrols, not cover the civilian jobs? Is that a ratio that you keep in front of you? Kind of like we have this many shifts in zones 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6?
It is not. We currently are going through an independent staffing study to analyze what we do and how personnel are distributed. So I'm hoping that staffing study provides some good guidance from another source on,
I feel like we've heard this before too. Like, how long has the staffing study been going on? Forgive me, but I really feel like we've...
It just started this year.
All right, maybe we were anticipating it 12 months ago, but finally started it 6 months ago. Does that sound about right? Yeah.
Yeah, we had asked for the funding for it last year.
Okay, good. Okay, thank you. So I still think that's an important point, that I don't want council members to mix up in our minds, like how much of a workforce do we need in the department versus how much of a workforce do we need in officers, because those are two different things. And we could be doing better at covering work that needs to be done without taking officers off the street, right? Or paying to train people to be officers if they don't need to be, right? It kind of goes hand in hand. So that, I think that was enough. You answered my question, so that was enough on that topic. But I think it is important for us to understand, and for the public to understand, that not all policing is done by trained officers. And then I want to give you an opportunity to respond to something that comes up so many times at the table, and comes up, I know almost every member that I've spoken with, it's come up at some time or another in their neighborhoods with their neighborhood organizations, which is, why do some community events, or I guess it's the Special Events Committee, request a high number of officers in order to close streets, and other times a very similar community event will have, be allowed to use volunteers, be allowed to use people just in like yellow vests, Pittsburgh Cares, just sending volunteers and not officers. How does that get assigned?
That is actually through the special events in the police planning office. But we did, over this past year, enact a policy and a guideline, essentially, to make it standardized. So which roadways, so for instance, if we're closing down Grant Street and the Boulevard of the Allies, we would not want a volunteer out there doing that work because it's very dangerous with the high traffic. But if it's a small secondary roadway,
Morningside Avenue, hypothetically.
Yeah, we would allow volunteers or private security, that sort of thing. So we actually now have a chart based on the roadway and based on the closures, how you're closing. Some places might only need a barricade. We just make sure everybody's aware. Frequently, people will move barricades, so that's why we recommend a volunteer, because ultimately, we have it every marathon. Somebody gets upset because they can't figure out how to get around this, so they'll just pick the barricade up and throw it away, or toss it to the side, and then we have a vehicle on the road on the track or on the raceway. So, but what we did do is come up with standardized chart that makes it very clear to everyone. This is when you would need. This is how many you would need, based on those closures, and it gives the planning office some guidance to remember where they do it and where they go at, and it's all based on what DOMI determines the roadway classification to be.
Thank you, because for the public, if you are a community organization and you're suddenly, as has happened, but what I'm hearing is hopefully will not be happening in the future, right? If you are ordered to have 16 police officers covering 6 intersections on a Sunday morning, it will cost you $14,000 and you can't afford to pay it, right? Because if it's a full police officer, they're on overtime pay. That's an actual example that happened, and that community event doesn't happen anymore. And it's our job to, we've had long discussions, I think it was before you were here, Director, certainly not in your current position. And those are really painful, but it's still a question, because it was so painful that people ask. And so that, hypothetically, there is a rational system that's been developed so that does not happen, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, and it's actually based on organizational standards, federal or U.S. Association of Event Staffing. So
That's very helpful.
data-driven as well.
It's extremely helpful. I know that we've been here a long time. I know that you've been in the room a long time, and I want to thank you for being here and kind of living through this long day with us. But there's been, I think it was at a standing committee not long ago, we were asking about, and we had to vote on the contract for, I think it was the police cameras, but we got on the topic of, in my mind, we got on the topic of facial recognition and kind of social media surveillance and that topic. I think that's my recollection. And I asked a question that we have predictive policing ordinance on the books that we're not allowed to use facial recognition. But I heard a discussion at the table from the Bureau that, well, sometimes we work with outside partners. And I said, do your outside partners have these policies in place, or what are their policies? Are we just handing over data to partners? Because we are handing over data to partners. But what I don't want to hear, I think what our public doesn't want to hear, is that we're just handing out data to partners to get around the rules and restrictions that we have for ourselves. So I wanted to give you a chance to respond.
No, we don't do that. As far as the facial recognition, there is one tool, and I think it's in the legislation that we can use, is the Justice Network. In the course of our investigation, we can use that. We don't have facial recognition in our public safety cameras. So if you go on the street, I can't say, hey, find Councilwoman Gross, and it tells me
movies.
where you're at.
Right.
We don't have
I watch too many sci-fi movies.
We don't have it to that degree, and we don't have any software that monitors social media. So if someone told you that they just give it to some other agency to do it for them, that's incorrect.
It's a question, so
Okay.
That's why I asked it.
All right.
And similarly, I think there's a broader definition for artificial intelligence or predictive policing. And I'll confess, 8 years ago when I first heard about looking for correlations between other kinds of indicators where we might better allocate resources, it sounded like a really good thing. But as things often happen when they get played out in real life, there have been some really negative examples in other cities. So kind of what is our working definition of predictive policing, and what are we doing and not doing? Is that too broad of a question? Do I need to narrow that?
Well, as far as software, we don't have predictive software that tells us, based on whatever, there's going to be a crime or this person's going to commit a crime. We don't have anything of that. However, a lot of our data comes from reported crimes. So a reported crime could come in through CAD, 911 system. It could come from a police report. Someone makes a police report, and whatever that location is now part of that data. So naturally, if a area has a large number of reported crimes, then it would be we need some human oversight, like what is occurring there.
Mm-hmm.
Is it just one victim? Is it a number of different incidents? Is it and I'll give you for instance, when I went to Zone 5, we didn't have a lot of computers, and we used to hang reports on the board.
Just the old-fashioned way of doing it, right?
Every night I would come in, I was just assigned to Zone 5. I would read through, and I saw burglary reports at the liquor stores or small establishments. And, that's a form of, hey, we have a problem here. They're hitting the liquor store here in Shadyside, here in East Liberty, here in Garfield. Let's get a detail and work on that problem. So a lot of our information comes from reported crimes, and again, we don't have predictive policing software.
Great. I do have other questions that have like come in and been aggregated, but I think I'm just going to relinquish my time because it's been, again, we've been here for a very long time, and maybe we can work on getting some of these entries. They're really not budget relevant, so, but it would be interesting, I think, to give you an opportunity to answer them, so we follow up by email. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Councilwoman, thank you. Councilman, Bago.
I'm getting worried about you, unless you're playing with me. So, first, Director Schmidt, I just want to tell you, when I'm sounding an alarm about the police department, I'm bringing up all these facts. This is not to be critical of you or this administration. I feel we went wrong when we didn't put those 2 recruitment classes on, whether it be through COVID, whether it be before that. Huge mistake. Since that time came COVID. That's affected things, of course. And more importantly, it's not popular to be a police officer anymore. I know many, many, many police officers who no longer want their children to be police officers for obvious reasons of today, okay? All kind of stemming from George Floyd and the riots and 1,000 reasons, right? So I just want to make clear that this is not this administration's, you inherited this. We know that. I know that, okay? Our Chief, thank you for being here. I really appreciate you being here, and you too, Whitney. Every year I go away with, I got a lot of different resources that come at me from the police department. I go away with 40 different police officers. You know most of them. Most of them are retired now. But that group that I go away with kind of reflects this police department. Every year I'll say to Victor Joseph, Victor, you're not with us anymore. No, I'm with the county, right? So we know, and I went over these numbers before, and I'm not going to belabor the issue, but we know that we're losing them through retirement, we're losing them through hires from other municipalities, and at a rate, at 50% rate, as many retire as many that we're losing to municipalities at this point. And I threw up a number earlier, and this is just a fact, this is a data. If we're losing 100 officers per year, which I think we're going to average that, well over that, in the coming years, and we're only putting on 30 as a recruitment class, in 12 years, we are going to have 0 police officers. Something needs to be done, right? We need to put 3, maybe 4 recruitment classes on. Recruitment classes are about $1 million a piece. Whatever it takes. I feel like we're going to put recruitment classes on. But when I hear you say, once we get up to that level, I don't see us getting up to that level. You can remark on that if you want, and I just got a couple other things.
No, I agree with you. We always need to have that academy class and training to replace the officers that are leaving. Prior to COVID, we had some good years where we always had recruit class and training, and then COVID hit. Not a lot of people left employment with the city because there frankly wasn't a whole lot of work out there. And we benefited by, retaining officers. However, in the last couple years, that surplus of officers has dwindled. As I mentioned before, when I looked at the numbers, it looked like we started at 912 January 1, around that number. Today, we lost about 76, and we're at 836. So I agree with you. It's going to take a couple academy classes for us to recover. They have to be large academy classes to keep up with attrition.
Yeah.
And we have to keep the momentum going thereafter.
Yeah. In reality, we have to have 3 classes a year just to keep up. Okay, so in order to gain, we have to have even more than that. So just a couple things. When we look at the police department overall, and when I talk about, by the time we get this new recruitment class that's scheduled to start next August, we'll be below 700 police officers. Can we even manage with that? Can you manage the department with under 700 police officers?
It's going to be difficult. We just got to redeploy things in maybe some of the units that we were blessed with. We may have to rethink how they operate and where they're best suited. Would they be best suited in patrol?
Right. And
how we're going to operate.
So this is what it means to the taxpayer, by the way. Okay, so I just did a little research before I came in here. Take yesterday, for instance, right? One day, 4 shifts over 1 day. Okay. I believe it was 344 hours of overtime that we had to pay for our police officers. That's $20,000 in overtime for 1 day shift, because we need to bring them in for overtime, right? Because we lack police officers. We're already at a dangerously low level, are we not?
Well, we're down day 36. So
All right.
that's 64 down from the budget at 900. So I am alarmed by that.
I'm very alarmed by it. And, I don't mean to belabor it, but my district needs to know. I want to tell them. I want to be square with them. I'm not sugarcoating it anymore. When I see it, I'm calling it out. Again, it's not anybody at this table's fault, but that's just a fact as where we are. We have to figure out what we're going to do to get it up to a safer level where we're not. And if it's not even about the police officers, it's about the $20,000 a day it's costing taxpayers right now, So it's just snowballs, and it's kind of out of control, I feel. And it's going to be hard to get it under control, let's face it. Recruitment classes take time. We're going to continue to lose officers. I'm very interested in the Matrix study when it comes back. I thought it was supposed to be done by now, no?
I know that they're starting to provide deliverables. The first part was to look at operations and then look at the units thereafter.
And they're to tell us what amount of officers we are, they're going to, what are they going to tell us, I guess? What kind of answers are we looking for from them?
I think they're looking at our current operations as well as call volumes, things like special events. I know everybody's kind of talked about that when we have Pirate games and Steeler games and Pride and all the events we have, that's a strain on this workforce, and we need to take that into consideration when we're looking at the number of officers that we need to do those duties.
Right.
They also are looking at how that interface works with OCHS and Roots, as well as what positions within the Bureau are done by officers that maybe could be done by a civilian.
And that's
over
what
the years they've
Councilman
been
Gross
done by
alluded
officers
to.
by
I'd
default.
be very interested to see that number as well. As to if we can replace, officers with civilians, and we don't need as many. We get the officers on the streets where we really need them. So this Matrix study, it kind of reminds me about the firefighters talking about the vehicles when they, where's Matrix out of? Anybody know?
It's a company out of California, but they do these studies throughout the country. They actually did a very in-depth, and it was well responded to, survey from all of our officers. They have met with the union.
Okay. So
they
spoke to the police.
they're getting input from.
Okay.
They did ride-alongs with our officers in every zone.
As long as they're taking the
the
input from our
commanders.
Pittsburgh police, unlike the fire trucks, they did not. And I'm like, what do they know about buying fire trucks, right? The firefighters know about buying fire trucks. So Matrix has worked with our police department in saying, hey, what do you need, right? And getting all that data, getting all that information. When are we expecting that report?
It should be completed by the year.
By the end of the year?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm really looking forward to seeing what that is. Again, it's not even, I'm finished, but it's not even the lack of police officers. That's just part of it. That's alarming enough to me. It's the amount of taxpayer dollars we're spending for overtime now. And on top of that, we're having officers doing double shifts. And we all know one mistake as a police officer makes the whole department look bad. And when you're going on 4 hours sleep and pulling out a double shift because you're needed, whether it's a Steeler game or you name it, it's a recipe for mistakes. So I'll just keep sounding alarm. I can't wait. Director Schmidt, we need to sit down. We need to talk. We need to figure out what we're going to do to make sure we at least maintain what we have, this level. And looking into the future, we're not down to 0 police officers in 12 years at the rate we're going. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councilman. Councilman Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chief, and thanks for being here. So it's been helpful listening in the other members and hearing about how everyone's breaking down the numbers and trying to understand this more deeply. I just had some technical questions first. These fleet cameras, 37 fleet cameras,
yes.
What is that?
Yes, so every marked patrol unit has a dash camera.
The dash camera, okay.
And we're looking for a more efficient way to integrate the dash cameras into our other systems. So if we use one system for body-worn cameras and the dash camera, then It would increase efficiency, reduce the amount of manpower it takes to maintain it, and just make it easier for the officers. So the idea was we expected a new fleet or new allotment of vehicles for this year, and was to outfit them with new cameras, and to gradually replace the outdated equipment with new cameras and integrate it under one system.
Okay. And previous Bureau of the Fire Bureau, we were talking about the vehicle purchases. Well, for that, it's a truck. How's the vehicle fleet right now?
Right now, I believe we're about at our allotted 360. However, we are waiting on delivery of new vehicles to replace some of the high mileage vehicles.
Those are all fixed to first vehicle as well?
Yes.
And are the hybrid vehicles, are they working out?
I haven't heard anything negative.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean,
so.
When I see a call, they're going pretty fast. So I didn't know what. I don't know. Yeah, seriously, I didn't know what. Yeah. Okay. Same performance, and they're not like breaking down more than others.
No.
Okay. Guess that's a question. Yeah. There's. Yeah, they're. I think those ones are at least painted differently right now. Yeah.
We may have a couple. I'd have to get you
only in
the
zone one,
exact
then, I guess.
numbers.
Huh? All right.
Oh, I have one. So.
Yeah. So we talked a lot this morning about this co-response and alternative response.
Yes.
What's your thoughts on that?
I think it's a good idea. We just need anything we can do to reduce the amount of work on sworn police officers. If there's some alternative that we can do to solve problems long term, if someone's having an issue that could be done by other people that have the training and resources to deal with it, I'm all for it.
Yeah. So I apologize if I'm repeating something that I had to step out for and missed. But I do want to ask the question, and you can pause if this is already covered, but just for my own knowledge, and I think the knowledge of what we're trying to build out here that I mentioned in terms of the co-response and alternative response, would that actually require us to have less officers, or would we still require the same amount of officers?
I'm in the learning stages myself.
I mean, calls.
I think
if we just talk about the calls.
I think the goal is, in the long term, is that if it's an incident that doesn't require a sworn police officer to respond, other people can handle those calls.
How many calls like what percent, rough?
I don't have a percentage, but as a police force that responds 24/7, and when other agencies are not available, Pittsburgh Police responds, and we figure out a way to handle those incidents. But if the program works out and it can alleviate some of those calls from being dispatched to police, I think it's a good thing.
Yeah, sometimes.
If they can solve things long term, like maybe in the long run, maybe we don't need as many sworn officers. I don't know. See how it works out.
Yeah, or maybe like a reoccurring call.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
That happens.
Yes.
Or even an overdose. If an officer has to be there longer than an officer would need to be there, then someone else can come in and take care of that. I don't know. Is that a scenario that you envision?
No, what I envision is from the initial onset of the call, if it's a medical call, certainly EMS, or if someone else is having some other type of episode that it's not a police issue, that maybe someone with a more social services background can handle. Maybe if it's a frequent flyer, type of someone calls every day and it's not a police issue, that they can handle that call, then that's how I envision it working it.
Okay.
That they would take that work away from sworn officers, so sworn officers are available to respond to calls for services for crimes, be proactive in areas that maybe are prone to crimes, work on investigating reported crimes and solving them.
I think it's been great to work with the commander that's in my zone, Sean Malloy, specifically because he comes to all the community meetings and he takes on the questions immediately about just the sentiment that's out there in some neighborhoods of like, well, this isn't being taken care of, or that's not being taken care of, or why can't you arrest that person for that? And I think he does a great job of that. And I think that, I like this. I'm not in other zones, but I will have the opportunity to be in zone 2, and I hear good things about that as well in my new district. But in terms of that type of engagement, it's, I see this engagement office, and it seems like there's reorganizing happening. I don't know what you call it, but let's see. Where is it on this org chart? It's called the community outreach.
AGO.
Community outreach.
That's all right.
Yeah. Anyway, it doesn't matter. The point is just that is there. So when I think of a zone commander, I think of two things.
Yes, that's currently the community engagement office. That's the Sergeant Tiffany Klein Costa, and she has 5 officers that work for her.
Yeah. So we're doing a lot of community outreach, like the commanders doing it at the meetings, and I understand this has a different role, but I'm just wondering what type of training do we offer our commanders so that they have, I guess, a tactical and staffing, like they're aware of how that whole process takes place, but also how they convey the message to the public about what is actually being done. I mean, the commander that I have can come with like stats every meeting, and really, explain what's possible and the challenges they're facing. And so I just hope to see that, throughout the whole bureau or each zone. I'm not in each zone, but I was wondering what type of training do we offer to, higher level commanders and I guess sergeant, lieutenants, commanders, so that they're equipped for that.
Yeah, so we'll take Commander Malloy. He served Zone 6 for a long time, and also served in acting commander role over at Zone 6. But as far as training goes, that they have additional opportunities for leadership training and to attend other courses. Currently, we don't have a week-long or 2-week-long commander's course, but generally when they get promoted to sergeant, lieutenant, we have generally like a 1-week or 2-week training for supervisors. And then in addition to that, most of our supervisors have attended POSIT and POLEX offered by Penn State, like a leadership supervisor training. So they do have opportunities for advanced training. In addition, we do have command staff meetings, so where we share information with the zone commanders. And certainly if they ever have questions about anything, certainly they can raise those issues at the command staff meeting or go through their chain of command and speak with their assistant chief on up to the top.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
So I won't go over the numbers of the amount of officers because I think it's been covered here extensively, but I do want to understand the numbers of detectives that we have and the amount of cases that they're taking on. Is that a concern?
It is. Certainly the being down to 836, every unit is affected by vacancies. And when a unit has a vacancy, someone has to pick up the caseload.
How does that recruitment happen?
For
detectives?
So when there's an opening, we can fill the opening, and you know, we put out what we call solicitation with qualifications, you know, of the job, and
that has to be a former trained officer.
pardon me.
That has to be
That's a trained,
a trained
officer,
officer.
because they're doing
Right.
detective work. I mean, they're investigating crimes, they're applying for search warrants, applying for arrest warrants, and arresting people. So it has to be a sworn officer.
Okay. What's the number we have now?
Detectives?
Yeah.
I believe it may be approximately 150. I don't have the exact number in front of me.
Is that
That includes both.
are we losing detectives at the same rate that we would lose an officer?
Yes.
Do they go to other, just by retirement, or to other other agencies outside the city?
Retire, resignation. You know, certainly we're a 20-year department. 20 years of service qualifies for a pension. Depends if they have military, maybe 17. If they decide to take another opportunity, you know, after earning their pension, they can certainly apply. We've had detectives in investigations also resign for employment with other agencies. We've had people resign to go do something else other
Okay.
than law enforcement.
All right, thanks. Thanks for your time today.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Councilman. My turn. So let me start by saying, first of all, that I have the highest level of respect for you. I've known you for I don't know how many years now, and I hearken back to one of the first zone commanders I had, Kathy McNeil. Yes, who I think was one of your biggest champions and always spoke so very, very highly of you. And I remember saying to me, he's going to be chief one day. He's going to be chief one day. And just for what it's worth, while we sit here, I think you would be an amazing chief of police. And I think you would serve and have served the city honorably.
Thank you.
Yeah. With that, you know, yeah, I'm not sure. I don't want to go around and just repeat a lot of what's been said, although some of it, I guess, you know, does need to be repeated. I think a lot of what we're facing is really systemic problems in the state of policing, not just here in Pittsburgh, but universally, not just, you know, in Pennsylvania, but in every state across this nation. And how we address the career of policing in a holistic and comprehensive approach, not, oh my God, we have to hire 20 right now, you know, because it's all just a Band-Aid approach. And how, you know, how do we meet that challenge? Because it is an enormous challenge in light of you know, just social media, people's opinions, if you will, of what policing is, what it should and shouldn't be, and all those different things. It is, as has been said numerous times, it's an incredibly challenging position that you find yourself in. And as the councilman said, and I'll reiterate, it's no one's fault sitting here at this table. And you know, I hope the public understands how and why I'm saying that. It is systemic in its history and in its growth, and we're the latest incantation of people that are trying to understand and wrestle, you know, with this problem and find best solution. The urgency that we find, though, is that while we're trying to find long-term, holistic, systemic solution to policing, we have the immediacy of the moment. This is happening here. That's happening there. You need to address this. We need you over here. We need you there. That's, you know, that's what really becomes the challenge. I don't envy you for anything at all. I don't envy you and what we ask of you to do every day. I've said this a couple of times now at the budget hearings. It's why I've been such a SOB about the training academy. It is not the brick and mortar. That we can always figure out the brick and mortar part of it. It is our commitment to our public safety officials. Whether it be proper licensing, equipment, resource, training, uniform, radio, body camera, everything that our public safety officials need to perform the very difficult tasks that we ask them to do needs to be provided. The idea we just need to train classes, well, guess what? We need a place to train classes. When I met Karen Dixon 16 years ago, who recently retired and was a huge loss to the department, I met her at the training facility on Washington Boulevard, and I went over there because it was flooded. And we went over to talk about things that needed to happen there and some things we were able to help out with. And for that moment in time, we were able to put a Band-Aid on it. But we're still there, right? And so where do we find the space to do the training that we need to do to bring the proper amount of police onto the force and all those kinds of things? I'm not asking you for questions per se, but those are the challenges that we are facing. It's not, oh yeah, if we just did this one thing, it would all be okay. It's not. It's much more than that. One thing I would like to ask you, though, in terms of specificity, I guess about a year or so ago, contract changed where we went to 4 10-hour shifts as opposed to 5 8-hour shifts. Where are we in that? Is there some interest in possibly reversing that in some way? I'm just curious where we are in that.
For next year, based on the amount of manpower that we do have, we are going back to the 5/8s. I know that Chief Schubert wanted to try something different, 4 10s, and we did those the last 2 years. However, we cannot support that with the current amount of people that we do have. In order to provide sufficient response with what we have, the 5/8s just make more sense at this time. So that's what we're going to across the board for next year.
I'm glad to hear that. I really am. It didn't, at least in the third council district, it didn't work all that well. We had some difficulties with that, and so I'm really glad to hear that. Us go back to that. In terms of personnel that affects third council district on a regular basis, we now have Commander Ragland. Commander Ragland has been a wonderful addition to the third council district. And as has always been my experience with leadership in the department, fully accessible, moment's notice, always picks up calls, all those kinds of things. We all argue, having accessibility with our command staff, but he's really been a wonderful addition to the zone. I want to
I have it more directly with him.
And she cannot have him, no matter how loud she may Ragland. You cannot.
He's in my district.
Well,
We share him.
Oh, that's true. That's I keep forgetting we do share a little bit. I also would but I would really like to put a shout out to Christine Luffy, who's just one of the finest human beings I think I've ever had the privilege to know in my life. And what a pleasure it has been to work with Christine over the years. And I went on a call with her maybe a week or so ago, and I watched her perform her job and the level of professionalism by which she presented herself. I just stood back in awe watching her, like, my God, this woman is just like, if we could clone, I don't know if I want to say that, but if we could just somehow multiply that kind of spirit and heart and mentality in our force, what a wonderful force we would have. She's just absolutely amazing. She does the Get Stuff with Love every year. I'm sure you know where Thanksgiving dinners get delivered through the police department. I think we're somewhere in like the 12th or 14th year of doing that. Started in Zone 3 to citywide. How many? 3,400 dinners went out this year, I think, on Thanksgiving Day? Something along those lines, 3,400 dinners delivered citywide by police officers because of a program that Christine started like 12 years ago, just because she wanted people to have a dinner on Thanksgiving. I have to get a shout out to Brian and Andre, our community resource officers. Like, we would be lost
They're
without them.
great.
I can't even begin to tell you how well received in the community they are, and the respect that they command, not through force in any way, but through their level of professionalism and humanity and the way that they conduct themselves. I mean, the young people, they look at them in awe. And they have a tremendous amount of respect for them, and it is directly related to, how they conduct themselves, just as, not just police officers, but as human beings. They're just amazing people, amazing. So, in light of all the difficulties that we face, in policing and all the challenges, there are good things too. There are really good things about the department that need to be announced, and more often than not. Because we ask you to do, incredibly, incredibly difficult things at incredibly difficult times when, probably the respect for law enforcement has probably been as low as anything I certainly have ever seen in my time on the planet. But another question in specificity, but I believe it is more for the director than for you, but I'm sure you can chime in if you'd like to. Where are we on the opening of the old Zone 3 police station, which we had wonderful momentum in, and we allocated some CARES Act monies to, and we were almost there, and then things came to a halt.
Yeah, I think we just need to figure out how to honestly deal with some of the older infrastructure in that space and what we can do with it so we can utilize the space appropriately. We can talk more, but the older cells are not compliant. It's a significant amount of money to do anything in those spaces.
Yeah.
So,
but if my understanding has really always been, it was more about having a place to I don't know how to say, to congregate and dispatch and possibly use as night court for processing summary offense if it became necessary. That it was really never about incarceration or really holding anyone for any length of time, because we knew the cells were what they were when we decided to go in there and spend the like $2 million or something that we have invested in there already. We knew that infrastructure existed. So.
Well, the night court aspect, we have to get the county on board with that. As far as us staffing it is also, when we don't have, similar to other substations, a substation is very nice, but the substation requires more staff. So would you rather have officers in the main station and the substation and not on the street, or would you rather have, them on the street? So we're just looking through that. We kind of
so I'm going to
have to
counter
look at
that.
what the options are. But I think we could have another discussion about that.
Respectfully counter that just for a moment in time, because this council just approved to re-up the lease on the substation downtown, which has actually been nicely effective. Yes, good and bad both. I agree. Yes, but we have just recently agreed to re-up the lease on the substation downtown, and we can certainly talk further offline. But in light of budgetary shortfalls and necessities and priorities and what we need to spend money on and what we shouldn't be spending money on, I would hate to see us get 2/3 of the way there and say all of that investment, all of that funding was for naught, and we're not going to go the other third to finish it. Anything we didn't ask you, Acting Chief Stan Grecki? Anything you want to?
I don't think so. I think you covered it a lot.
Yeah, these tend to go offline, and they should. Yeah, and they should. We do this as much for ourselves as we do for the viewing public that likes to hear from you as well too, because it's not our money we're spending. We are spending constituency dollars, and I think one thing, I think it's largely our shortfall here for not perhaps educating the public the way that we should. Our primary function here is fiduciary. This is why we meet twice a week. We are going to spend $670 million of the public's money. You gave this to us and entrusted us to allocate $670 million of your money. And they deserve to hear how we're, how we collectively plan to spend that money. They have the right to know that. So, Council President, further
I could
comment?
go on forever, but I can see how tired, and I know you've been here since about 9:30, 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
You've been here that long?
Yeah, you've been here that long.
Yeah, but I went back in a little bit and took a rest. I didn't. No, I did. But I at least got a second to go back away from the table. So no.
Okay,
Yeah,
Councilwoman?
thank you.
Thank you, and I will keep it brief, and it is specific to the budget and not to other topics. And I said I was going to do this, and then I forgot when it was my turn. We have a page in our brief book here that is on the trust funds. I was saying there was none under police or none under fire. There's 976,000 under other public safety, and I talked about EMS, but there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 here that are under police. And this year's packet does not include Stop the Violence. I'm going to assume that's because you don't actually get to just allocate the funds. Those funds have to be approved by council for their allocations. But so if that's true, then the Police Secondary Employment Trust Fund, current balance $643,000. The Public Safety Training Trust Fund, current balance about $1 million. Confiscated narcotics proceeds at nearly $2 million. Current balance. Confiscated non-narcotics at nearly $3 million. Federal Task Force at $14,000. Graffiti Trust Fund $83,000. Mounted Police Trust Funds almost $28,000. Drug Abuse Resistance Education Trust Fund, DARE, at $7,500. District 9 Crime Prevention Trust Fund at $7,000, and then a Witness Protection Trust Fund at $300. Some of our trust funds, the departments just get to pull down and write checks from. I always give the example of the Mellon Park Tennis Bubble Trust Fund, which is a real thing. All right, it gets revenue from the proceeds, and then when the bubble needs to be repaired, the Department of Public Works can just write those checks. We will never see it here. We might get an accounting when we ask for it, we get accountings of trust funds, but it's an administratively managed trust fund. The council's authorized that arrangement, that the department can just dip into it. Because we're not concerned about the Mellon Park Tennis Bubble Trust Fund. But this was quite a few $1 million that I just read off. So how are these funds? Let's maybe just start with the biggest one. The Post-Secondary Employment Trust Fund, the current balance is $642,000, but its anticipated 2023 revenue is identical to its anticipated 2022 revenue, which is $9,196,000, and $8,291,000 of that is salary reimbursement. We ask this every year. But.
Yeah, so the Secondary Employment Trust Fund is actually, essentially it's a reimbursement trust fund. So what that's for is this Pirate games, Steeler games, hockey games, any event in the city when someone hires our officers through secondary employment. Some folks call them details, but a secondary employment detail meaning I need a police officer to cover this event that I'm having. We pay the officers from that trust fund, and then when we receive that reimbursement from the organizer event or whoever the vendor, so to speak, is that hired the officers, that money then goes back into that trust fund. We do have some vehicle charges that we charge similar to what EMS does, and those fees go into the trust fund as well and allow us to buy a few additional police cars to use for those special events.
Let's jump to the confiscated narcotics and the confiscated non-narcotics. Combined, those are it's over $3 million.
Yeah, so those are all seized assets. The Confiscated Narcotics Proceeds Trust Fund is federally regulated. It's also known as Asset Forfeiture Equitable Share Program through the DOJ and Department of Justice. And the way that works, if the narcotics one specifically, the way that works when our officers working with federal officers or even county and other entities are involved in larger drug investigations, and when they find significant sums of money, that sort of thing, those by federal law, those monies are allowed to be, if there's a large amount of cash, that sort of thing, those are forfeited over, and then once the case has concluded, meaning it's fully adjudicated, a judge makes a final determination as to how much of those assets are returned to the investigative agencies, and then they are split based on the work that those agencies put in. So if it's mainly DEA driven, the DEA normally gets most of that money. We might get some of it to show, hey, we participated in 10%, and vice versa. So that's all actually in a rather complex system with a rather thick manual as to how that money is brought in, how it's utilized. The reason we have to have it in the trust fund versus just bringing it into the cities is it's prohibited. So it is not allowed to be commingled with city dollars. It is not allowed to be utilized to supplant the budget in any way. So essentially we have to be very selective when we use this, that it is towards investigative efforts and towards items that would not normally be purchased. So we can't use it for things like wages and standard vehicles. It has to be utilized for items that perhaps, would be really nice to have or would help move us along technology-wise or operationally that we would not purchase otherwise if it was not for those funds.
Basically excluding this entire operating budget.
Yes, yeah, because as soon as they feel you're supplanting, we have to actually return any money we spent. That does get audited on a frequent basis.
Who audits it?
DOJ. It is not a
city
not a
control
fun
audit.
process. No.
Okay, but those audits would be like publicly available if people wanted to search them down on the DOJ website or something like that?
Yeah, I would assume they would have. I mean, there's a whole division in the DOJ that handles this asset forfeiture program.
Great. So those are the big ones. And as I pointed out, Stop the Violence Fund was actually listed on this briefing page for 2022, but it's not for 2023. I'm assuming, again, that that's because you aren't in control of it. We only what we give you.
Right. There was
an
a full
allocation.
page last year, or earlier this morning,
on the Stop the Violence.
that detailed out the Stop the Violence Trust Fund.
We covered that one this morning.
We did. And
It's just more detailed because you do select how much goes towards operations, how much goes towards personnel, and how much.
And how much is in it again, Peter? It's been a very long day. It's nearly 5 and we've been in the room since 10, so not all of us can remember everything that we've said or heard. So I'm flipping through my chart.
Looks like for 2023 it'll be 8.3 million going into that trust
Going
fund.
into it, and we did ask just the other day what was the current balance, and I want to say it was around 6 or 7 million. It's terrible to be that loosey-goosey with just so many millions. I'm not sure how many millions, but yeah. Got it. Okay, so I will leave that there. I had just really committed to myself that I would go over those trust funds because it's something that we sometimes forget to talk about at council, and this is the budget
And
hearing, so.
I'll just point out when we kind of skipped there was the non-narcotics
Yes.
trust fund. That's actually money we don't get to do anything with. That's so if there is a crime involved and there are cash or money assets, that is stored in our property room. After a certain period of time, we no longer keep it there. We deposit it into account. And then once that person, so like if we arrest someone and they have $300 on them and they end up in jail for 3 or 4 years, when they get out of jail, that gets returned to them. That's what that non-narcotics is for.
Crime scene, cash.
Right.
Like evidence.
Evidence or just personal belongings.
And personal belongings.
That they are not allowed to take into the jail system with them or whatever that is. So.
Got it. That was very clear. Thank you. That's it, Mr. Chair.
Yep. Okay. Council President?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to point out that this District 9 Crime Prevention Fund, you said was not started by Reverend Burgess. It was started by Tawanda Carlisle.
I don't think she started it. I think it was in response to a situation with her.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure. So She now works for Summerlee. So I just want to make sure that people know that that was not Reverend Burgess who started that. And again, I'm just going to wrap it up with just saying that I'm very concerned about the Stop the Violence Trust Fund and all the trust funds in general, which is why we've asked our budget office, Controller Lamb's office, to work together to reduce the number, because we have how many total? 87?
I believe it's around that ballpark.
87 trust funds. And they had gotten them down to 50, and now they're back up, 14 of which were just created, last year?
In the past couple of years, it wasn't just last year, but in recent memory, yes.
So that's a lot that we need to really be watching and looking out for, and including the Stop the Violence. And if it means, if we're going to have nearly $20 million in that trust fund, I think maybe we need to look at the money that we're putting into the trust fund. It's time to review that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you. It's Coghill. But no real questions. I just, Director.
Just trying to get your name out there, you know.
Director Schmidt, I just wanted to request a copy of that matrix study for all council members when we get it. Okay, if it's due in before the end of the year, so we have another. What is this? A couple weeks, I guess. So yeah, I'd love to see that. I'm looking forward to seeing that. And Chief, I want to tell you, as I know a lot of your police force, I just want to tell you how well respected and how much the police force likes you. So you're doing a great job under difficult circumstances, and I just wanted to acknowledge that.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. I just got about a half dozen more questions, and we'll be.
That's fine, Councilman. Yeah. I am going to sign off here very shortly, but because she actually took the time to send this in, I want to respectfully share this information. Councilman Lavelle's mom has actually texted in to say that there are fire companies that actually do sell fire extinguishers. One of them is Firefighter Sales. Yeah. And they will come out, they will service, they will recharge, they will not just end up in a landfill after a year. And so it's something, I don't know, we should talk out about a little bit.
We have it through our collection, we had it through the hazardous material collection.
But
then that contract ended, so I don't know, now I think we have it with Pennsylvania Resource Council.
Pennsylvania Resource Council,
yeah. So they may be able
One thing to make certain that we have smoke alarms distributed, and that's a wonderful program, and I'm so very happy we do that. But on the other end, should you experience fire, God forbid, there could be opportunity to have an extinguisher as well. So, but with that, thank you very much for being here. Truly appreciate it. Director, you've been, and Charles, you have been quite accommodating for the day. We greatly appreciate it. Peter, our Cable Bureau, our Sergeant at Arms, and everyone who's stuck it out today. But it was important that we did that. So with that, I believe I offer up a motion to recess. So I'm going to motion to recess. We will collect. Am I supposed to be reading what we're going to do tomorrow? Do I have to do that? There's nothing tomorrow. Okay, we're all off tomorrow. So with that, motion to recess. Okay, and with that, we are recessed.